At that moment, the shoe falling from the sky was only 0.1 centimeters away from my handsome face, and in my peripheral vision, I could see the lovesick look on the pretty girl next to me. I figured that, in a quarter of a second, I could catch that shoe with one hand. Thwack! I, Yang Tantui, leader of the Tantui sect, have embarrassed myself. In a daze, Tian heard these words. Later. The ambulance arrived. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. With a shoe print imprinted on his face, Tian lay inside the ambulance. This stupid martial arts tournament, I was just a passerby, and I still got caught in the crossfire. His brain felt incredibly heavy, and the splitting sensation made him spit blood. And it was right in this groggy, barely conscious state. A mechanical voice appeared in Tian's mind. Ding! The Myriad Worlds Transmigration Creator System has detected a host. Please choose to bind. Once successfully bound, the host must complete tasks according to the system's instructions. Failure to do so will result in erasure. His mind was in chaos, and this annoying voice appeared again. Unpleasant, extremely unpleasant. As a skilled and toxic youth, Tian relied on his tenacious instinct to retort without hesitation. Bind your sister, shut up. I'm a diamond tier player after all. This ghost voice wants me to bind? Bind what? My bank card? You want the 6 yuan I have for my first top-up? Not a chance. Ding, please choose to bind. Bind foot. He just hated this voice, Tian was certain of it. System, I'm damn. Ding, please choose to bind. Get lost, bind your grandfather. Ding. Ding, ding. A series of notification sounds kept looping like a glitchy program. Tian was beyond annoyed. Ding, 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 ding. Why don't you go explode along with the Ding Talk app? Tian opened his eyes from his stupor with rage, and after saying that, his ears finally enjoyed 2 breaths of silence. Why 2 breaths? Because, after 2 breaths, boom. A loud noise filled his brain. The system, it exploded. And the just awakened Tian rolled his eyes and fainted once more. By the time Tian woke up again, it was already evening. A vast amount of memories had appeared in his mind. At the moment he opened his eyes, Tian understood everything that had just happened. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He had almost been bound by a sinister, ill-intentioned system. This system treated its hosts like puppets, issuing tasks to upgrade itself. After playing several hosts to their deaths and seeing its basic functions activated, it was ready to take off. The system had set its sights on Tian, who looked not so bright. The system just never expected to encounter someone like Tian, who absolutely refused to be bound. After being rejected over and over again, the system itself simply blew up in anger. Now Tian had inherited the system. In other words, Tian had become the system. Looking at all the powerful protagonists in novels, don't they all treat the system like their father? The Myriad Worlds Transmigration Creator System, just like its name suggests, can traverse the myriad worlds. But it wasn't as awesome as one might imagine. The original system was just an empty shell. Thanks to the hard work of the previous owner, after Tian inherited it, it only had some basic functions. For example, creation, endowment, calculation, replication, recording, summoning, and hundreds of other abilities. These are the basic functions, all in their initial stages. To reach the point of challenging heaven and earth, he still needs to traverse worlds and select hosts to develop. Of course, Tian could also choose to go it alone in other worlds. After all, unlike the previous system, he wasn't just a program that needed a host like a parasite to survive. Having become the system, he possessed the ability to act and think independently. "Oh, you're awake!" the nurse who was changing the IV drip exclaimed when she saw Tian open his eyes. "The patient is awake. The patient in bed number 6 is awake," the young nurse shouted as she walked out of the room. Tian was still confused when, a moment later, a vigorous old man rushed into the room with lightning speed. He grabbed Tian's hand tightly with his aged hands, tears in his eyes. "Little brother, it is my fault, old Yang. I put you in life-threatening danger. Who are you? Leader of the Tantui sect, Yang Tantui. Oh, Yi Tian pondered for a moment, gripping the old man by the bed firmly. 20,000, or I'm calling the police to let them handle this. Yang Tantui? In the end, Yi Tian got his wish. He finished the discharge procedures and walked out of the hospital gate. Yi Tian operated as a system at full power, extracting natural energy. Points plus 1. Points plus 1. Since he was the system, Yi Tian knew too many ways to obtain system points. Extracting energy from nature was one. People's faith and emotions were another. For Yi Tian, his functions were vast. To make them work, points were essential. And once he possessed sufficient points, Yi Tian would be the equivalent of Aladdin's lamp. Anything could be achieved. Over the next few days after leaving the hospital, Yi Tian extravagantly rented a private room at an internet cafe. He wasn't there to play games. As a system himself, Yi Tian was naturally busy stuffing his knowledge base, using a computer at the internet cafe. For 5 days and 5 nights, Yi Tian recorded tens of thousands of movies, hundreds of thousands of songs, millions of classic novels and texts, as well as various documentary materials. And it was only after meticulously recording the final film, starring a certain teacher from Japan on a train, without missing a single detail, that he finally logged off. He logged off feeling utterly exhausted. Most stories trap protagonists as slaves to a mysterious system, but Yi Tian flips the power dynamic by becoming the system itself. This shift from parasitic dependency to sovereign control challenges the traditional trope of the underdog needing a digital master to succeed. Now this system finally looks like a real system. At the very least, when you open the system interface designed by Yi Tian, the omniscient and omnipotent information it provides is enough to give Baidu a run for its money. In this big data era that already has Baidu, perhaps these things of Yi Tian's might seem useless. But if one were to travel across worlds, to ancient times, or to a modern entertainment-focused metropolis like Blue Star, these things would be the most practical kind of cheat code. Everything is pretty much ready. Alright, since that's the case, then I choose you, my very first world to travel to. With an extremely cringy tone, Yi Tian pointed his finger at a novel. In the next breath, a flash of white light, and Yi Tian disappeared. Thud, the novel fell to the ground and snapped shut. On the cover, the title of the novel was revealed, The Urban All-Round Expert. The national goddess is so delicious as a kept man. This is a complete world. It has a complete entertainment system, a complete world landscape, and a full historical progression. Mohai City. In the bustling metropolis, within the brightly lit office buildings, busy figures could be seen everywhere. According to the last census, the current world population has reached 9.6 billion. The high population density leaves everyone struggling to breathe under the overwhelming pressure of work and employment. For ordinary people, their main ways of relaxing are entertainment, movies, and songs. Therefore, in this world, the development of entertainment has reached an unprecedented peak. Today, the League Group, one of the giants in entertainment, has seen its company nearly crumble because a top-tier hacker dug up their scandalous history and exposed it to everyone. This incident shocked the entire entertainment industry. It has become a phenomenal topic constantly discussed by the people. Mohai City, Thompson top floor. In the 600 square meter luxury apartment, at this moment, the lights were out and the chilling wind howled through the broken window. A handsome man in a suit knelt on the floor, his eyes dazed, his forehead a bloody mess. Beside him, the bodies of 2 middle-aged people, a man and a woman, were already cooling in a pool of cold blood. You promised that if I kowtowed to you, you would let them go. The raspy voice had lost all the impulsive spirit the man used to have as a young aristocrat. At this moment, Li Quan's heart was as cold as ash. In front of him, a man smirked. The sound wasn't loud enough. That was your failure, and it was the cause of your parents' tragedy. Casual words spilled from the man's mouth. I only wanted them to live. They never offended you. The man kneeling on the floor had his nails dug deep into his flesh. They are dead now. What is the point of saying any more? The man's words made Li Quan smile bitterly. It is our Li family that lost. But we didn't lose to you, Lin Fan. We lost to the woman who stood on your side. Bang. After saying these words, Li Quan's dazed brain and overwhelming emotions made his body give out, and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Hey, what difference does that make? With such poor skills at picking up girls, why even compete with me? Shaking his head, Lin Fan produced a silver needle. If it weren't for the fact that your sister is my minor wife, you would already be a dead man. With a flick of his finger, swish, the silver needle, wrapped in a faint spiritual energy, pierced into a specific acupuncture point on Li Quan's unconscious body. Making you a eunuch and an idiot should be a decent way to live. His lips curled into the signature evil smirk of a protagonist. Lin Fan didn't linger, stepping through the cold blood of Li Quan's parents, and left without changing his expression. The wind blowing in was light, yet it was chillingly thorough. In the dead of night, Li Quan awoke from his coma, his eyes no longer clear. In a daze, he maniacally opened a bottle of red wine. Ignoring his dead parents, he walked unsteadily toward the balcony. Stepping onto the railing, Li Quan looked at the neon-lit city streets below and poured the red wine down his throat. Lin Fan, ha 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 ha, Lin Fan. In his madness, Li Quan's voice was barely coherent. The hatred in his heart had carved itself into his very bones. But that feeling of utter powerlessness also permeated his entire body. His parents were killed by Lin Fan. His fiancée stood by Lin Fan's side the whole time. And his sister had been deceived and fallen for Lin Fan too. The Li group was now completely falling apart. He could even feel his brain becoming increasingly foggy as his blood circulated. Lin Fan had the ability to turn people into little pets, and he hadn't managed to escape that fate. He, Li Quan, once the number one among the younger generation of the 4 great families in Mohai City, was now reduced to having absolutely nothing because of that freeloader. My life has been miserable. Let's end it here. There is no point in living as a little pet. Watching the streets below, Li Quan stood on the edge of the Thompson rooftop, a death wish surfacing in his eyes. Ding. Host's emotions meet the requirements. Would you like to bind with the Tian brand supervillain system? Just as Li Quan was about to let go, a voice made him stop in his tracks. Tian brand supervillain system? Ding. Detected the host speaking, binding requirements met. System binding now. Percent. 100%. In less than half a breath of time. Before Li Quan could even react, Tian, who had turned into the system, had impatiently finished binding with him. Unlike the previous system, Tian had modified some of the mechanisms after becoming a system. For instance, when the previous system asked, "Does the host wish to bind?" it had to wait for the host to say yes before it could proceed. Now, Tian had directly changed it so that after he asks, as long as the host says anything, it counts as accepting the binding. That is why Tian was able to, while Li Quan stared in complete bewilderment, act like bloatware and finish the binding instantly. At the same time, Tian, very professionally, transmitted the basic functions of the system into Li Quan's brain. At the same time, he dispersed the lingering power Lin Fan had left in Li Quan's brain. Supervillain system, the cold wind blew. Holding the red wine, Li Quan's eyes gradually cleared as he processed the information the system had transmitted to him. In this world, there is actually something like this? Integrating the information Tian provided, Li Quan regained his composure and, with a hint of excitement, opened the system's exchange page. Entertainment category. Songs. Blue and white porcelain, 500 points. Glorious years, 500 points. Kikujiro's summer, 500 points. Literature. The Three-Body Problem, 5,000 points. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 3,000 points. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, 3,000 points. Movie TV scripts. Iron Man 1, 4,000 points. Naruto full series, 1,000 points. Kind Little Pancreas, 1,000 points. Skills category, not yet available. Host current points. For a full half hour, Lai Quan continuously scrolled through the Azure Blue System interface. Looking at these items, each capable of setting off a massive wave in this world's entertainment scene, Li Quan was ecstatic. His hand tightly gripped the wine bottle. There was no longer any dead, listless expression in his eyes, only a deep, profound hatred. Lin Fan, things are not over between us. This trope of the downtrodden hare echoes the classic revenge archetype, yet the addition of the system as a predatory, force-binding entity subverts the usual heroic narrative. It shifts the story from a simple justice arc into a cold, transactional game of power. Will he use these cultural assets to rebuild his status, or has he merely traded one form of control for another? System, how can I earn points? Just like everyone else who gets a system. After seeing the items in the system, Li Quan felt an urgent need for the points required to purchase them. Points can be earned by seizing the protagonist's fate. Tian did not hide this. It was one of the ways he could gain benefits in this world. Only when the world's rules loosened could Tian take the opportunity to steal a massive amount of the world's original essence from those loopholes. And the rules of this novel's world clearly revolved around the protagonist, Lin Fan. After Tian informed Li Quan with his mechanical system voice, Lin Fan's basic information was transmitted into Li Quan's mind. Upon receiving Lin Fan's background, Li Quan couldn't help but sigh. So he is the protagonist, and I am the villain. But so what? I have a system and that is enough. Lai Quan looked composed. I will definitely make you pay in blood for my parents' death, Lin Fan. Seeing Li Quan quickly adjust his emotions, Tian, who was in his sea of consciousness, nodded slightly. The first host he chose was the right one. Tian, who had read the entire book, knew this. This Li Quan was a major villain in the first half of the story. He fought against the protagonist for over 100 chapters. Whether in intelligence or foresight, he was top tier. To deal with the child of destiny of this world and create loopholes in its rules, Li Quan was an excellent pawn. Both his hatred for the protagonist and the fact that his fiancée, the main heroine Qi Li, had been stolen by the protagonist, provided plenty of room to maneuver. In fact, Tian had done his homework before coming to this novel world, the all-powerful urban expert and the nation's goddess. There were two main reasons why he came here. First, this novel world focused on entertainment and a harem, without any extreme levels of power, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered by any experts. Second, of course, this world was not devoid of special powers. Through the god's eye view of the novel, Tian knew before arriving that there was still a remnant of the ancient martial arts lineage here. Ancient martial arts were one of Tian's major goals for coming to this world. Once he mastered ancient martial arts, Tian would have some confidence when he traversed to other worlds with higher power levels in the future. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Mohai City, a high-end manor exuded luxury in every corner. The value of such a manor was no less than those hundreds of square meter properties in the city center worth over 100 million. In one of the rooms of the manor, there were two women. Shia, don't be sad. Your father and the others really went too far. I had no choice but to stand on Lin Fan's side. The woman, stunning even in pajamas without makeup, gently comforted the 15 or 16-year-old girl under the covers. The two women, one gentle and dignified with elegant temperament, the other pure and clear, sweet and lovely, were both exceptionally beautiful. Anyone who followed the entertainment industry even slightly would recognize them. The woman in pajamas was the current national goddess, Qi Li. I know, I don't blame you, Sister Qi Li. Li Xia bit her lip. When I cut ties with my father, I was no longer a part of the Li family. But now that he's bankrupt, I'm so sad thinking about my brother and the others, who always cherished me, being forced onto the streets. Tears streamed down the girl's face. Just then, a gentle voice came from outside the door. Your parents and your brother have already fled to the United States overnight. They had long since purchased plenty of homes and properties there, enough for them to live in luxury. Brother Lin Fan, seeing him, Li Shia's eyes brightened. Is what you said true? When have I ever lied to you? Lin Fan said. Lin Fan spoke with a smile of complete control, about to habitually reach out to pat Li Shia's head. Seeing the main girl beside them whom he hadn't yet conquered, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Uncle and aunt going to the United States might be the best outcome for them. Qi Li, hearing Lin Fan's words, felt a complex mix of emotions. Her father and the Li family were old family friends, otherwise she wouldn't have been engaged to Li Quan. Part of the reason the Li family ended up in this state today was because she had publicly denounced them. But who could blame her when the Li family committed those filthy deeds in the circle? Ultimately, they brought it upon themselves. Beep, beep, beep. Li Shia's phone rang. Seeing who was calling, Li Shia answered tentatively, "Hello, brother." As her sweet voice echoed, Lin Fan, who was secretly eyeing Qi Li's shapely backside, froze. Li Shia's brother Li Quan? Shouldn't he have been reduced to a harmless little fool by my poison needle? How is he calling? A bad feeling emerged in his heart. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Li Shia looked puzzled and slightly uneasy. Back then, she had defied her family's objections to follow Lin Fan, causing a falling out. This was the first time someone from home had contacted her. "Brother, are you there?" Li Shia wasn't afraid of this brother who had always doted on her, because her brother had never lost his temper with her. But now, the atmosphere felt off. Nobody? It shouldn't have been Li Quan calling then. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, a voice came through the phone. "Shia, Mom and Dad are dead." On the other end, Li Quan stared at his parents' bodies, his voice filled with uncontrollable desolation. And the words he spoke from the phone left the three people in the room completely frozen. Li Shia and Qi Li couldn't believe they were dead, while Lin Fan couldn't believe Li Quan wasn't a vegetable. "How is that possible?" "I saw them on the news yesterday. Brother, are you playing a prank on me?" Li Shia tried to remain calm, but her trembling voice was like a tightly pulled string, like a flood about to break its dam. "I've never lied to you," Li Quan said, his mind steady. "Shia, come home. They are being laid to rest tomorrow." Crash, the phone slipped from her hand and hit the floor, its screen shattering into pieces. Li Shia fell into a daze. At this moment, memories of her parents flooded her mind. "If you follow that man, we will completely sever our father-daughter relationship." Her father's voice was resolute. "Shia, do you have any idea how many other women that man has? And how old are you right now?" Her mother pleaded. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I want to pursue my love. You won't understand." The girl had turned away so firmly. How much time had passed? It felt like just a minor disagreement. They were clearly fine before. And now, both of them were gone from this world. Stepping off the bed, Li Shia's listless appearance made Lin Fan frown tightly. "Shia, calm down. We aren't even sure if it's your brother on the phone." "Get out. Don't you think I know my own brother's voice? You liar. Why did you say my parents went abroad? They're dead. It's you guys who caused their deaths. If it wasn't for you forcing my parents into bankruptcy." This scene masterfully subverts the classic hero-protagonist trope by framing the antagonist as a strategic player. While Lin Fan leans on his plot armor, Li Quan's tactical adaptation proves that in a power vacuum, emotional intelligence and calculated revenge are far more dangerous than simple physical threats. Li Shia could not stop her tears from falling. Why had she ever left with Lin Fan in the first place? Lin Fan had founded the Tian company and forced her parents into bankruptcy. Her parents' deaths were definitely directly linked to that bankruptcy. Without a second thought, Li Shia rushed out of the room. Lin Fan, left standing where he was, had a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. What on earth is going on? Is Li Quan's mind still intact? Did his silver needle fail? Lin Fan, what is happening? Are your uncle and aunt dead? Qi Li, who was still in the room, covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. "I am not sure. I will go investigate." Seeing Qi Li's expression, Lin Fan felt his thoughts becoming chaotic. He muttered a hurried reply and walked out of the room. He arrived in the manor. Lin Fan happened to see a car driving out of the grounds. Watching Li Xiaya leave right before his eyes, Lin Fan's expression darkened completely at that moment. The spiritual energy flickering around his body even caused the ground to crack slightly. He had assumed Li Xiaya wouldn't get far and that he could stop her. He hadn't expected her to just drive off. He could not let Li Xia meet with Li Quan. Otherwise, the truth that he had killed their parents with his own hands would inevitably be exposed. By then, there was even a possibility that Keeley would find out. A dangerous glint was clearly visible in his eyes. Watching the car drive away until its taillights were no longer visible, Lin Fan took out his phone. He found a contact and dialed. "Hey, Brother Lin, it has been a long time since you called. You are still the best, Brother Lin. Your Tian company just crushed the Li family." As soon as the call connected, a rough voice boomed from the other end. "Wang Biao, I have a favor to ask of you, brother." Lin Fan's voice came through the phone, carrying an unquestionable tone. This immediately made the bearded man on the other end, who had a green bull tattooed on his chest, rein in his emotions. "Brother Lin, just tell me what you need. In Shanghai, I might not claim to rule the daylight, but in the shadows, I, Wang Biao, am definitely the Overlord. I need you to kill someone for me." Lin Fan's voice came across, and the bald man on the other end furrowed his brows. Killing was not an unfamiliar task for him. It just depended on who it was. "Brother Lin, who are we talking about?" Thinking of the man on the other end, who possessed extraordinary medical skills and also stunning individual combat power. Wang Biao did not refuse immediately. The Li family's eldest son, Li Quan. Having realized that Li Quan had not become a mindless puppet, he was to Lin Fan a ticking time bomb. As long as he lived, Li Quan, knowing the truth, would definitely cause endless trouble. Now he had to cut out this trouble. Hiss! Upon hearing the name, Wang Biao couldn't help but gasp. "Brother Lin, if we really kill him, the aftermath won't be easy to handle." Wang Biao was feeling a bit troubled now. Li Quan, after all, was no nobody. Even though the Li family had fallen, he was still once the head of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. Some of the underlings under his own command had received favors from that young master. "If anything happens, I will take the fall. You just need to kill him, and I promise you a Peiyuan pill." As for disposing of the body, he had connections in the military district. A Peiyuan pill? Wang Biao's voice rose involuntarily upon hearing the reward Lin Fan offered. Yes, Lin Fan's voice was concise. "Good. Brother Lin's business is my business. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I will call you in an hour. I guarantee he will be taken care of." At that moment, Wang Biao's enthusiasm was at an all-time high. "It is all up to you then. Make sure to clean up the body after he is dead." Seeing that Wang Biao had agreed, Lin Fan felt relieved. After all, Wang Biao was a martial artist. Martial artists were superior to ordinary people. Even the lowest yellow grade had power comparable to a fierce wild beast. And martial artists were 1 in 10 million. It was for this reason that Lin Fan had brought the somewhat useful Wang Biao into his circle of underlings. Just like with his women, they had to be perfect 10s in beauty. Those who were 8 or 9 out of 10 were fine as mistresses. Thompson, top floor. Li Quan sat before the shattered window. Downstairs, his parents' bodies had already been taken away by the coroner. There was not a single light in the vast apartment. To get Keeley, Lin Fan designed a brilliant scheme to eliminate me, her fiancé. He framed our Li family for sleeping with multiple A-list actresses, and contacted a top-tier world hacker known as Dark Rose to steal a massive amount of assets from our vaults, creating a false image of tax evasion for our company. The whole world thinks the Li family is dirty. In their eyes, Lin Fan is the hero who purged evil from the world. Even Keeley was deceived by Lin Fan, and she testified for him. In the hollow, empty room, Li Quan was left alone, muttering to himself. Tian heard it clearly, but felt nothing extra. He had, after all, read the entirety of this novel world. Toppling a villain and collecting 2 harem members was the standard operating procedure for a protagonist. The author who wrote this novel was indeed an oddball. In the narrative, The protagonist Lin Fan was not exactly a man overflowing with fearless justice. He was a protagonist who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. The style leaned towards the dark, and even so, back on Blue Star, this book was still well loved by a significant number of people. Coming back to his senses, Tian did not forget the basic purpose of his system. At that moment, ding. Li Xia's favorability toward Lin Fan has decreased by 20%, rewarding the host with 2,000 points. Ding! Killy's perception of Lin Fan has decreased by 2%, rewarding the host with 2,000 points. Protagonist luck has decreased by 200 points. The sound of Yi Tian as the system rang out, bringing Li Quan back to his spirits slightly. The points were the harvest from his recent phone call. As expected, I can also gain system points this way. Muttering to himself, Li Quan pulled up the system interface. There were too many things on the system that he wanted to exchange for. Yi Tian took in Li Quan's every move. Having arrived in this world for only a few hours, he had already felt the enormous benefits Li Quan brought him. By binding Li Quan, the villain who should have jumped to his death remained alive, causing the world's rules to fall into chaos. And just now, after Li Xia learned of her parents' death through Li Quan, it created a rift between one of the world's female leads and the protagonist. In such a situation, the vulnerabilities in the world were obvious. Even if the rules of this world were to quickly repair it, Yi Tian had just extracted a significant portion of the world's core energy in that instant. If calculated in terms of points, the world's core energy Yi Tian extracted was equivalent to 40,000 points. Giving 1/10 of it to Li Quan, the host, was very typical of the system. Let's exchange for a handgun. After searching for a while, Li Quan said slowly to Yi Tian, the system. A handgun, Yi Tian muttered slightly, waving his hand. Two large characters appeared directly on the system interface. Unavailable. Lin Fan's reliance on Wang Biao reveals the classic power dynamics of urban noir. When systemic influence fails, the antagonist resorts to crude violence. By bribing a martial artist with a cultivation pill, he proves his goal is purely transactional. As for Li Quan, seeking a firearm in a magical setting is a tactical misstep that exposes his desperation and the harsh limitations of his current power progression. Not available. Seeing the answer provided by the system, Li Quan couldn't help but twitch his brow. At this moment, it was naturally time for Yi Tian to step in and explain. Ding, the weapon shop has not been activated yet. Please spend another 1,000 points to activate it, host. It costs 1,000 points to activate. Seeing this requirement, Li Quan silently cursed the system for being greedy. Forget it, activate it. Without hesitation, Li Quan knew that weapons would definitely come in handy in the future. Still too young spending points like this. Yi Tian waved his hand. Ding, congratulations host, the weapon shop is now open. After Yi Tian's mechanical voice finished the announcement, Quan opened the weapon shop with a hint of anticipation. Brick 5 points. Kitchen knife 10 points. Dagger 12 points. Baseball bat 15 points. Weapon after weapon was listed out. When Li Quan scrolled to the very bottom and saw the last item, the weapon that cost the most points. Diamond-encrusted empty wine bottle, 99 points. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even with his good upbringing, he wanted to curse out loud. Among these weapons, there wasn't even a single firearm. It was completely different from what Li Quan had imagined, like pistols, machine guns, or barrettes. Tanks, warships, or star-destroying cannons were nowhere to be found. System, is this really all there is? Li Quan asked, feeling somewhat unwilling to accept it. Regarding Li Quan's question, Yi Tian could only express his helplessness. He was still just a low-tier, beginner-level system. He was still a long way from being able to create things just by thinking about them. Even the items in the weapon shop were things Yi Tian had just temporarily copied and created. The brick was copied from the wall of Thompson Riviera. The kitchen knife was a prototype from the kitchen. If he hadn't thought it was inappropriate, he would have even copied a toilet plunger. As Li Quan's question echoed, Tian replied in a very official tone. The weapon shop is constantly being updated. This wasn't Mo Xuan just brushing Li Quan off. Constant updates for Tian were indeed true. If a tank appeared near Li Quan, Tian would dare to copy the entire tank directly, and then put the created tank up for sale in the weapon shop. Getting the system's reply, Li Quan felt slightly more at ease. However, it still pained him. In other words, the 1,000 points he just threw away wouldn't make a splash for a long time. Ding, the system recommends a point usage plan for newcomers. Seeing that Li Quan was about to stop spending points, Tian hurriedly reminded him. That was 3,000 points. Keeping them in his hands wasn't nearly as good as spending them on his Tian brand system. After the notification sound, a prominent option box appeared on the system's exchange interface. It showed a 90% discount. Storage space, 1,000 points per cubic meter, 90% off. Just this one option. And the item being exchanged made Li Quan's eyes light up. This thing could indeed bring him a lot of convenience. He spent 1,000 points. This time Tian didn't deduct anything extra. He generously granted Li Quan 1 cubic meter of space. The next moment, Li Quan could feel his consciousness connecting to some mysterious space. His slender palm picked up a piece of sharp broken glass, and Li Quan tried to silently chant in his heart, "Collect!" The space vibrated slightly. In an instant, Li Quan realized that the piece of broken glass in his hand had truly disappeared. With another thought, the glass returned to his hand. He was silent for a while. Li Quan opened the system's weapon shop on his own. Exchange for a dagger. 12 points were deducted. An ordinary dagger with no extra highlights appeared in Li Quan's hand. He flipped the dagger in his hand, and with a slight thought, Li Quan stored it directly into his storage space. A dagger might have limited damage, but a hidden dagger could always bring unexpected surprises. Click. Sitting by the window, Li Quan's ears twitched. He knew the house door had opened. The only other person with a key to the house was his younger sister, Li Xia. The light in the house was turned on. The woman's trembling voice came out. "Brother? You're back." Li Quan turned around and looked at his sister, who was a head shorter than him, saying with a sense of relief, "Brother, what happened to you?" Seeing the injuries on Li Quan's body, and the blurred flesh on his forehead, which was clearly caused by kotoing, Li Xia's heart felt like it was about to stop from the pain. "I kowtowed to beg for mercy for Mom and Dad, but he still didn't let them go." Li Quan's voice was calm, but Li Xia felt her heart being twisted in pain. Who did this?" Looking at the two pools of blood on the floor nearby, Li Xia's red eyes were filled with extreme hatred. She had originally thought that her parents had committed suicide because they couldn't handle the pressure of debt. Only after arriving here did she realize it was murder. "You don't want to know, Xia." Looking at his sister, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, Li Quan knew she could hardly handle any more trauma. "Is it Lin Fan?" Li Xia suddenly looked up at Li Quan. It must be said that a woman's sixth sense is very sharp. This made Li Quan silent. "It is him. He killed Mom and Dad, and he even wanted to turn me into an idiot to completely cover up his crimes. No more hiding." At this moment, Li Quan stated the facts directly. Ding, Li Xia's perception of Lin Fan has reached a negative value of 100%, turning into enemies. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 20,000 points, and 1 silver lottery card." Tian just wanted to clap his hands. This was simply a trump card. With this news reaching Li Xia's ears, the protagonist of this world, Lin Fan, could be said to have completely lost one of his heroines. Tian could clearly perceive that because Lin Fan's list of heroines had one less person. The rules of the entire world were in chaos, and the world's origin was leaking like a flood. Tian seized the opportunity and devoured it crazily. Li Quan did not hide anything from Li Xia. He had just considered whether to hide from Xia that Lin Fan was the murderer. The reason he was conflicted about this was because once his sister knew the murderer was Lin Fan, given Lin Fan's personality, his sister would inevitably become the next target. Lin Fan would want to silence. But now Li Quan couldn't bring himself to hide the truth from his sister. She had the right to know how their parents died. As for Lin Fan's methods, possessing the system, Li Quan believed he could protect his sister. "I'm going to find him." With a trembling voice, Li Xia's body swayed. She fell to the ground with a thud. Li Quan, standing to the side, let out a long sigh. He picked Li Xia up from the ground. "I will deal with our parents' revenge. You just get some rest." In the process of the world's rules rapidly repairing themselves, Tian, who had stolen a large amount of origin power, smacked his lips, still wanting more. Li Xia's complete break with the protagonist, from which Tian gained a full 50,000 points of profit. This reversal is a masterclass in narrative manipulation. By weaponizing the truth, Li Quan doesn't just gain power, he effectively cannibalizes the protagonist's narrative arc, proving that in a system-driven world, emotional leverage is the ultimate currency.
500,000 points, enough for Yi Tian to undergo a complete transformation. Simulate combat arts. LV1, LV2, LV3, LV9, LV10, max, costs 100,000 points. Simulate danger warning. LV1, LV2, LV3, LV9, LV10, max, costs 100,000 points. With both key skills pushed to the limit, Tian left the remaining 300,000 points untouched. The host could have 0 points, but as the system, he had to keep some in reserve. In case the host fell into a desperate situation, he as the system could still offer a trump card. Ding, the skill mall has been updated. After lulling his sister Li Xia to sleep, Li Quan was drawn by the system's voice. Skill mall. Grandmaster level combat arts, 10,000 points. Grandmaster level danger warning, 10,000 points. Although there were only 2 items, Li Quan's eyes lit up the moment he saw them. Ever since he learned that Lin Fan possessed the strength of a martial arts master, his craving for power had been growing by the second. The 2 items in the system's skill mall would undoubtedly allow him to undergo a transformation from an ordinary person. System, redeem both skills. Ding, redemption successful, points deducted. But the very next moment, Li Quan felt his blood rushing through his body, washing away every blocked meridian as a flood of inherited memories surged into his mind. So this is what power feels like? He clenched his fists. His physical strength hadn't increased much, but with his Grandmaster level combat arts, he could now handle 100 of his former selves. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. After identifying the person at the door through the security monitor, Li Quan narrowed his eyes. So, the dog following Lin Fan has arrived. Standing outside was a burly man with a thick beard, whom Li Quan knew all too well. Wang Biao. He had once sworn to follow Li Quan to the death, but as soon as Lin Fan arrived in Mohai City, he had immediately switched sides. If it weren't for him tipping Lin Fan off during their previous confrontations, it wouldn't have been so easy for Lin Fan to escape. Coming here now, Li Quan could roughly guess his motive. He opened the door. Wang Biao and Li Quan's eyes met. "Did Lin Fan send you to take my life?" Li Quan asked, appearing calm. "It seems young Master Li has come to terms with it." Wang Biao did not deny it and sighed perfunctorily. "Sorry, young Master Li, Lin Fan is not someone you can afford to offend." With that, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Biao's eyes as he thrust his hand directly toward Li Quan's heart. As a martial artist, Wang Biao believed that killing Li Quan would be a simple task with no surprises. Finish it quickly and get back. However, his thinking was too optimistic. The moment Wang Biao reached out his claw-like fingers, Li Quan's internal danger warning had already hit its peak. Bam! In a split second, Li Quan ducked to dodge the claw and followed up with a heavy elbow strike to Wang Biao's side. One elbow blow is worth 3 punches. Even though Li Quan's physical strength was still that of an ordinary person, the impact was enough to make Wang Biao stagger backward, unable to keep his footing. After stopping, Wang Biao felt a stabbing pain. He looked down. A dagger was somehow plunged into his side. How is this possible? He hadn't seen Li Quan holding a dagger just a moment ago. Ah, Li Quan, with blood pouring out, veins bulging on Wang Biao's body. You're asking for death. A heavy, earthen yellow spiritual energy swirled around his arm, and Wang Biao charged straight at Li Quan like a raging bull. System, redeem another dagger. Ding, 12 points deducted. Host has 1,976 points remaining. Moo. Before Wang Biao's attack even landed, a gust of wind like a bull's roar had already blown Li Quan's hair back. A martial artist's attack, even at the yellow grade, was far beyond what the current Li Quan could block. If he met the attack head-on, Li Quan would suffer a crushing defeat. Therefore, he found Wang Biao's blind spot. Aided by his Grandmaster-level combat arts, Li Quan saw that despite Wang Biao's powerful offense, his body was full of openings. Squelch, a dagger materialized out of thin air, and with a swift motion, the entire blade pierced Wang Biao's abdomen. Rip. Pouring all his strength into it, Li Quan didn't blink as he dragged the dagger through. The space grew silent. As a thick, pungent smell of blood filled the air, Wang Biao looked down at his abdomen in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, and collapsed to the floor. Ding, host has killed one of Lin Fan's lackeys. Lin Fan has lost an arm. Reward, 15,000 points and a bronze lottery card. With Wang Biao dead, Li Quan waved his hand to store the body into the storage space, leaving no trace behind. Calm, decisive, intelligent. Witnessing it all, Tian could clearly feel Li Quan's transformation. At this moment, if Li Quan opened the system interface, he would see. The system had added an ancient martial maul. In the maul, a secret manual was listed, Savage Bull Technique. This was the very ancient martial art that Wang Biao had cultivated. A bronze lottery card, and I still have a silver one. I wonder what I can draw from these two cards. Li Quan was curious about the system's rewards. Let's try the bronze lottery card first. With a silent thought, Li Quan crushed the cyan card. Bam! Amidst a flash of light, a badge appeared in front of Li Quan. Badge of the Gentleman. Description: like jade in the fields, a peerless noble. The wearer will naturally exude an aura of upright integrity from within to without. Badge of the Gentleman. Holding the badge in his hand, Li Quan sighed inwardly. Speaking of aura, after being a wastrel for so many years, his temperament had become overly gloomy and cold. Even strangers didn't have a good first impression of him. Killy always kept her distance from him, which was surely partly due to this. Temperament is something developed over a lifetime, and it's difficult to change. The appearance of this badge was something he never imagined. If a bronze card could yield such a good item, he was even more excited for the silver one. He took out the silver lottery card and crushed it. Bam! Amidst a flash of light, a burly figure, fully 2 meters tall and radiating immense pressure, appeared before Li Quan. Summoned character Savage Bull. Description: an ordinary villager summoned from the primordial era. His Savage Bull technique has reached perfection. Strength is at the peak of the mysterious grade. Note: as long as he is fed and housed, Savage Bull is absolutely loyal to the host. As Tian introduced him, he also transmitted the classifications of ancient martial arts realms into Li Quan's mind. Mysterious grade. So Wang Biao and Lin Fan are both martial artists, and Wang Biao was only at the early stage of the yellow grade. As he gestured the information in his mind, Li Quan's worldview began to reshape itself. Looking at the Savage Bull in front of him, whose presence was over 10 times more oppressive than Wang Biao's, Li Quan realized that no matter how good his technique was, he couldn't leave even a scratch on him with a dagger. If he had had Savage Bull earlier, his parents might have been spared from Lin Fan's hands. Li Quan is finally mastering the art of the resource gap strategy. By upgrading combat skills first rather than raw stats, he demonstrates a calculated approach to survival that turns a disadvantageous underdog scenario into a surgical execution. This highlights the psychological shift from a desperate victim to a proactive player, who understands that in high-stakes power dynamics, situational awareness and tool utilization often trump raw brute force. The ball, this was actually something Tian accidentally created. He originally just wanted to experiment by pushing the bull's secret technique to its perfection, and he didn't expect it to actually work. Afterward, he replicated Wang Biao's body and used it as a vessel, and under the constant impact of the perfected secret technique, it transformed into this 2-meter-tall figure. Finally, he altered the appearance and filled in some basic knowledge. A brand new summoned character had suddenly appeared. Even Tian was truly stunned by his own handiwork. Thinking about it, if he had the Sunflower Manual later on, he could totally create someone like Dongfang Bubai. With the Evil Warding Sword Manual, he could also create someone like Yu Bu-kun. Being a system itself, there are still so many capabilities I haven't figured out yet. Late at night. Ring, ring. On the cold floor, the shattered phone vibrated violently due to an incoming call. Slender fingers picked up the phone. The caller ID read Lin Fan. Answered. Hey Wang Biao, how did it go? Did you finish off Li Quan? And Li Shaya, just use your spiritual power to turn her into an idiot. I still have use for that woman. Lin Fan's voice came through the phone. However, he heard no response from Wang Biao. 1 breath, 2 breaths. On the other end of the line, Lin Fan's brows knit together involuntarily, and a bad premonition arose. Sure enough, a frigid voice emerged through the phone and reached his ears. Lin Fan, my sister and I are both alive and well. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lin Fan, you scum, you murderer. I will definitely take my revenge. You just wait. On the other side of the call, after the woman's hysterical voice was halfway through, the line was cut. Beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lin Fan's eyes slowly darkened. Crack, crack, crack. The phone in his hand slowly crumbled and twisted, just like his expression at this moment. Elsewhere, Li Quan, having hung up the phone, kept comforting Li Xia, who was sobbing in his arms. Why aren't you asleep yet? Sob. I miss Mom and Dad. Brother, don't leave me. You are the only relative I have left. I won't leave. From now on, I will protect you. Go to sleep now. Brother, stay with me. The next day, the news of the passing of the chairman and chairwoman of the Li Group spread across the entire world as if it had wings. The entire entertainment industry was in an uproar. Many people had the feeling that the winds were changing in the entertainment world. It was drizzling outside. In the hall, the 2 funeral portraits made everyone dressed in black suits lower their heads in silence. Beside his parents' portraits, Li Quan watched as people stepped forward to offer white chrysanthemums, his deep sorrow unspoken. Beside him, Li Xia had already cried herself into a wreck. A faint, fragrant breeze drifted past. Li Quan looked up to see a woman in a black dress, her skin as fair as snow, arriving at the portraits and bowing with dignity. Just as she was about to lay down her white chrysanthemum, a hand firmly grabbed the woman's wrist. I don't think we need Miss Killy to attend my parents' funeral. Li Quan's voice, devoid of emotion, rang out, and Killy shivered slightly. She looked up at the cold-eyed Li Quan, opened her mouth as if to say something, but finally could only utter, I'm sorry, I never imagined that your parents would commit suicide over this. Suicide? Li Quan stared intensely into Killy's eyes. I'm afraid only Mr. Lin Fan, who is always by your side, knows the real cause of my parents' death. These words were spoken without any attempt at concealment. In an instant, everyone at the funeral looked at one another. Those who could attend this funeral were no fools. In almost a heartbeat, they caught the massive amount of information hidden in Li Quan's words. Li Quan, what do you mean by that? Killy was genuinely confused by what he was pointing at. Nothing. Li Quan let go of her wrist. Why isn't Mr. Lin Fan here today? Doesn't he follow you everywhere? He is not feeling well. Killy recalled what Lin Fan had told her. Whether he's actually ill, who knows? Li Quan pulled out a document file and handed it to Killy. Please tell Mr. Lin Fan that I, Li Quan, am formally charging Lin Fan, a director at Tian company, with the murder of my parents. Gasp. After these words fell, everyone present completely exploded. This piece of gossip was at least 100 pounds heavy. Lai Quan, what are you spouting nonsense about? Killy looked at the document in her hand in disbelief. Only now did she notice that the Li Quan of today was different from before. Right now, Li Quan stood on the side of absolute justice, and every aspect of his expression was incredibly convincing. The glimmer flickering in his eyes looked like disappointment in her. You just need to listen well. Li Quan took a deep breath, his expression complex in his eyes, but ultimately resolute. One more thing. Next month, I will proactively call off our engagement. There will be no relationship between us anymore. Under these solemn words, Li Quan's eyes were moist, as if he were someone deeply disappointed in the person he loved. This acting, deserving of the master-level acting skills he redeemed from me for 5,000 points. Tian commented seriously while watching this performance. Call off the engagement? Killy was stunned, looking at the reddened eyes of Li Quan. It seems Li Quan is truly heartbroken now. Seeing Li Quan like this, Killy's emotions were stirred. She even had a split second where she thought that Li Quan's current state was entirely her own doing. If it hadn't been for her delivering the final blow to the Lu group that led his parents to suicide, wouldn't Li Quan be acting like this? But then she thought again. This guy Li Quan has tarnished so many women in the entertainment industry. To end up where he is now, he's not worth sympathy. She clutched the file tightly. I will pass this on to Lin Fan, and I hope you can find peace, young Master Li. People gradually dispersed, and the rain outside began to fall harder. Ding, the host has caused Lin Fan to be suspected by many and has disrupted the female lead Killy's state of mind. You are awarded 2024 points, with a current total of 14,000 points. Lin Fan's protagonist luck has decreased by 100 points, remaining protagonist luck at 7,500 points. Hearing the system's voice, Li Quan collected his emotions. He took Li Xia's hand and called out to the back. Let's go, it's time to head to the company. Bang! The bodyguard Bull splashed through the puddles, following closely behind Li Quan. Elsewhere, inside the villa, Lin Fan took the file from Killy's hand. Lin Fan, tell me honestly, does the death of the chairman and his wife really have anything to do with you? Killy didn't hesitate much before asking Lin Fan directly. At the funeral, Li Quan, wearing his gentleman's badge, had stirred every fiber of her emotions with his words. Although Li Quan's character wasn't great, Killy didn't think Li Quan would lie about something like this. Killy, don't you know what kind of person Li Quan is? He only knows how to spew slander now. Without evidence, this way of accusing people is just like a child's tantrum. Lin Fan gently took the woman's hand in front of him. Li Quan is clearly still fixated on you, and he definitely wants to get rid of me to have you all to himself. Li Quan has proposed to break off our engagement. Pulling her hand away, Killy felt her mind in turmoil, with images of Li Quan's deeply disappointed face at the funeral. There are still things to do at the company. I'm heading back. Killy left. Alone in the villa, Lin Fan's expression noticeably clouded over. Sue me? Li Quan, you still have no idea of the power I possess. The file in his hand turned into a pile of shredded paper. Lin Fan closed his eyes slowly to calm himself. Looks like it's time to call upon the assassin organization the master left for me. Li Quan, you won't survive the night. In the car, Li Quan was flipping through the system panel. System, how many points do I need to exchange for the information on all the moles and corporate spies within the Li group? Tisk finally remembered to ask the system. Tian shook his head and waved his hand. The full set of information costs 4,000 points. 4,000 points. Li Quan hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the company's current state, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Exchange. A USB drive appeared in his hand. He pulled out his laptop, plugged in the drive, and browsed the files. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Anything from the system is high quality. This information is just too comprehensive. It's reached the point where he could hand it over to the police, and they could arrest people based entirely on the information within. I never expected there to be so many people planted by Tian company. Looking at these files, Li Quan dialed the police immediately. Yesterday, while he was sleeping, the system had gifted him a complete guide on how a villain can counter a protagonist. The various methods within were eye-opening for Li Quan, and calling the police was a brilliant stroke. When Li Quan arrived at the company, the police were just leading out several dumbfounded people in handcuffs. Li Quan, what is going on here? Several veteran company staff walked past Li Quan in cuffs, calling him by his full name to ask, "Find a way to bail us out, or tell the police right now that we haven't committed any crimes." Li Quan, who called the police, "You must find out who that person is. We're all this old, why are you still so naive?" Li Quan shook his head with a smirk. "I called the police. Everything you've embezzled from the company over the years, I will make you spit it all back out. My legal team will pursue your crimes to the very end." What? Hearing Li Quan's words, everyone present was shaken to their core. The many employees following behind, upon hearing Li Quan's understated words, exchanged looks, all shocked by Li Quan's methods. They had initially thought that the arrest of these people was due to targeting by other companies. After all, among them were quite a few pillars, veterans, and even shareholders of the company. Are you crazy? Li Quan, do you think you can save the company like this? Removing us pillars will only plunge the company into total ruin. Even your father turned a blind eye to us. Who do you think you are, you brat? Daring to call the police? Everyone cuffed by the police shouted at Li Quan. Yet it was all just impotent rage. They had never expected that the timid Li Quan would do something like this today. 理戦者計算のつで者行使独流空風是公明的自白へ公是中は正本的思想説割り非空的ヘリコ迂回それ乱魔的社交力最前半ハッシュ核핵中中性的多数 Li Group CEO Office. After purging the internal staff, Li Quan became the unquestioned president of the company. Looking at the piles of documents on his desk, Li Quan, having mentally prepared himself, remained relatively calm. Since the massive exposure of the company's negative information online, the Li Group's stock market value had plummeted to its lowest point. Film, music, literature. If not for the lack of sufficient evidence to warrant official intervention, the Li Group would have likely been completely shut down by now. Even so, public hostility toward the Li Group had reached an extreme level. After cleaning up the internal mess, everything is starting from scratch. He opened the system interface out of habit. Among the items, the various songs, film scripts, and literary masterpieces could have sparked a cultural frenzy, but they were not suitable for release at this moment. With the Li Group's reputation in ruins, even the best works would hardly get any attention. This made Li Quan think of the main person responsible for the company's current downfall. Dark Rose, a world-class hacker. If it hadn't been for Dark Rose leaking all the company's dirt and fabricating those false scandals, the Li Group wouldn't have collapsed overnight. Ding system character profile updated. Tian's prompt sounded right on time. Li Quan's intuition was quite good. Given the company's current situation, he had to find a breakthrough. And Dark Rose was clearly one such breakthrough. After Tian's notification, Li Quan immediately opened the system. Character profile mall. Dark Rose 2000. Lin 1000. Qi 1000. The list was scattered with the profiles of dozens of characters at a glance. Li Quan hadn't even heard of many of the names. System, can I get all their information as long as I spend the corresponding points? Ding, the host is correct. I didn't expect the system to have this ability. Looking at the list, Li Quan paused on Lin Fan's name for a moment before settling on Dark Rose. System, redeem the profile for Dark Rose. Li Quan didn't hesitate. To him, Dark Rose was a thorn stuck in the company's throat. If he didn't resolve it, even if the company survived this time, the same situation would inevitably happen again. Ding, points deducted. The host has 8,000 points remaining. Dark Rose. Name Jaime. 18. Vital statistics hidden. Background. Her family perished in a fire when she was 8. She was saved by a boy who later disappeared, leaving her to grow up in an orphanage. As an adult, she showed genius talent for computing. Relying on her hacking skills, she never gave up searching for the truth about the fire and the boy who saved her, but she accidentally leaked information about a foreign killer organization called Ghost Fang and has been on the run ever since. Current status: being hunted, seeking help from Lin Fan, coordinates included. Being hunted and seeking help from Lin Fan. Li Quan raised an eyebrow and his lips curled into a smile at the sight of these words. At a time like this, he couldn't let Lin Fan meet up with Dark Rose. It would be best if those people hunting Dark Rose managed to kill her. With that thought, Li Quan picked up his phone and called his legal team. Hello, young Master Li. How is the lawsuit coming along for accusing Lin Fan of murdering my parents? Well, young Master Li, we still have very little evidence on hand. Li Quan wasn't surprised by the lawyer's response. Then go collect evidence, call the police, and ask them to bring Lin Fan in for questioning. Huh? The lawyer on the other end was confused. They could certainly use the existing evidence to have the police invite Lin Fan over. But they were accusing him of murder. How could they expect him to provide any useful information? Do as I say. Having said that, Li Quan hung up the phone. He never intended to actually take Lin Fan down with the lawsuit, as the evidence was indeed too thin. Besides, the other party's connections had clearly infiltrated the military. The main purpose of the lawsuit was simply to keep Lin Fan distracted. Without Lin Fan's help, Dark Rose's chances are slim, he thought, leaning back in his chair and imagining what reward the system would give him once she was dead. But just then, a system notification caught him off guard. Ding, system task released. Make one of the heroines, Dark Rose, fall in love with the host. Time limit 5 days. Success, reward 1 golden draw card. Failure, system disconnection. A system task. Li Quan was stunned for a moment after seeing the task Tian issued. The penalty for failure is actually that severe. Li Quan absolutely would not allow the system to leave. Without the system, not to mention dealing with Lin Fan, he wouldn't even know how to keep the Li group running. But this task was truly a headache. As a villain, does he not know that stealing the protagonist's woman is the key to breaking his mental state? Do I have to teach him everything? Tian shook his head. It seems necessary to find a transmigrator or someone reborn for the next host. Finally, Li Quan stood up from his seat. After having Man Niu escort Li Xia home, he drove off toward where Dark Rose was located. If he wanted to complete the system's task, then Dark Rose couldn't be allowed to die. At the same time, he needed to gain a deeper understanding of her information. System, was it Lin Fan who saved Dark Rose during that fire? Yes, Tian did not hide this. After all, Li Quan had purchased the full profile on Dark Rose. Does Dark Rose know that Lin Fan is the one who saved her life? She doesn't. Because some evidence from that time was hard to find, she and Lin Fan are only close friends. What evidence? Li Quan heard the key point in Tian's words and keenly sensed an opportunity. In response to Li Quan's continuous questions, Tian simply projected a screen of light in front of him. This was what happened to Jaime's family 10 years ago. Inside the house, the fire was raging. A young girl was clinging to her dying mother, and next to her was a boy with an anxious expression. The mother handed a necklace to the boy, containing a picture of the family of 3 inside a heart-shaped pendant. Take Mei Mei away. The girl was crying, and the boy gritted his teeth and carried her away. The girl struggled wildly, and a red-hot steel pipe struck the boy on the back. The girl went quiet, watching in a daze as the boy, bearing the pain, rescued her from the sea of fire. The brief clip finished playing just as Li Quan waited at a red light. I never expected Lin Fan to have such qualities. The cause of this fire was a botched assassination target by Lin Fan's master, but no one knew about it. Tian revealed directly. Lai Quan was stunned. The system really was all-knowing. Then the missing evidence must be that necklace, right? Lai Quan wasn't stupid. After watching the video, he grasped the crucial information. After all, it's just a physical object. Could it really go missing for 20 or 30 years like in a TV show? And the scar, Tian added, while pulling up the scene from the video where the steel pipe hit Lin Fan. Lin Fan obtained the transformation pill a while ago, which refined his entire body and left not a single scar. Seeing the system's omniscient explanation, Li Quan found it mind-boggling. With neither of these key pieces of evidence, it's no wonder Dark Rose never suspected Lin Fan was her savior. Lai Quan is shifting from a passive victim to a strategic manipulator by weaponizing information asymmetry. By hijacking the origin story of the Dark Rose, he is not just securing a love interest, but dismantling Lin Fan's moral high ground. This proves that in a power struggle, possessing the hidden narrative is more lethal than having the better product or the higher stock price. Host, would you like to spend 2,000 points to acquire 2 pieces of evidence? Yes. Li Quan was only just thinking about this, not expecting the system to have anticipated his move. Anticipated? Li Quan hadn't yet realized that from the very beginning, Tian had been earnestly guiding him toward this conclusion. Having understood the entire novel, Tian knew exactly how to amplify the plot holes in this fictional world. Ding, points deducted. The host has 6,000 points remaining. Looking at the necklace around his neck and touching the scar slowly appearing on his back, Li Quan curled his lips into a smile. Now, the authenticity of him being Hai Mei's lifesaver from 10 years ago was far stronger than Lin Fan's. I wonder what expression of regret will cross Hai Mei's face when she finds out she personally ruined the company of the very man who saved her life in childhood. Of course, this is just the foundation. Lai Quan hasn't forgotten the system's mission: make Hai Mei fall in love with him within 5 days. Even with the identity of a lifesaver, it still requires careful maneuvering. Inside a high-end apartment building, a woman with long, fair and slender legs sat cross-legged on the sofa, her nimble fingers dancing across the keyboard, a curtain of dark hair draped casually over her shoulders. She checked the time. Chewing on a lollipop, the woman picked up the phone from the coffee table and dialed. "Hello, Brother Lin, shouldn't you be on your way to rescue me? Why does your coordinate show that you are at the police station now?" With mischief hidden in her eyes, the woman, wearing pink headset headphones, twirled a few strands of her hair. On the other end of the line, Lin Fan looked at the police officer before him and the group of lawyers behind him, took a deep breath and said, "There's a small matter here to deal with. I'll be a few minutes late." "Then hurry up. I'm just a weak woman and can't handle those guys on my own." "I know, I'll be there soon," Lin Fan said in an indulgent tone, while the possessiveness deep in his eyes flashed and vanished. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked at the officer across from him. "If there's anything else you need to ask it quickly." 5 minutes later, the officer closed his notebook and nodded at Lin Fan. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. You may leave." "I've remembered your face. You're so dedicated, I'll be sure to tell your chief about it." Lin Fan wore a faint smile, as if offering the officer a compliment. He stood up. Just as he reached the station entrance, several officers blocked his path. "Mr. Lin, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you for a little more of your time." "What for?" Lin Fan's expression soured. His time was being wasted again and again. If they didn't have a solid reason, he wouldn't let them off easily. "We just interrogated a group of people involved in money laundering under the banner of a certain company. In the testimonies of quite a few, both your name, Mr. Lin, and Tian company have appeared. We now have reason and necessity to ask you to accompany us back inside to explain." Money laundering, and they ratted me out. Lin Fan was so angry he laughed, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. "Take me over there. I want to see which rivals are doing this." He followed the police to the interrogation area. A large group of people was gathered here, all caught in the same sweep. Looking at these people, Lin Fan, who had been interested just a moment ago, saw his face stiffen. These people. Aren't they all the corporate spies he planted in the Lee Group? Chairman Lin, you're finally here. Hurry and get us out of here. Several middle-aged men threw themselves at Lin Fan in tears, causing him to push them away with disgust. Is there any evidence? You're just holding them like this. Although he looked down on these people, they were his subordinates, and he would still protect them. Mr. Lin, you'd better take a look at the evidence we've obtained. An officer turned a computer screen toward Lin Fan. Among them, a list of crimes accurate down to the specific day and hour left Lin Fan deeply shaken. How is this possible? This information is ironclad proof of their crimes. If he were to protect these criminals in public now, the nature of his involvement would be completely different. Who provided this data? Lin Fan took a deep breath and asked. Chairman Lin, it was Li Quan. He somehow got his hands on this evidence and reported us all. Chairman Lin, please save us. If we really let Li Quan's lawyers have their way, we'll spend the rest of our lives in prison. Li Quan. Hearing this name, Lin Fan was filled with disbelief. How can it be? Even his father couldn't have gathered this information. How could he possibly have obtained it? Could it be that Li Quan has been faking it all along? Was his scheming really this deep? Mr. Lin, you are now suspected of directing others in money laundering, tax evasion, and embezzling large sums of public funds from a company, among other charges. We need to detain you temporarily. Let me make a phone call. Realizing the situation was truly troublesome, Lin Fan had no choice but to pull some strings. Apartment building. The woman stretched, watching Lin Fan's location on her computer. Still at the police station? Her delicate face wrinkled in distress, and Hai Mei picked up her phone. 7 or 8 red dots were moving purposefully toward her location. Looks like I have to rely on myself. She put the computer into her bag, fastened her bracelet, grabbed her phone, and walked out the door. Boom. She was knocked out by a blow to the head. When Hai Mei regained consciousness, she was in a swaying vehicle compartment. Her mouth was taped shut, and her hands and feet were bound. The white thugs in the compartment glanced at her, but said nothing. Judging by the swaying of the vehicle, they were still moving, and she had no idea where they were taking her. Her phone and computer were gone, and even the bracelet on her wrist that could connect to the network had been taken. For a moment, Hai Mei's heart sank to the bottom. She had trusted the network too much. If she had just checked the peephole before leaving, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Now, she could only pin her hopes on Lin Fan. No one else would know her current situation. Screech. Suddenly, Hai Mei felt the entire compartment lurch forward. The vehicle stopped. Did they arrive? Hai Mei felt a surge of unease. Bang, bang, bang! A round of gunfire rang out without warning, and the driver was killed instantly. In the sudden chaos, the 4 thugs in the compartment looked at each other, immediately grabbed their guns, and jumped out of the vehicle. The gunfire outside intensified. Hai Mei curled up into a ball in the corner of the compartment. Was it Lin Fan who came to save her, or had these men encountered a more brutal gang? Hai Mei's mind raced, and the gunfire outside gradually died down. It was quiet now. Yet, none of the ghost tooth assassins returned to the compartment. Come on out, it's safe now. A comforting voice came from the side. Hai Mei looked up. It was a man in a sharp suit, with a refined, gentle gaze and a warm, breeze-like demeanor. He made a great first impression on Hai Mei. Only, this man looked a bit familiar, though she couldn't quite place him. This scene masterfully demonstrates the sunk cost fallacy, as Lin Fan blindly invests in his failing spies instead of cutting losses. Meanwhile, Li Quan's strategic pivot proves that in a high-stakes power game, information asymmetry is a more lethal weapon than brute force or ego. Inside the smoothly moving vehicle, Black Rose still couldn't quite believe it as she looked at the man beside her. You killed all 5 of them, all by yourself. Yeah, Li Quan replied briefly. Most of his attention was currently on the system. Ding! The host saved Black Rose in place of the protagonist Lin Fan. The host is rewarded with 3,000 points. Current total, 7,000 points. Protagonist Lin Fan's luck has decreased by 100 points. System, can I return these guns I just bought? Li Quan looked at the guns in his storage space, his heart aching. Just a moment ago, the system updated the weapon shop, and guns finally appeared in it. It's just that these guns only come with 1 magazine, and the shop doesn't sell any ammunition at all. And the price of the guns was ridiculously expensive. Ding, items produced by the system are not eligible for return. Fine, although he expected this, Li Quan still felt the system's deep malice. This host doesn't even understand when told not to rely on firearms. In this world where ancient martial arts exist, focusing on them is the only way to go. Thinking of this, Tian suddenly had an inspiration. Ding, system updated to version 2.0. Great Villain System version 2.0. Update content recycling. Recycling. The host can trade anything you consider valuable for points in the system. Tip. Ancient martial arts manuals have extremely high recycling value. I can't believe it actually updated this feature. Li Quan was secretly delighted. Then who are you and why did you save me? Black Rose was astonished by this man's composure. I didn't save you. I just had a grudge against those people, and saving you was just a side effect. Is that so? There was a trace of doubt in her eyes, but Black Rose couldn't find any other explanation. Cough, cough. Just then, Li Quan coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood foam. What's wrong with you? Seeing the man beside her turn pale, Black Rose knitted her delicate brows. The very next moment, she clearly saw a large pool of blood on the seat cover where Li Quan was sitting. Looking closer, she realized this man had been shot in the back. You're hurt. Looking at the blood, Black Rose's heart tightened. We have to go to the hospital. This is a gunshot wound. To the hospital? Li Quan shook his head, kept his mouth shut, and pulled the car into the garage. During this time, his complexion was becoming visibly ghastly pale. All right, you can go now. What about you? What about your wound? Black Rose stared fixedly at the wound on Li Quan's back, unable to understand why he was still toughing it out at a time like this. I treat my own wounds, I'm used to it. As Li Quan said this, a sense of loneliness emerged, and with the boost from the gentleman's medal, this heart-wrenching emotion was doubled. Black Rose felt a lump in her throat and couldn't speak. In her eyes, this man had a story. Thump. Li Quan, who had been clearly forcing himself to hold on, fainted. Whether intentionally or accidentally, his door card dropped right beside Black Rose. If I really walk away, I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive myself. Looking at the unconscious Li Quan, Black Rose felt deeply moved. Although this man had a grudge against those killers, to her, he was still her savior. Picking up the door card, Black Rose helped Li Quan up and stepped out of the car. System, did I give myself away? Li Quan, while in a fake coma, communicated with Tian in his mind. Please trust the master-level acting skills produced by the system. I believe you. After a moment of hesitation, Li Quan asked Tian, System, does this new recycling channel accept everything? The system will evaluate the value of the items. If the value is less than 1 point, it will not be exchanged, Tian said, vaguely guessing what Li Quan was planning to do. Then does the system accept corpses? I have 6 bodies in my storage space, and it's already full. Tian, good grief, he's using me as an incinerator. Evaluation complete. Total value 6 points. Do you want to recycle and convert them into points? Tian didn't refuse. If he wanted, he could just inject energy into these bodies and create 6 big guys like Wild Bull at the Swan stage completion level. A sure win with no losses. Recycle them. Although the points were ridiculously low for Li Quan, the main thing was to clear space in his storage. Meanwhile, after using his connections to wrap up things at the police station, Lin Fan arrived at Black Rose's apartment. Seeing that there was no one in the house, Lin Fan dialed Black Rose's phone number. No one answered. Something happened. At this thought, an inexplicable irritation rose in Lin Fan's heart, as if something that belonged to him had been taken away. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't reach Black Rose, and she hadn't contacted him either. It looked like she had most likely been taken by the Ghost Fang assassins. If it weren't for those annoying guys wasting his time, he could have been here already. Thinking of the source of the trouble, Lin Fan added another tally to his grudge against Li Quan. He looked up a number on his phone. His master had given it to him. It was an assassin organization. He originally intended to contact them to kill Li Quan, but now he had to use it early. Ghost Fang was also an assassin organization. His master's organization would surely have information on Ghost Fang, allowing him to track down Black Rose's location. When Li Quan opened his eyes, his upper body was already wrapped in a bandage, and Black Rose was on the sofa nearby, typing away on his computer. Seeing this, Li Quan didn't mind. The system had already helped him hide some confidential files on the computer, so he wasn't afraid of Black Rose finding anything. "You're awake." Seeing the man open his eyes, a look of complexity appeared in Black Rose's eyes. "Are you Li Quan, the current director of the Li Group?" For Black Rose, as long as she had a device connected to the network, finding someone wasn't difficult. She wasn't unfamiliar with the only son of the Li Group. The reason she didn't recognize him earlier was because the Li Quan she met in person today had a completely different temperament from how he appeared online. His gentle and melancholy air was like two extremes compared to what she had found online. "You knew?" Li Quan slowly stood up, expressing just the right amount of surprise. "My personal appearance is confidential. You managed to find my files with just a computer. Do you know a lot about computers?" "I was just messing around," Black Rose instinctively denied. It was as if heaven was playing a joke on her. 2 days ago, to help Lin Fan, she deliberately tried to smear the Li Group, leading to its total collapse. And today, she was saved by the person she had caused harm to. Although they had spent very little time together, Black Rose's view of Li Quan had shifted dramatically. She even felt like she was the one who had done the bad things. "All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave," Li Quan said casually while putting on his clothes. Black Rose felt a bit embarrassed. "Can I stay here for 2 days? I just checked and more Ghost Fang assassins have arrived in the Magic Sea City. I'm afraid if I go out now, I'll be caught." Just as expected. Li Quan marveled at the system's capabilities. Even the world's top hackers would have a hard time avoiding the fake information planted by the system. "Can you do laundry, cook, and play games with me?" "Yes." Hearing Li Quan's question, Black Rose's eyes sparkled. "I'm very good at games." "Then go cook something first. There are ingredients in the fridge." Black Rose's little face slumped. A few minutes later, Black Rose ran out of the kitchen, clutching her finger that she'd cut while chopping vegetables, looking pained. "How about we have instant noodles?" With a bandage on her finger, she looked a bit embarrassed. Li Quan was stunned, looking at the few packs of instant noodles in the corner. "리센트 쇼메고 이타이 이시테키 신리 학회 후르세 과이샤료 샤테키치 행사 고쇼조 슈르노 슈크메들 세젠라에 또 항하이 유료 시용이 수행기 쇼테크 세조호다 그룬 사이아샤시."
Ding, considering the host's current situation, the system suggests redeeming master-level culinary skills. Tian's voice sounded on cue. Li Quan immediately opened the system's skill shop. Master-level culinary skills, 5,000 points. 5,000 points. That's not cheap after all. He only had 7,006 points in total. System, redeem it. He decided to redeem it anyway. In Li Quan's eyes, the things the system prompted him to get were never meant to trick him. Ding, master-level culinary skills redeemed successfully. It is recommended that the host also redeem a menu, otherwise the master-level culinary skills cannot be triggered. God tier egg fried rice, 2,000 points. Perfect seafood soup, 3,000 points. Heavenly luck mapo tofu, 5,000 points. I have to spend more points just to buy a menu. Li Quan was dumbfounded. He recalled the scene yesterday when he spent 1,000 points to open the weapon shop. Sure enough, I got scammed. In the end, Li Quan redeemed the god-tier egg fried rice. Seeing Li Quan walk into the kitchen, Hai Mei looked curious. Before long, the sounds of cooking came from inside, and an alluring fragrance wafted out of the kitchen. It smells so good. Hai Mei subconsciously followed the scent and walked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Li Quan's hands were moving busily. Hot oil was already crackling at the bottom of the wok, and the beaten eggs were poured in. Amidst the rich aroma of eggs, a plate of rice was poured in. At this moment, Li Quan tossed the wok, his spatula separating every single grain of rice. Layers of thin, delicate egg ribbons, like a piece of art, perfectly coated each grain of rice under his skillful tossing. Under his superb craftsmanship, the aroma of the egg-fried rice seemed almost tangible. Hai Mei, standing behind him, just by watching and smelling, couldn't stop swallowing her saliva. What kind of culinary skill is this? Li Quan didn't stop, his other hand picking up the light soy sauce nearby and pouring it in. Like a painting in a sand tray, after the soy sauce was added, the color of every grain of rice changed in an astonishing way. Adjusting the heat, he finally sprinkled in the chopped green onions that had been prepared nearby. He put the lid on. The fragrance of the green onions and the egg blended perfectly in the warm wok. Alright, let's eat. At the perfect moment, Li Quan lifted the lid, and a rich aroma instantly filled the entire kitchen. In the living room, Hai Mei greedily shoveled a spoonful of rice into her mouth. In an instant, the soft, glutinous rice exploded in her mouth, and the bouncy egg ribbons seemed to come alive, making one reluctant to bite down. As she closed her eyes, Hai Mei seemed to see an endless field of rice, and among the rice fields, little chicks were living in such harmony. This feeling was like being just born, basking in a mother's embrace, welcoming the morning sun. It was intoxicating. Just from one bite of the egg-fried rice, Hai Mei's eyes were filled with tears. She thought of her mother, who had passed away 10 years ago. Is this really just egg-fried rice? Hai Mei held the bowl. This was the best thing she had ever eaten in her life. Li Quan's eyes were also red. Eating the egg-fried rice, he too thought of his mom. The god-tier egg-fried rice that Tian gave him made no exceptions for anyone. Even though he had made it himself, he was still just a diner while eating it. In the end, the two of them finished the big pot of egg-fried rice while sobbing. Tian slapped his forehead. As his host, acting so uncomposed was truly embarrassing. After sharing a meal at the same table, the relationship between Hai Mei and Li Quan became much less like strangers. The food you made is delicious, Hai Mei exclaimed sincerely. She felt that her decision to stay was absolutely the right one. Li Quan pulled himself together. Thinking of the cold, aloof persona the system required him to maintain, he said casually, "Go wash the dishes." All right, Hai Mei didn't resist at all. Are we having egg-fried rice for our midnight snack too? Sure enough. To win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. The master-level culinary skills the system made him redeem weren't a total scam after all. At night, the bustling night view of Mohai City was as vibrant as ever. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, the howling wind carried a chill. Lin Fan looked at the figure before him that seemed to blend into the night. His eyes narrowed. "You are Blood Eye, the ace my master left for me? Your servant pays respects to the young master." The figure knelt on one knee, his voice as raspy as bark rubbing against a tree. "Tell me, what is the current scale of our assassin organization?" "Yes, young master." Blood Eye knelt on the ground, his tone respectful. When the master left, he bequeathed a vast amount of ancient martial arts inheritances. Relying on these ancient martial arts inheritances, I have developed our assassination organization into one of the top ones in the United States. Among them, there are over 1,000 ordinary assassins, 69 martial artist assassins, and including myself, there are 5 who have touched the threshold of the Earth rank. When Blood Eye said this, his tone was full of pride. And Lin Fan, standing beside him, nodded secretly, quite satisfied. In this current era of the decline of magic, Earth-rank martial artists are absolutely rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. 5 mysterious rank masters who have touched the Earth-rank level of force of this magnitude could stand on equal footing, even with some smaller nations. No wonder Master left this organization to him as an ace. It seems now, using this assassin organization to deal with Li Quan is an overreaction. There's no choice. Wang Biao, who handled his dirty work, failed, and now only this assassin organization is available. Do you know of an assassination organization called Ghost Tooth? Thinking of Hai Mei, who was still missing, Lin Fan asked Blood Eye. Ghost Tooth. Blood Eye was clearly stunned for a moment. Young Master, our assassin organization is called Ghost Tooth. Oh? Hearing this answer, Lin Fan finally realized, the assassin organization Master left me as you guys Ghost Tooth. It is this subordinate's fault for not informing the young Master immediately. Blood Eye lowered his head. I don't blame you, it's not too late to know now. Thinking this way, Lin Fan got back to the point. Did you guys capture a woman named Hai Mei in Mohai City today? Hai Mei. She's also known as Dark Rose. Young Master, such a matter did occur. Upon hearing the name Dark Rose, Blood Eye had an impression. Release her, she is my woman. This. Blood Eye hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master, Dark Rose was taken away by someone a short while ago. A fierce light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Why does everything go wrong today? We don't know. The other party killed 5 of our Ghost Tooth members, and we have been searching for that person. Useless trash, Lin Fan reprimanded angrily. Blood Eye lowered his head, not daring to speak. Mobilize all our personnel in Mohai City. You must find Hai Mai, Lin Fan said, his spiritual energy surging out. Whoever took Dark Rose, regardless of their motive, find them and kill them. Yes. Blood Eye realized how much importance the young master placed on this matter. Turning around, Lin Fan calmed himself down a little. There is one more thing. Please speak, young master. Help me kill someone. Your servant will do anything. He didn't even ask who the person was, because in Blood Eye's view, there were very few people in this world that they Ghost Tooth couldn't assassinate. That guy's name is Li Quan, an ordinary person living on the top floor of Thompson. I want to see him dead tonight. This chapter perfectly illustrates the Proustian moment, how sensory input triggers deep-seated nostalgia. While Li Quan masters cooking to manipulate emotions, Lin Fan relies on outdated power dynamics, setting up a clash between emotional leverage and raw, violent control. Thompson top floor. A full day has passed, and the damage to the house from before has been mostly repaired. In the boudoir, Li Xia sits with her long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a pink and white dress. Her delicate, flawless face makes her look like a princess from a fairy tale. But this princess is currently sitting on the bed, hugging a pillow, her eyes red and swollen as she stares blankly into space. She still has not recovered from the deep grief of losing her parents. Why isn't my brother back yet? Li Xia pouts, looking at the tower-like brute standing by the door. The brute is very dull. After several seconds of silence, he replies in a slightly naive tone, I do not know. Little cutie, I really don't understand why my brother asked you to be my bodyguard. Li Xia is exasperated. Throughout the whole day, she hasn't exchanged more than 5 sentences with the brute, who stands by her side at all times. This big guy is a total mute. To Li Xia's complaint, the brute lowers his head and falls back into silence. Ding dong. The house's doorbell suddenly rings. It must be brother. Hearing the doorbell, Li Xia's eyes light up, and she lets out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Finally, I don't have to face this mute anymore. Miss, it is not the young master outside. The brute looks at the monitor outside the door, his expression turning serious. Li Xia quietens down. Through the monitor, she can also see a figure draped in a black robe outside the door. Dong. The black-robed figure rings the doorbell again. There is still no movement inside. As if sensing something, Bloody Eyes slowly looks up. He sees the camera. And Li Xia, inside the house, screams in terror when she sees the true face of the person outside. It is a pair of eyes so blood-red they seem ready to drip blood. A face that looks like crumpled rice paper, pale as a bloodthirsty ghost. "So you saw me, hey. The bloody eyes outside lets out a strange laugh. With his keen hearing, he naturally heard Li Xia scream. Since that is the case, I will have to be impolite. Extending a withered palm, Bloody Eyes strikes the metal door in front of him with great force. Clang. In an instant, the entire door panel is pierced by the hand of Bloody Eyes. With a series of strange crunching noises, he tears the door open with both hands. At the profound stage, one can already circulate spiritual energy throughout the body. A mere door could never stop Bloody Eyes. Seeing the brute and Li Xia inside the house, Bloody Eyes curls his lips. 2 people. Then, thinking of the photo Lin Fan gave him, he frowns again. Where is Li Quan? Who are you? What do you want? Tearing open the alloy door with bare hands, this scene is so shocking to Li Xia that her voice trembles. Little girl, it seems your brother is not at home. His cold pupils scan the surroundings, and Bloody Eyes is certain there is no 4th person in the house. In that case, I will just have to take you to the young master first. Bloody Eyes has not forgotten the second target Lin Fan gave him, Li Xia. This woman, the young master said, belongs to him. With a strange grin on his face, Bloody Eyes turns into a black and red shadow, closing in on Li Xia. As for the brute standing beside Li Xia, he completely ignores him. An ordinary bodyguard, even with a gun, poses almost zero threat to him. Soon, Bloody Eyes pays the price for his contempt. Boom! Thick, earthy yellow spiritual energy instantly sweeps through the entire living room. The brute takes a step forward, and a fist, thick as a mountain, strikes straight toward the face of Bloody Eyes. What is this? Seeing the fist enlarging in his vision instantly, the pupils of Bloody Eyes shrink sharply. An ancient martial artist. This development happens too fast. Spiritual energy surges madly within Bloody Eyes as he tries to dodge the brute's punch. But it is already too late. Thud. The entire floor shakes. The windows of several floors below are instantly shattered, shining brilliantly in the neon night light. Looking at Bloody Eyes again, he is completely wedged into the wall opposite the brute and Li Xia, with spiderweb cracks spreading in all directions from him. Pieft. Blood mixed with internal organs gushes from his mouth. Bloody Eyes stares in disbelief at the guy he had ignored from the very beginning. Profound stage, great perfection. Force extremity realm. How is this possible? Every word reveals deep shock, and the intense pain throughout his body makes him tremble uncontrollably. As long as I am here, you will not touch the miss. The brute's deep, dull voice carries absolute loyalty. Li Xia behind him is completely stunned and speechless. She never imagined that the bodyguard Li Quan gave her would have such superhuman, inhuman power. I never expected that a master like you would be willing to be a bodyguard for an ordinary person. The voice of Bloody Eyes is still hoarse, but without that strange laughter. Chunks of rubble fall from the wall. Coughing up blood, he grinds his teeth and pulls himself out of the wall. The Ghost Teeth organization will remember this humiliation. Leaving behind a harsh threat, Bloody Eyes glares at the brute and finally leaves with his injuries. The brute does not chase. His speed is not fast, and if he were to leave Li Xia, he could not guarantee her safety. This incident in the house. Li Quan is unaware of it. However, Tian, acting as the system, knows it clearly through the brute. He had no doubt about the brute's strength, and the final outcome was just as Tian predicted. Bloody Eyes fled in a sorry state. I never thought the Ghost Teeth would appear in the secular world this early. Tian clearly sees much more into the events happening on the brute's side. In the original novel, Lin Fan only summoned the assassin organization known as the Ghost Teeth when he discovered the spatial barrier. That they are appearing early now is undoubtedly because of Li Quan. So impatient to get rid of my host, well, I did not agree to that. Muttering to himself, Tian checks the points he has accumulated. In the process of constantly digging into the world's loopholes, in just one day, he has gained 1.2 million points. With so many points, he should be able to appear in this world in his physical form for quite some time. In a corner of the city vibrant with nightlife. In a dark alley, Bloody Eyes endures the pain from the large bruises on his body, slowly sitting cross-legged to mend his injuries. He is severely wounded. No matter how he thought about it, he could not imagine that an ordinary person would have such a powerful master protecting them. Profound stage great perfection. He is also at profound stage great perfection. But the opponent is also at the profound force extremity realm. Force extremity realm, speed extremity realm, imperial extremity realm. These refer to an ancient martial artist reaching the ultimate peak of their current level in a specific field. That big guy must have cultivated some kind of power-based martial arts manual to the peak realm. Added to the fact that he had completely ignored the opponent at the time, that was why he suffered such a big loss when caught off guard. It seems that to complete the young master's task, I will need to call 2 more top assassins from the Ghost Teeth. Bloody Eyes thinks to himself. Having witnessed Lin Fan's temperament before, he dared not return to report under such circumstances. The arrogance of the villain Blood Eye reveals a common trap, underestimating the opponent due to confirmation bias. In high-stakes power dynamics, assuming your enemy is powerless often serves as the precursor to a catastrophic tactical failure. However, just as the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Just as he was thinking of avoiding Lin Fan, Blood Eye looked up and saw that man with the evil, alluring face standing at the entrance of the alley. Young master, he stammered, looking at the man. Dense beads of sweat immediately broke out on Blood Eye's forehead, and gritting his teeth against the pain, he knelt on one knee. Didn't you finish the job? Lin Fan's voice carried an invisible pressure. It is my incompetence, young master. I never expected that there would be a peak profound stage expert there, and he was also... Enough. The angry tone made Blood Eye fall silent instantly. A brief silence followed. Lin Fan took a deep breath, as if calming himself down. Put the matter with Li Quan aside for now. I have a new task for all of you Ghost Fang assassins. Please command me, young master. Blood Eye looked earnest. That Bang's man Niu is a tough nut to crack, and he hoped this new mission would allow him to prove his worth again. I want you Ghost Fang to assassinate Cheng Jun, the man from the Mo Hai City Military District. Cheng Jun? Blood Eye frowned instinctively. Isn't he the master's registered disciple and your martial brother? Humph. That guy is full of greed and has been coveting the treasure vault that master left for me from the very beginning. If I don't eliminate him, he will become a disaster. Do you have any problems with killing him? No problems. Blood Eye lowered his head, his tone growing firmer. Compared to Li Quan, who was protected by the peak profound stage by Man Niu, the only major obstacle in dealing with Cheng Jun was those soldiers. Good. You have 3 days. In 3 days, I want to see Cheng Jun's severed head. Lin Fan patted Blood Eye on the shoulder. If you fail this mission, don't let a single member of Ghost Fang appear before my eyes again. This servant understands. Blood Eye offered a bitter smile. He hadn't expected that their world-class assassin organization, Ghost Fang, would be looked down upon by young Master Lin Fan the moment they emerged. Alright, get out of here. Yes. Enduring the intense pain in his body, Blood Eye left the empty alley. Once the surroundings had gone completely quiet, Lin Fan took out a mirror and looked at his reflection. This world's protagonist really seems like a heartless person. As he spoke, Lin Fan's appearance and stature slowly transformed, finally shifting back into Tian. That's right. The Lin Fan who had just given orders to Blood Eye was, in fact, Tian. Relying on his control over human cells, Tian found it incredibly easy to change his appearance into another person's. With his master-level acting skills, Tian could even stage a real-life showdown of 2 Monkey Kings if he wanted to. However, the world's will might not allow it. He had only been in this world for about an hour, and Tian had already spent 600,000 points just to offset the rejection from the world's will. Yet in Tian's view, this amount of points spent was not a loss at all. His ancient martial arts mall now had one more secret manual available. Man New Secret Technique. Black Blood Secret Technique. The Black Blood Secret Technique was something Tian had copied from Blood Eye. This manual was clearly of a higher grade than Wang Biao's Man New Secret Technique. The peak of the Man New Secret Technique was only at the level of Man New's peak profound stage, but this Black Blood Secret Technique could reach the peak of the Earth stage. With this harvest, Tian was no longer worried that Li Quan would be crushed by Lin Fan in terms of combat power. Of course, this Black Blood Secret Technique was clearly not worth the 600,000 points. What truly made the trip worthwhile for Tian was the mission he had just given to Blood Eye. To make him kill Cheng Jun. He was a very key character in the original novel. He and the protagonist Lin Fan were martial brothers, and their bond was truly as close as brothers. That wasn't the key point. The key is, Cheng Jun was the head of the Mo Hai City Military District. If the Ghost Fang organization and people like Wang Biao represented Lin Fan's influence in the criminal underworld, then Cheng Jun was Lin Fan's umbrella in the legal world. No matter what powerful figures he offended, what villains he killed, or what mistakes he made, Cheng Jun could always use his full power to protect Lin Fan. In the novel, Cheng Jun existed solely to clean up Lin Fan's messes and help him act cool. Tian was well aware of how strong Lin Fan's backing was, which was why he had orchestrated the situation with Blood Eye. Ghost Fang was Lin Fan's underground force, and Cheng Jun was his legitimate power. These two forces, which should have been a 1+1 situation for Lin Fan, were now turned into 1-1 by Tian's interference. When Lin Fan's left and right hands collided, the harvest Tian would reap would definitely exceed 600,000 points. That was the real purpose of revealing his true identity. Compared to Li Quan, Tian's methods for dealing with Lin Fan were undoubtedly more experienced and fatal. When Tian returned to Li Quan's mind as a system, he had also just learned about the intrusion by Blood Eye through a call from Li Saya. Lin Fan really isn't giving up. Without needing to think too much, Li Quan immediately understood that the assassin was one of Lin Fan's men. He also felt a sense of relief. Luckily, Man Yu was by Li Saya's side. But this was not a long-term solution. He was still worried, relying only on Man Yu. It wasn't that he didn't trust Man Yu's strength. It's just that, given the current situation, they were clearly in a passive position. Who knew how many martial artists Lin Fan's people would bring next time? Against martial artists, even hiring a team of bodyguards might not be enough to truly guarantee Li Saya's safety. Ding! The bodyguard mall is now open. Host, you may browse. Tian's voice sounded at the right moment. Li Quan opened the system panel and found the bodyguard mall. Manner New, 1,000 points per month. Strength, Peak Profound Stage Power Realm. Man San New, 1,000 points per month. Strength, Peak Profound Stage Power Realm. Man Liu New, 1,000 points per month. Strength, Peak Profound Stage Power Realm. There were 6 people in total, with the same strength, same price, and even surprisingly similar names. Li Quan naturally did not know that these 6 bodyguards were all created by Tian using corpses he had recycled for 1 point each. If it weren't for the fact that Tian was unwilling to spend a large amount of points to deduce the Black Blood Seek technique at this time, the 6 guys in the bodyguard mall would all be at the peak of the Earth stage. Li Quan was already used to the system's erratic way of opening malls. He was more concerned about the strength of these 6 bodyguards. He hadn't expected they would all be at the peak profound stage, an absolutely formidable realm. If he could have these 6 bodyguards, plus Man Yu, he could be completely at ease regarding Saya's safety. And looking at these bodyguards, Li Quan became worried again about the issue of points. Points he still had too few. Whether it was dealing with Lin Fan, reviving the company, or protecting his sister, all required a large amount of points to operate. But right now he only had 6 points on him. Thinking of the constant threat from Lin Fan, Li Quan's thirst for points became even stronger. That is the right attitude. As a host, one must have an infinite desire for points so as not to remain a loser. Tian playing a double game proves a masterclass in psychological warfare. By turning Lin Fan's own assets against him, he exemplifies the concept of zero-sum dynamics, forcing the protagonist into a self-destructive feedback loop. Elsewhere, inside the manor, Lin Fan had been waiting alone for a long time. As time passed, his expression gradually darkened. To deal with an ordinary person like Li Quan, did Blood Eye, a top assassin from Ghost Tooth, really need this much time? This made Lin Fan begin to doubt the capabilities of the assassination organization. He wanted to ask what was going on with Blood Eye, but ironically, he didn't have any way to contact them. So he could only wait. Waiting and waiting. Waiting until the middle of the night, Lin Fan left the manor filled with rage. He had to go and see the situation at Li Quan's place for himself. It didn't take long. Standing on the rooftop of a high-rise building, Lin Fan could clearly see Li Quan's residence. Judging from the large amount of shattered glass on the outside, there had indeed been a ripple of spiritual energy from an ancient martial artist. Lin Fan had no way of knowing the situation inside. He had only one main question now: where is Blood Eye? Blood Eye clearly wasn't dead, so where did he go? Even if the mission failed and he didn't dare to face him, he should have at least sent word, right? Yesterday, Wang Biao had failed to provide information, forcing him to reach out first, and now Blood Eye was doing the same. Little did he know. Tian, who had been impersonating him, had already given Blood Eye a severe dressing down, and now none of the Ghost Tooth assassins dared to appear before Lin Fan on their own. Filled with questions, Lin Fan returned to the manor. If it weren't for Li Quan accusing him of murdering his parents, Lin Fan wouldn't have been in such a bind. He would have just taken his silver needles and paid a visit directly. But because of that indictment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, leaving him no room to act recklessly. In Lin Fan's view, the top priority now was to find Black Rose. Once she helped him conceal his tracks, he could finally act freely. The next morning, inside the quiet, luxurious house, Black Rose got up early to clean the room. Why so diligent? Of course, it was all because of Li Quan's egg-fried rice. With her mouth watering, Black Rose accidentally swept up a necklace from the floor. Seeing the necklace, she felt a sense of familiarity and picked it up. The necklace had indelible burn marks, and at its center was a heart-shaped pendant that could be opened. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Black Rose opened the familiar heart-shaped pendant. What appeared before her eyes was a yellowed photograph. Seeing the family of 3 in the picture, Black Rose was struck as if by lightning. This necklace. What are you doing with my things? Li Quan placed the freshly made egg-fried rice on the table and reached out to take the necklace from her hand. That's mine. My necklace. Give it back to me. Black Rose lost control, staring at the necklace Li Quan had taken, her eyes reddening as tears spilled out. I've kept this thing on me for 10 years. How could it be yours? Li Quan's words left Black Rose stunned. In an instant, she thought back to that fire years ago and the little boy who had been hurt while saving her. You, Black Rose looked at the man before her, completely overwhelmed. She remembered, when she was bandaging his back yesterday, there was indeed a very distinct scar. That scar? At this moment, Black Rose felt as though she had discovered something. She seemed to have found the boy she had been searching for 10 years. Are you that boy? What? Li Quan looked completely baffled. That little girl in the photo, it's me. It's me. Black Rose pointed at the necklace while staring intently at Li Quan. Did you save a little girl 10 years ago? It's you. In an instant, Li Quan's face registered surprise, joy, shock, and utter disbelief. Yes. Tears of excitement streamed down Black Rose's face, her elegant features appearing disheveled. She never imagined she would reunite with her childhood savior under such circumstances. Saved by Li Quan as a child, and again yesterday. What a twist of fate. Ding. Host has replaced Lin Fan as Black Rosie's savior. You have received 2,000 points. Protagonist Lin Fan has had 200 luck points deducted. Remaining luck is 7,300. If you are indeed that girl, then this necklace should truly be returned to you. Li Quan handed the necklace to Black Rose, his tone full of relief. Black Rose did not refuse. She looked at the man in front of her with clear eyes, still choking back sobs. Now that the bond of being his savior had been confirmed, her relationship with Li Quan grew visibly closer. For these past 10 years, Black Rose had been working tirelessly toward two things. First, to uncover the cause of that fire. Second, to find the boy who had suffered to save her. Now, she had found the answer to one of those things. In Black Rose's eyes, Li Quan had become her only living relative in this world. Brother Li, I contacted Brother Lin through email, and he said the ghost tooth assassins won't bother me anymore. Black Rose shared the good news with Li Quan. It seems this Brother Lin is quite an impressive person. Li Quan smiled. If there's time, I'd actually like to meet him. Hearing Li Quan's words, a flash of discomfort passed over Black Rose's face. She was well aware of the conflict between Li Quan and Lin Fan. To put it severely, they were practically mortal enemies. As a friend to both Lin Fan and Li Quan, Black Rose was in a very difficult position. She dared not confess to Li Quan that she was the Black Rose assassin. She feared that if she spoke, Li Quan would leave her. This feeling of concealment tormented her to no end. Brother Lin said he would like to meet you too, but unfortunately, he's busy. Black Rose spun a lie. What a pity, Li Quan sighed, suspecting nothing. This trust only deepened the guilt in Black Rosie's heart. Brother Li, I have to go out this afternoon. If there are no more ghost tooth people, it should be safe enough. Li Quan didn't ask further. In the afternoon, Black Rose arrived at an upscale building. Directly in front of her stood a young man who did not look well. Lin Fan? Little Rose, I finally found you. Seeing her, Lin Fan excitedly stepped forward, intending to pull her into his arms to comfort her. Black Rose stepped back half a pace. Lin Fan, you asked me to meet you. Is there something wrong? Black Rose went straight to the point. This sudden shift in tone and the distance made the smile on Lin Fan's face freeze. Was she throwing a tantrum because he hadn't saved her on time yesterday? Little Rose, I do have a favor to ask of you. As he spoke, Lin Fan picked up a file from the desk. I want you to help me check how the Li group obtained this information. The documents on the table were clearly files concerning corporate spies. From the very beginning, this matter had been weighing heavily on Lin Fan's mind. To keep this from the media, Lin Fan had even asked Cheng Jun for help. This had to be resolved quickly, or if Cheng Jun could no longer hold it back, the outcome for their Tian company wouldn't be much better than the Li groups. Investigate the Li group? Black Rose furrowed her delicate brows. Yeah, what's wrong? Lin Fan still hadn't noticed the change in her tone. Can't we coexist peacefully with the Li group? Coexist peacefully. Lin Fan looked up, feeling as though this touched upon his bottom line. Black Rose, why would you think that? Does Tian company have to completely swallow the Li group? Is there no possibility of reconciliation between you two? Wasn't this our plan all along? Lin Fan realized something was off today, and he took her hand, his tone softening. Once Tian becomes the largest company in the entertainment industry, you'll be one of our founding contributors. If that's the case, Black Rose took a deep breath and pulled her hands away. I'm sorry, Lin Fan. I cannot help you investigate the Li group anymore. This emotional shift perfectly illustrates the sunk cost fallacy. Lin Fan believes loyalty is bought with future promises of corporate dominance, yet he completely fails to account for the human need for genuine moral alignment. By choosing to prioritize his own ego over his relationship with Black Rose, he has inadvertently handed his most valuable asset directly to his rival. The stage is set for a classic power inversion, where the supposed puppet master finds himself isolated by the very people he treated as tools. What did you say? Lin Fan's aura shifted entirely, his sharp gaze fixed on the woman before him. No matter how many times you say it, the answer remains the same. Facing Lin Fan, who was exuding a faint air of danger, Black Rose's eyes were filled with disappointment. All this time she had misjudged him. After their conversation today, she realized deeply that hurting Li Quan for Lin Fan's sake was simply not worth it. Seeing the unyielding stance of the woman he had marked as his own, Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his intimidating aura. The inexplicable irritability of the past 2 days had made him quick-tempered. He already felt a twinge of regret for unleashing his pressure on Black Rose just now. However, Black Rose was not a knave girl like Li Xia. She wouldn't stand there at a loss, waiting for him to comfort her. From now on, I will secretly ensure the network security of the Li Group. For the sake of our friendship, I will not take any initiative against Tian Company. Leaving those final words behind, Black Rose put on her headphones and turned to leave. Watching her walk away, Lin Fan could no longer contain himself and threw a fierce punch into the air. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated throughout the entire floor. What the hell is going on? Lin Fan roared, feeling a sense of suffocating frustration with nowhere to vent. First, Li Xia betrayed him. Then there was no news from Wang Biao. Next, a company spy was exposed. And now Ghost Fang had inexplicably lost contact. And now even Black Rose was treating him like this. Lin Fan felt as if some presence was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. A vast net was constantly tightening around him. And until now, he didn't even know who that shadowy figure was. Buzz buzz buzz. On the floor, his phone with its shattered screen vibrated, displaying an incoming call from Cheng Jun. Suppressing his agitation, Lin Fan answered. Hey, brother Jun. Xiao Fan. Great news, absolutely huge news. The middle-aged man's deep voice came through the other end of the line. What great news? Lin Fan asked, feeling a bit puzzled. We found the location of the treasure vault left behind by Master. Really? Lin Fan was shocked at first, then filled with joy. Where is it? Let's talk in person. When Black Rose returned to the apartment with her laptop bag, Li Quan had already left. There was a small note left on the table. I had business at the company. I'm leaving this place to you. Let's get together again when we have time. This guy. Looking at the cold, empty apartment, Black Rose's voice sounded resentful. But upon reflection, she sighed. Indeed, with the Li Group in such a precarious state, it was impossible for Li Quan to find the time to keep her company. She was back to being alone again. Black Rose opened her laptop, intending to surf the web for a while. A news notification on her computer caught her interest. Li Group press conference. Current director Li Quan is present. She clicked on the news. It was a live-streamed press conference. Over 2 million people were watching in real time, and the number was still rising. On the stage, standing before hundreds of reporters with an air of indifference, was none other than Li Quan. Watching this scene, Black Rose went quiet. Meanwhile, the scrolling comments in the live chat were very active. I didn't expect Li Quan to actually look quite handsome. Himph, he looks like a gentleman. But who knows what kind of heinous things he's done in private. Sigh, honestly the guy is pretty pitiful. At a time when the sky is falling, both his parents are dead, and he's still so young, yet he has to stand up and face this. Front row, grab your snacks and drinks. Mr. Lei, may I ask, are the rumors about your company's black scandals, as leaked by Dark Rose, true? The reporter asked the question with blunt directness. To this, Li Quan smiled faintly. I believe that there will be a day when the truth comes to light. He did not give a direct answer, nor could he. Li Quan knew that if he answered such a question, there's no telling how deeply the media would analyze it later on. The day the truth comes to light, Black Rosie's heart skipped a beat. Then, Mr. Li, may I ask if your parents committed suicide due to the company's bankruptcy? Another reporter asked. Any information regarding the Li Group had the potential to hit the headlines for these reporters. Having finally caught Li Quan at a press conference, they naturally wanted to uncover everything about him. Seeing the reporter's question, Li Quan paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head in front of hundreds of reporters and millions of viewers. They didn't commit suicide, they were murdered. Wow. In an instant, everyone present erupted into an uproar. Mr. Li, is what you said true? Do you know who the murderer is? I know who the murderer is, and I have already initiated legal proceedings against them. Li Quan's tone remained calm. But the reporters and the viewers in the live chat couldn't remain calm. Murder, Li Quan said his parents were murdered. Who is it? Can you tell us, Mr. Li? The reporter, sensing a headline, immediately followed up. To this, Li Quan shook his head. This is a family matter. I will ensure the criminal gets the punishment they deserve. I cannot disclose anything further. Actually, the reason I called this press conference is to tell everyone that my personal directorial masterpiece, which has taken 5 years to create, will officially be released at the end of this month. Movie release? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The live chat even shifted away from the topic of Li Quan's parents. Haha, are you serious? At a time like this, he's still in the mood to promote a movie? I'm laughing. Is he using the news of his company going under to promote a film? This move is insane. A press conference turned into a movie promotional event. Heh, what a clown. Does Li Quan think he can save his company with just one movie? I won't watch anything from such a black-hearted company, regardless of the film. The entire press conference venue descended into chaos. Seeing that his goal was basically achieved, Li Quan didn't linger and left immediately. When Li Quan returned to the company, it was no surprise that the news he just leaked dominated the internet. During the conference, Li Quan primarily disseminated 2 pieces of information. First, the death of his parents, and second, the movie. Both messages served specific purposes. The death of his parents was leaked specifically to put pressure on Lin Fan. With countless netizens paying close attention, Lin Fan would have to think twice before trying to move against him or Li Shaya. And the second purpose, promoting the movie, was because of Kili. Buzz buzz, Li Quan's phone rang. Caller ID Kili. Seeing the caller, Li Quan knew the bait had been taken. He answered hello. There was silence for a few breaths before the woman's voice came through. Our engagement is going to be cancelled next month, right? Yes. And you're releasing your movie at the end of this month. Her tone carried a note of bewilderment. It is, after all, a promise between us. Even if it doesn't lead to anything, I will still see it through. Li Quan said calmly. 5 years ago, both he and Kili were 18. Due to their family backgrounds, both had entered the entertainment industry. From then on, their parents arranged an engagement, but Kili was unhappy and went to Li Quan to demand a breakup. Being dumped by a woman was something Li Quan couldn't swallow, so the two made a pact. 5 years later, they would each present their best cinematic work. Whoever's work was superior would get to decide whether to terminate the engagement. Li Quan hadn't forgotten this pact, and neither had Kili. There was a silence on the other end, and after a long while, Kili said, "At the end of the month, my movie will also be released. If you keep your word, I will win, and it should be me who calls off the engagement." As headstrong as ever. Without further words, Li Quan hung up. Li Quan is mastering the art of narrative warfare. By pivoting from a tragedy to a movie launch, he uses the press conference as a strategic distraction, forcing his rivals to play by his tempo while securing public sympathy.
Open the system panel. Li Quan could see that he now had 3,000 points. These points were gained because of the growing rift between Hai Mei and Lin Fan. Find the entertainment mall. Forrest Gump, 20,000 points. The Truman Show, 20,000 points. Your Name, 18,000 points. For these film works, you only need to spend 1 point to watch one movie. Having watched 6 movies already, Li Quan could only stand in awe of the films available in the system. Almost every movie that costs over 10,000 points could ascend to the pantheon of this era of entertainment explosion. Kili's loss in this 5-year agreement has become inevitable. System, use my 3,000 points to redeem Keely's personal profile. Taking a deep breath, Li Quan hesitated no longer. Through the system, he had already realized that Keely was the heroine, the woman belonging to the so-called protagonist Lin Fan. As a villain, Li Quan knew he only had two choices regarding the heroine: make her his woman or kill her. Ding, points deducted, host profile redeemed successfully. Name: A3. Measurements: 92-60-88. Background: she had a crush on the host before she was 18. At 18, her carefully prepared confession was rejected by the host, turning her love into hate. She refused their engagement and gave the host the cold shoulder for 5 years. During these 5 years, she discovered the host's various scum behaviors and became completely disappointed in him. Not long ago, she had Lin Fan save her in a heroic act, and later, to show off in front of the host, she had Lin Fan pose as her boyfriend. Now, their relationship has entered the ranks of close friends. This, looking at the information in front of him, Li Quan was a bit stunned for a moment. Did Keely ever confess to me? Why don't I have any memory of that? That is why they call the host a scumbag, Tian teased for once. But immediately after, he projected a video segment in front of Li Quan. In the clear footage, in front of a small patch of grass planted with violets, a girl in a purple dress was holding a gift box, looking pure and flawless even without any makeup. She paced back and forth from time to time, looking at a 1-meter-tall colossal model not far away, a shy, silly smile beaming on her little face. The girl was Keely. Judging by her appearance, she was preparing to confess. Taking out her phone, Keely seemed to summon all her courage and sent out a message she had edited long ago. Li Quan, I like you. If you like me too, can you come to the castle we built? After the message was sent, the young girl Keely covered her face directly, and even her neck turned pink. Almost immediately, the phone vibrated. A reply had arrived. Get lost. Never show your face in front of me again. Looking at this message, the young girl froze. Without any worries, she couldn't understand why Li Quan would reply like that. She had prepared for so long. How did it end up like this? Large droplets of tears fell, and the young girl Keely slowly crouched down and began to cry. I sent such a cruel message. Seeing that message in the footage, Li Quan expressed deep doubt. To clear up his confusion, Tian switched the footage. On the football field was Li Quan, sweating as he played. Outside the football field, a woman with a foxy face was holding his clothes, looking at Li Quan on the field with eyes full of infatuation. Just then, the phone Li Quan had left on the side vibrated once. Seeing this scene, Li Quan began to understand. Sure enough. The next moment, the woman who picked up the phone from the ground curled the corner of her lips and directly edited that cruel message to reply to Keely. After that, she deleted the message. So that's how it was. Li Quan gave a smile, but a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. He recognized the woman with the fox face. Her name was Q Mei, someone who had climbed up purely by using her body. Nowadays, she had also become a first-tier star, only slightly inferior in status to Keely. If it weren't for her cheap hands, the ending between Keely and me would have been different, right? Li Quan felt regretful. If he had noticed Keely's withdrawal back then and asked her to get to the bottom of things, the two of them wouldn't be in this situation today. The host is mistaken in thinking that. Tian spoke, interrupting Li Quan. This was the arrangement of the heavenly Tao's will. Even if there were no Q Mei, there would be Li Mei, Yang Mei, or Wu Mei to get in your way. This is what people call heaven's will is hard to defy. Is that so? Hearing Tian's words, Li Quan felt a bit relieved, but inside, he still felt very unhappy. Ding! The assassin mall is open. Host, you may place an order if needed. The first order is free. Even that's free? Li Quan was attracted by the voice and opened the assassin mall. Level 0 assassin, 50 points time, first order free. Level 1 assassin, 100 points time. Level 2. Level 9 assassin, 20,000 points time. Glancing over these assassins, Li Quan had already guessed the system's hint to him. System, are you trying to get me to hire a killer from the mall to go and kill Q Mei? Ding. Host, please do not slander the system. In the end, Li Quan activated the free first order from the killer mall. On the internet, the remarks Li Quan made at today's press conference had reached their peak after several hours of fermentation. The vast majority of netizens were curiously following this matter. Quan's parents were murdered. Who exactly was the killer? Li Quan is going to release a new movie. What is he thinking? The Li group once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Inside the room, Hai Mei. Her slender hands jumped rapidly across the keyboard, and lines of code were punched out on the computer in front of her. Before long, over a dozen surveillance images appeared on the computer. These images were all the surveillance footage from within that Thompson building. Brother Li's parents were murdered. Who could the killer be? Before, Hai Mei would never have bothered to investigate these things, but now... But Li Quan was her benefactor and friend, so Hai Mei was taking a stance of investigating this matter to the very end. In terms of time, it was the surveillance from the night before last, and Li Quan's parents were home at that time. Talking to herself, Hai Mei's hands jumped across the keyboard, moving extremely quickly. Before long, the screen debugging was finished. The day before yesterday, before 7 o'clock, there was nothing unusual in any of the areas. Around 7:30, the images from several cameras were lost in an instant. Then, one camera after another lost its signal. This wasn't a network disconnection. Someone had applied external force from the outside to destroy the cameras instantly. Looking at the order in which these cameras were destroyed, the person was clearly approaching the top floor bit by bit, which was Li Quan's home. There was no image at all. The individual was very precise, destroying all the cameras completely without leaving a single shadow behind. This kind of power was simply unfathomable. Since the cameras are useless, the facial recognition system should have some information, right? The other party would never have imagined that the facial recognition locks on everyone's doors could become blurry micro-surveillance cameras in the hands of Hai Mei, a world-class hacker. Many people at Thompson had installed facial recognition locks. Finding the time around 7:30. There were images in the facial recognition locks. In the individual identification videos, an unclear, yet not entirely blurry figure appeared. The time of their appearance perfectly coincided with the time when the cameras in the building were being destroyed one by one. After carefully distinguishing the face of the man in the footage, Hai Mei found it hard to believe. The person in this picture is Lin Fan. The truth is out, but it reveals a darker reality. The system is a puppet master, using fate to manipulate Li Quan's relationships. Is he a free agent, or just a character caught in a pre-written tragedy? Ding! Black Rose's favorability toward Lin Fan has reached 0%. She is utterly disappointed, and the host has gained 8,000 points. Lin Fan's protagonist luck has decreased by 500, leaving him with 7,100. Li Quan, who was chatting with the supermarket owner, froze when he heard the system's voice. System, what happened with Black Rose? The heroine Black Rose has discovered that it was Lin Fan who killed the host's parents. Tian's mechanical system voice remained devoid of any emotion. He was found out. Li Quan was slightly surprised. At the time, Lin Fan had destroyed all the surveillance cameras, leaving absolutely no evidence behind. Otherwise, his legal team wouldn't have been so helpless against Lin Fan. To think that in such a short time, Black Rose has already figured out the whole truth of the matter. I suppose this counts as her figuring it out all on her own. Seeing the extra 8,000 points on the system panel, and thinking back to the fate of his parents that night, Li Quan's expression was far from pleasant. Little brother, are you serious about buying my entire supermarket? The owner at the front counter pulled Li Quan back to reality. I am. Li Quan took a deep breath, his tone firm, and wrote a check to hand to the owner. You can leave now. Li Quan scanned the supermarket. Okay. Holding the check in his hands, the owner still found it hard to believe. System, if I recycle everything in this supermarket for points, how much is it worth? Lai Quan asked Yi Tian with a sense of anticipation. That's right. Lai Quan bought the entire supermarket just to recycle all the items inside and convert them into points. Ding! The total value of all items in the supermarket is 300 points. Yi Tian gave his quote directly. For him, these items would only serve to increase the variety of products in the system mall. If he were to travel to a post-apocalyptic wasteland in the future, they might have some use. But ultimately, Yi Tian could just use points to replicate these items himself. So these goods held little appeal for Yi Tian. Hearing the system's quote, Li Quan clicked his tongue in disbelief. This is a medium-sized supermarket, and the total value of its contents is over 5 million. He didn't expect it to be worth only 300 points. Does the host want to recycle all items in the supermarket? Yi Tian asked. Proceed with the recycling. Even if the points are pitifully few, a fly's leg is still meat after all. In the blink of an eye, the entire supermarket, including the shelves, vanished in an instant. Ding! The host has received 300 points. Current balance is 8,300 points. Hearing the system's voice, Li Quan checked his point balance. Then he checked his bank balance. Using money to buy things to trade for points isn't a sustainable method, at least not with Li Quan's current assets. However, thanks to the extra 8,000 points, he now has enough to redeem the item he had his eye on in the system mall. System redeem master level hacking skills. Ding! Redemption successful. 5,000 points deducted. Host has 3,300 points remaining. Master level hacking skills. The reason for redeeming this ability was because of Black Rose. Lai Quan had not forgotten the task the system had issued him. The only reason he parted ways with Black Rose today was that he wanted a different way to interact with her. 5 days. He couldn't afford to miss a single day in building their relationship. Returning home. Having not seen him all day, Li Shaya clung to Li Quan and refused to let go. Although the bull and the superman are indeed very powerful, for Li Shaya, the person who provides the most sense of security has always been her brother Li Quan. Struggling to gently brush Li Shaya off, Li Quan retreated to his bedroom with a sigh. He opened his computer. As the faint light flickered on the screen, Li Quan felt as if a door to another world was slowly opening before him. Master level hacking skills. This was achieved by taking the level 9 hacking skills Yi Tian had copied from Black Rose and evolving them to an even higher stage. In other words, Li Quan's current hacking skills surpassed even those of Black Rose. His hands tapped rapidly across the keyboard. Within just a few minutes, window after window appeared on Li Quan's desktop. Each of these windows contained information Li Quan had been wanting to find. When Lai's company was accused of tax evasion, Li Quan did a quick search and found that it was actually the Tian group that was evading taxes. While framing the Li family, they had conveniently pinned the blame on them. As for the media reports claiming he sexually harassed several first-line actresses, Li Quan was able to uncover evidence for each one, even detailed chat logs where those actresses and the Tian company discussed prices and planned how to slander the Li family. Is this the charm of master-level hacking skills? Staring at his hands in shock, Li Quan felt that the problems facing the Li group were not worth mentioning at all. If he wanted to, he could expose all the dirty secrets of the Tian company one by one. The entire internet would realize that the Li family were the victims of slander, and that Tian was the source of all evil. Possessing such power, Li Quan held back. This was his trump card. He wanted to present it as a big gift to Lin Fan at the very last moment, leaving him no chance to recover. Calming his mind, Li Quan tracked the traces Black Rose had left on the Li family's security network and successfully found her Dark Rose email account. Hello, you must be Dark Rose, right? Li Quan edited a message and sent it directly. He made no attempt to hide his ID or identity. In a quiet room, Black Rose, who was deeply investigating Lin Fan, was filled with burning rage. For the entire afternoon, because of the incident involving Li Quan's parents, Black Rose had thoroughly investigated Lin Fan, the Tian company, and even the connections behind Lin Fan. She didn't know until she checked, but what she found shocked her to the core. It turned out that Lin Fan became a director at the Tian company by threatening the families of the major shareholders. Black Rose uncovered accurate data showing that those shareholders who opposed Lin Fan and their family members had been cruelly murdered by his underground followers. And behind him, people in the military were covering it up. In just a few months since coming to the city of Mohai, his hands had already been stained with blood. Black Rose could hardly imagine how many other lives Lin Fan had on his conscience before this. It was ridiculous that she had previously treated Lin Fan as a friend. She had practically been an accomplice to his evil. Ding dong. A message suddenly appeared in her inbox, catching Black Rose's attention. Her Dark Rose email account wasn't something just anyone could find. "Hello, you must be Dark Rose, right?" Upon seeing this message, and the person who had sent it, Black Rose's mind went blank for a moment. Is that Li Quan? Could it be that he already knows I am Dark Rose? For a moment, panic set into Black Rose's heart. However, a moment later, she realized that Li Quan's message was directed at the Dark Rose email account, not her personal Black Rose account. In other words, Li Quan had found Dark Rose, but he didn't actually know that she was the one behind it. Li Quan's decision to hold back his evidence is a classic display of strategic patience. By mastering the hacker skill, he shifts from a reactive victim to a proactive architect of his own revenge, proving that in modern power struggles, information is the ultimate currency. Having cleared that up, Black Rose heaved a long sigh of relief. Staring at the message, she hesitated for a moment before replying, "How did you find me?" "It seems I found the right person. Li Quan's message came quickly. I heard you're one of the world's top hackers. Can you help me look into something?" Look into something? Before her computer, Black Rose looked puzzled. Responding as Dark Rose, she wrote, "Aren't you furious about what I did to the Li family? Why would you want me to help you? If you find what I need, I won't hold your actions against the Li family against you." Li Quan's words were simple, yet they revealed a sense of sincerity. Seeing this message, a wave of joy surged within Dark Rose. Li Quan was saying that he could forgive Dark Rose, which meant she, Black Rose, wouldn't have to suffer from hiding her identity anymore. "What do you need me to check for you?" Black Rose had not a shred of suspicion. On the other side of the computer, Li Quan couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the message. Sure enough, a woman who falls in love without realizing it loses her edge. If they were strangers, Black Rose would have surely scoffed at Li Quan's forgiveness. There is no way the conversation would have continued. However, Li Quan didn't point it out, but instead continued to move the topic along. "Can you find out what caused the fire at the Xingfu residential complex in Mohai City on the night of May 7th, 20x?" This, Black Rose froze upon seeing the message. This timeline and this location were things she knew all too well. The fire Li Quan mentioned was the very same one 10 years ago that had cost her parents. "Why do you want to investigate this? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? A friend of mine lost her parents in that fire. I want to help her find the truth about what happened." Li Quan said it like that. And watching the message, Black Rose was instantly stunned. So Li Quan was doing this for her. Was he willing to reconcile with Dark Rose just to help her investigate that fire? Driven by an impulse, Black Rose typed a line into the chat box. "Why are you so good to that friend of yours?" The moment she sent it, Black Rose regretted it. She was currently speaking to Li Quan as Dark Rose, asking that now looked suspicious no matter how you sliced it. Just as Black Rose wanted to retract the message, Li Quan's message arrived. "I like her." Staring at the message, Black Rose's beautiful eyes widened. She then covered her blushing face, the corners of her mouth curling upward uncontrollably. Lai Quan's unusual confession made her heart leap with joy. However, regarding that fire from all those years ago, she herself had investigated for so many years with no answer. Answering this was clearly difficult. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. I'm afraid I won't be able to find out." After sending the message, Black Rose prepared herself to be hated by Li Quan. But thinking that everything was because Li Quan cared about her, she felt a sense of relief. The hateful words she imagined didn't come. Li Quan sent over a folder. "In here, there are some things I've collected that might be helpful for your investigation into the fire. I'll wait for your news." After sending this message, Li Quan went offline. Some information about that fire. Black Rose became serious. She opened the file. Target Mo Duanjiang. Strength, Earth Grade Perfection. Temporary Residence, Mohai City, Xingfu Residential Complex. Contractor, Ghost Fang's top assassin Lin Tianong. May 7th, task submitted. Task completed. Ghost Fang assassin Lin Tianhong. Seeing this data, Black Rose's fair brow furrowed tightly. Previously. It was because she discovered the connection between that fire and Ghost Fang that she began investigating internal matters, leading to her being hunted by them ever since. And as for Lin Tianong, Black Rose was not unfamiliar with the name. This person wasn't someone she discovered online. Lin Fan had mentioned him to her. Lin Tianong was his master. His master is the #1 assassin of Ghost Fang. And when she investigated that fire and tracked it to Ghost Fang, bringing so many assassins down upon her, Lin Fan always arrived to save her, yet he never once mentioned his connection to the organization. As the disciple of Ghost Fang's top assassin, could Lin Fan possibly be unaware of his own ties to the group? That's ridiculous. Every single time Ghost Fang assassins hunted her, Lin Fan appeared just in time. Was that really luck? That was the question. Lin Fan had been hiding his connection with Ghost Fang from her. If he had nothing to hide, why keep it from her? The fire, the answer to the source of that fire, was ready to burst forth. So that's how it is. Black Rose trembled all over. Her heart was filled with the rage of being deceived, the relief of the truth coming to light, and even more regret for becoming friends with Lin Fan in the first place. A woman with a vivid imagination doesn't usually need much guidance. In his room, while Li Quan was passing the time by scrolling through his system interface, he received a notification. Ding, Black Rose's sentiment toward Lin Fan has reached 100%, an irreconcilable hatred. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20,000 points and 1 silver gacha card. Lin Fan's protagonist luck has decreased by 1,000. Current protagonist luck 600 points. It's done. Lai Quan smiled knowingly. System, what is this protagonist luck good for anyway? Seeing Lin Fan's protagonist luck drop from the initial 10,000 to 6,000 now, Li Quan was somewhat curious. Protagonist luck represents the degree to which Lin Fan is protected by the world's will. It can be viewed as the strength of his plot armor. Oh, hearing Tian say that, Li Quan understood. So once Lin Fan's protagonist luck is completely worn down, that's when it's time to kill him. The host may think of it that way. It won't be long now. Thinking of his parents lying in a pool of blood, the murderous intent Li Quan felt toward Lin Fan had never diminished. System, use the gacha card. Regaining his focus, Li Quan didn't forget the reward the system gave him. Compared to points, the gacha card was definitely just as useful to him. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the beautiful castle. After Tian's system voice spoke, the description for the item appeared. Item, beautiful castle. Location, No. 1 Shanglin Suburbs, Mohai City. Description, this is the fantasy castle the host once promised to build with Killy. It contains many of the host's regrets. The beautiful castle. Looking at the description between the lines, Li Quan's mood was anything but calm. A certain memory seemed to resurface in his mind. He stood up and grabbed his car keys. Li Quan decided to go take a look. Shanglin Suburbs. It lacked the hustle and bustle of the city center. When Li Quan reached the destination, he stood still for a long time. gazing at the scene in his field of vision. Before him was a castle straight out of a fairy tale. The castle walls were meticulously arranged. Inside the walls, what greeted his eyes was a sea of violet flowers. The soft breeze made the entire flower field sway in clusters, the faint fragrance of violets so clear. Following the path through the flowers, Li Quan arrived at the main gate of the castle. It's completed exactly as she had described back then. Li Quan took a deep, sentimental breath. This grand gift from the system made it hard for him to control his emotions. Reaching out, he pushed open the castle gate. The decoration inside the castle was beautiful and warm. What caught his attention were the photos hanging on the walls. The first photo was of two young children. In the picture, a girl was naively tugging at a boy while looking at the camera. This is where we began. The second photo, the girl and the boy were 7 years old. Their faces were dirty, but they were both laughing and pointing at each other. Back then, we loved to laugh. The third photo. Each photo after that showed the two of them as they grew a little older. Looking at these heartwarming pictures of childhood sweethearts, a slight smile appeared on Li Quan's face involuntarily, until the photos reached the age of 18. In the photo, the boy and girl were holding hands. The girl had her head tilted, stealing a glance at the boy, her expression revealing a bashful hesitation to speak. Back then, I didn't realize you liked me. The photos stopped abruptly there. Looking upstairs, Li Quan stepped up. On the wall, as expected, were the subsequent photos. On the table nearby, there were several diaries, some new and some old. The system has recovered all the diaries the host lost over the years. Tian felt a sense of melancholy as he said this. Those diaries recorded the most sincere feelings that Li Quan, the villain in this story, had for Kili, his childhood sweetheart. Li Quan stayed in the castle for a full few hours. Only then did he leave, his heart filled with melancholy. He had just returned home. Tian's voice appeared in Li Quan's mind. Ding, level 0 assassin 1001 has completed the task. So, the assassin's task is done. 理戦利用新宿分小特局清純通変上流等へ完成量一双方フィロソーフセリ高ゼル量人生中央業性的労働少々的主真相は活気 S 主格信任北系的利派上波架空的らしいらしぬ量 Assassin mission. Don't get me wrong, Li Quan didn't send a level 0 assassin to kill Q Meihuo. He just gave her a chance to turn over a new leaf and be a good person. Weibo. The words Li Quan said at today's press conference have taken up more than half of the trending list. There are an exceptionally large number of spectators munching on melons tonight. In such a situation, a post from A-list actress Q Mei on Weibo completely shifted the focus of the entire internet. I am guilty. When I was 17, I stole a month's living expenses from a girl in my dorm, which caused her to go hungry for a whole month. When I was 18, I tampered with Li Quan's phone messages, which caused a misunderstanding between him and Kili, leading to their breakup. When I was 19, because Li Quan rejected my advances, I slandered his private life, which has led to him being cyberbullied to this day. Now at 23, I have deeply realized the gravity of my crimes. I confess everything. I want to be a good person. The post was long and eloquent, over 500 words. After reading it, Q Mei's fans felt their worldview collapse. Is this the true face of their idol? The spectators who swarmed in later were all stunned after reading the full post. Oh my god. This is so damn exciting. A woman can be rotten to this extent. Hiss, you want a chance to be a good person. Go tell the police that. It's never too late to mend, let me call the police first. Awesome. This drama is good enough to follow for at least a month. It exploded. The comment section of Q Mei's post completely exploded. In this era of viral internet culture, the slightest movement can stir up a frenzy. In less than an hour, Q Mei's post had already garnered over 100,000 shares. The traffic it brought was intense to the point of absurdity. It took over the trending list immediately. Topics surrounding Q May's post were popping up like mushrooms after rain. This is an independent dressing room. On the wall hangs a giant movie promotional poster. In front of the vanity, Keely is wearing an off-shoulder long dress. Her ample bust is tightly wrapped, and her clear collarbones highlight her graceful figure. On her fair neck, the outline of her oval face is distinct. The lips painted with light red lipstick are enchanting, and above her delicate nose, Keely's beautiful eyes, like a deer in a deep forest, always hold a hint of unspoken regret. Keely, Sister Keely. Outside the dressing room, her manager ran over happily. What's wrong? Why so happy? Keely tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with a touch of curiosity. It's Q May. The manager suppressed her excitement. The one who's been squeezing you out all this time, she's finished. While speaking, the manager handed her phone to Keely. Look, she admitted her crimes in public. This is just indescribable. Q May is finished. Keely took the phone in confusion. Q May's 500-word criminal confession appeared directly before Keely's eyes. I am guilty. When I was 17, When I was 18, I tampered with Lee Kwan's phone messages, which caused a misunderstanding between him and Keely, leading to their breakup. When I was 19, because Lee Kwan rejected my advances, I slandered his private life, which has led to him being cyberbullied to this day. After reading just the first part of the post, Keely was completely stunned. When she was 18, she tampered with Lee Kwan's phone messages, causing the breakup between me and Lee Kwan. Seeing this, Keely felt a sharp stab in her heart. So, she had misunderstood Lee Kwan back then? After finishing the rest of the message, Keely sighed softly. It's all in the past now. If she had learned the truth before she turned 20, Keely might have really started over with Lee Kwan. But now, she is no longer that impulsive little girl. Alright, let's prepare for our movie's trailer. Time is tight, stop playing on your phone. Returning the phone to her manager, Keely tightened her expression. However, her heart was already filled with ripples. Has the theme song for our movie been created yet? Keely asked her manager. The manager shook her head helplessly. Keely, your standards are too high. You've rejected so many songs, it's hard to find anything high quality in such a short time. Contact those gold-tier composers in the industry, and I'll post a request on my Weibo too. We've prepared for this movie for so long, the theme song cannot be sloppy. Sure, I understand. Although she was exhausted by everything, the manager still took it seriously. Because Q May's drama was so big, many people came to tease on Lee Kwan's Weibo, which had been bombarded by hundreds of thousands of people daily. I didn't expect you and Goddess Keely to have such a history, Chairman Lee. Wow, if what Q May said is true, I'm gonna look at you with new eyes, Chairman Lee. You could even reject a vixen like Q May. Are you having some issues with your sexual orientation? Hey, scum, not planning to say anything. This is a great chance to prove your innocence. The comment section was bustling. Mostly teasing, and some people's mouths were still relentless. Looking at these people's IDs, Lee Kwan placed his fingers on the keyboard. In a phantom-like blur of hand movements, he used his Grandmaster-level hacking skills to publish the browser search histories of every single one of them to their own social media feeds. Did you really think you could take advantage of me online? After this incident, the comment section quieted down instantly. The vast majority of them were scrambling to deal with their latest posts. However, Lee Kwan had locked them for the day, so they were destined to watch their innocent reputations vanish bit by bit. The next day, as expected, Q May went to jail. The public's fervor for this topic slowly faded, and as this drama began to subside, an even bigger one emerged. World-class hacker Dark Rose went to the police station and confessed to smearing the Lee group on the spot. At the same time, she also reported Lin Fan, a director at Tian Entertainment, for homicide. This information spread. The entire entertainment industry was in a frenzy. Damn, is this week the super earthquake week of entertainment? First, the Lee group's smear campaign, then Lee Kwan's parents were murdered, then the Q May incident, and now this. Good heavens, even Dark Rose has confessed, so we were the ones who wronged the Lee group all along. I'm sorry, I apologize for scolding the Lee group before. This plot twist, even novels wouldn't dare write it this way. Waking up in the morning. While washing up and seeing the news, Lee Quan was also completely unexpected. Dark Rose actually surrendered and dragged Lin Fan into the abyss, clearing the Lee group's name. Her actions could restore the Lee group's reputation, but she couldn't avoid jail time. What a silly girl, thinking she could handle Lin Fan this way. He still has over 6,000 points of protagonist luck. Going to the police station like this isn't just throwing it away, it's also alerting the enemy. While public opinion shifts, we see a masterclass in risk management. Lai Quan's hacking tactics reveal the fragility of anonymous online shaming, but Black Rose's impulsive sacrifice against a protagonist with high plot armor highlights a classic mistake in narrative strategy. Tactical moves often fail against systemic, structural power. As expected, just as the internet was in an uproar, Tian company finally spoke up. Distorting the truth, how utterly ridiculous. Can any random person just come forward and spout baseless claims that are then accepted as the truth? Our board of directors at Tian has always been above board. If anyone wants to investigate, we welcome the police to do so at any time. If there is no evidence, we hope the police will severely punish those who distort the facts to slander our company and its directors. It was a lengthy statement. Every word exuded a sense of righteousness, causing quite a few netizens who had been arguing fiercely to fall silent. So confident, Lee Quan raised an eyebrow in surprise as he saw the post. Do they really think they have erased all the evidence? Lee Quan thought to himself instinctively. But that didn't seem right. For a hacker of Black Rose's level, finding dirt on Tian company should be incredibly easy. Host, I have some bad news for you. Tian's voice suddenly appeared. What news? Lee Quan's heart skipped a beat. He had a vague sense of unease. Lin Fan has gained the leverage to negotiate with the countries of this world, so he no longer needs to hide the crimes he committed before, because every nation will help him cover them up. How is that possible? Lee Quan was completely stunned. Would the host like to spend 8,000 points to purchase Lin Fan's personal profile and learn the details? Tian pointed out what Lee Quan needed to acquire at just the right moment. Purchase. Lee Quan didn't hesitate for long. The system suddenly saying that his opponent had the capital to negotiate with nations made him feel a sense of urgency. Ding, purchase successful. Points deducted. The host now has 15,300 points remaining. Name Lin Fan. A3. Realm. Early Earth stage capable of fighting those of higher levels. Background. At 7 years old, he was taken as a disciple by Lin Tianong and taught the medical immortal needle technique. When he was 14, Lin Tianong reached the perfection of the heaven stage and broke through the spatial barrier to ascend to the upper realm. Before ascending, Lin Tianong left Lin Fan two things. First, the Ghost Fang organization. Second, the Treasury Key. The Ghost Fang organization was founded by Lin Tianong himself and is the assassin group with the largest number of ancient martial artists in the world. The Treasury Key unlocks the ancient martial arts vault, which is filled with martial arts manuals and spiritual elixirs collected by Lin Tianong when he slaughtered the major ancient martial arts families. Lin Fan's current situation. He has discovered the location of the vault. Possessing the ancient martial arts treasure, Lin Fan now has the capital to negotiate with the state. An ancient martial arts vault, so that's the reason? After reading this information, Lee Quan felt it was a thorny issue. As expected, a protagonist is always a protagonist. Even when things aren't going well, they will encounter a great stroke of luck that completely reverses the situation. System, if Lin Fan fully absorbs all the benefits in that vault, wouldn't I be at his mercy? The host understands correctly. Then I must go to the vault and stop Lin Fan. Lee Quan hesitated. That is not necessary. Tian offered guidance. The ancient martial arts vault is now the focus of the world's top officials. If the host goes there, the chance of being able to deal with Lin Fan is extremely slim. The host can try a different approach. Tian pulled up Lin Fan's personal panel and circled the protagonist luck attribute. Sometimes the most lethal way to deal with a protagonist is to weaken his protagonist luck. Protagonist luck? Hearing this term, which the system had mentioned a few times before, Li Quan began to take it seriously. The host must understand that an ordinary person with 10,000 units of protagonist luck is far more troublesome than a master at the peak of the heavens stage. Looking at it this way, this time while Lin Fan is busy absorbing the legacy of the vault is actually my opportunity. After Yi Tian's brief guidance, Li Quan suddenly realized. The methods to weaken protagonist luck are none other than killing his lackeys or taking his women. Lin Fan is essentially clearing the way for him to spend time with Kili. Just then, Li Quan saw Kili post a new update on Weibo, seeking a theme song for the film. In the Bund area of Modu City. In the massive studio, Kili exhaled a sigh of relief after finishing the final promotional line to the camera. "Come on, Kili, have some water. That was a perfect take." The agent stepped forward, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to Kili. The promotional video might be done, but there's still no news about the theme song. Kili sipped the water, looking a bit exhausted. She already had a few candidates for the film's theme song, but none met her expectations. If she couldn't find a good one by the end, she would have to use those. "Oh, don't worry, Kili. Director Lin has already contacted me. He said he has a theme song that fits our film perfectly. The person Director Lin arranged should be here soon." Lin Fan is helping us find a theme song. Kili frowned slightly. She didn't dislike Lin Fan, who had saved her once, but his motives were always too strong, making it difficult for her to adapt. It didn't take long. Outside the studio, a man appeared in the eyes of Kili and the film crew. The man was wearing a simple trench coat, his neat, tousled hair lightly covering his forehead, his star-like eyes deep and calm. It wasn't the person Lin Fan sent, but Li Quan. Seeing this man, Kili's moon-like eyes instinctively darted away. After seeing Q Mei's tell-all post yesterday, she couldn't sleep at all. She used to detest and push Li Quan away because he had heartlessly rejected her and led a very debauched private life. But now, because of Q Mei's self-exposure, Kili realized she had misunderstood Li Quan all along. Now, she didn't know what attitude to take when facing him. "I saw you were looking for a theme song for your film online, so I came." Li Quan stated his purpose directly. A look of confusion appeared on Kili's delicate face. This film was the very one she and Li Quan had an agreement about 5 years ago. Why would Li Quan want to help her? Does Director Li also know about music? The agent asked, full of doubt. To the agent's remark, Li Quan smiled gracefully. "No, I don't. It's just that because of someone, I've come to understand a little." As he spoke, Li Quan's calm gaze turned toward Kili. This strange, indifferent gaze made Kili's heart feel complex. "Teska." A man's dismissive voice came from behind. "Is your Li family out of money? Has the chairman been reduced to writing songs for people to make a living?" "Wu Liang, Director Lin actually sent you." Seeing who had arrived, the agent immediately ran over obsequiously. Li Quan glanced over slightly. Because of the vault issue, Lin Fan was indeed short on time and could only send one of his company's artists to Kili's side to mark his presence. Compared to your Director Lin, who makes money by killing people, this is certainly less impressive. The gentleman's medal gave Li Quan's words a sense of ease and grace. Li Quan's words clearly stung Wu Liang. "Keep bringing up things without evidence. How ridiculous." "All right, stop arguing, both of you." At this moment, Kili finally spoke up. "Since you both came to provide a theme song for the film, you can give the songs to me." Hearing this, Wu Liang shook his head. No, Miss Kili. Your film is a romance and my boss requested that I sing the song for you personally. Just let Li Quan give you his lyrics and leave." "My song needs to be sung by me," Li Quan replied directly. Since both men insisted on singing, Keely frowned slightly. "Come into the recording studio." "Which one of you is going first?" Inside the studio, Keely asked the two of them. "You go first. I'm afraid once I sing, you'll be too embarrassed to perform yours." Wu Liang's words were blunt. The song he brought today was commissioned by boss Lin Fan from several top-tier gold medal songwriters in the Beijing circle. Even making it into the top 100 on today's music charts would be no problem at all. Wu Liang himself is a top-tier singer. In terms of singing, he held Li Quan in complete contempt. "Then I'll go first." Li Quan didn't push back. "First tell us the name of the song." Sitting to the side, Keely looked at Li Quan with curious eyes. "This song is called Later." Li Quan choosing a song like Later is a masterclass in psychological warfare. By targeting the protagonist's plot armor instead of fighting him head-on, he proves that narrative manipulation is more lethal than brute force.
Ding. Host consumed 3,300 points to redeem a song. Remaining points. Don 2,000. Ding. Host consumed 5,000 points to redeem master-level singer skill. Remaining points, 7,000. Two mechanical system prompts echoed in Li Quan's mind. The recording studio was fully equipped. Li Quan picked up a guitar, sat on the recording stool, and tuned the strings. Whether it was an illusion or not, at this moment, Keely felt as if Li Quan had acquired an inexplicable temperament. It was as if he had returned to the position that was meant for him. The guitar in his hands and the zither nearby slowly wove together a melancholy background melody. Hearing this melody, Keely suddenly looked up. It was also at this moment that Li Quan's soft, melancholic voice gradually emerged. "Later on, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you are already far away." Disappeared into the crowd. Just from the very first opening, it was the pinnacle of music. The entire recording studio fell silent. At this moment, there was only music and only listening. Later on, finally understood through tears. Some people are gone once they are missed. Gone once they are missed. Hearing these lyrics, Keely was stunned. White petals of gardenia. Falling on your blue pleated skirt. "Love me," you whispered softly. I lowered my head and caught a hint of fragrance. "Are you the same?" Also quietly regretting and feeling sad. If we hadn't been so stubborn back then, we wouldn't have so many regrets now. Later on, finally understood through tears. Some people are gone once they are missed, never to return again. There was a boy who loved that girl. The entire 5-minute song finished, and by the end, Keely's eyes were red, with glistening tears shimmering within them. Li Quan's deep voice and impeccable singing technique were the result of who knows how many days of practice. This song of Li Quan's was clearly written for her. Is it really true that once missed, it's gone forever? This song made Keely think of the precious times she and Li Quan spent as childhood sweethearts before she was 18. Now it's impossible to go back, isn't it? A touch of heartache suddenly surfaced in Keely's heart. Just what kind of situation could have led Li Quan to write such a song? "I'm done singing, do you want to go next?" Putting down the guitar, Li Quan looked at Wu Liang not far away. Facing Li Quan's words, Wu Liang opened his mouth, completely speechless. He was also a singer, so he knew very well that the other party, whether it was in singing technique or songwriting, was completely incomparable to him in any aspect. If he forced himself to sing, it would just be asking for humiliation. "Li Quan, don't get cocky." Leaving a harsh threat and embarrassment, Wu Liang slunk away. Inside the recording studio, only Li Quan and Keely were left. This song, Keely didn't know what to say. Would it be suitable as the theme song for your movie? You want to give this song to me. Aren't you afraid that my movie will outperform yours? Keely also composed herself and brought the conversation back to the movie. I just don't want you to lose too badly. Li Quan's words made all of Keely's emotions vanish instantly. That's a big mouth you've got. Keely's delicate, pretty face puffed up as she became unusually prickly. Although I admit your song is very good, movies are a different beast. In this field, veteran directors have already been defeated by me several times. It's good to be confident. Li Quan replied indifferently, while adding, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. You... Wanting to speak and ask him to stay, Kili couldn't find a reason. Maybe I was too excessive with him in the past. Alone in the recording studio, Kili's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Leaving Kili's photography team, Li Quan headed straight to the police station. It was still because of Black Rose. She had caused such a big mess, and Li Quan naturally had to come and clean it up. It's not that Black Rose's method of attacking Tian company from the internet didn't work. It's just that he hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so lucky as to find the location of the treasury. This allowed him to gain the support of various countries, completely unafraid of any public opinion. When Li Quan arrived at the police station, Black Rose happened to be getting kicked out. You are all in bed together, birds of a feather. Black Rose stretched out her slender hand, gritting her silver teeth as she pointed at the two who had thrown her out. Screech, a black McLaren stopped beside Black Rose. The window rolled down, and Li Quan said, "Get in, yelling is just a waste of saliva." Brother Li. Black Rose looked at the man in front of her, stammering for a moment. In the car, Black Rose sat in the passenger seat, and after getting in, she mumbled for a long time without saying a word. I didn't expect you to be Dark Rose. Li Quan sighed, his tone filled with nothing but helplessness. I didn't want to hide it from you, actually. I was afraid that once you knew I was Dark Rose, you'd hate me. Black Rose toyed with the black skirt hem on her long, jade-like legs, looking straight ahead, sitting rigidly, looking nervous. If anyone else were Dark Rose, I'd be at odds with them, but since it's you, I can only punish you by making you do my chores for a month. Just chores? Black Rose's rosy little mouth opened slightly, feeling that Li Quan was too lenient with her. How about doing my chores for a lifetime? Black Rose's pretty face flushed red. She glanced at Li Quan from time to time, wondering what she was thinking. Ding. Congratulations to the host, one of the female leads, Black Rose, has fallen in love with the host, rewarding 1 gold lottery card. In his mind, Tian's voice made Li Quan shiver, and he almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. The mission to conquer Black Rose completed? This was so unexpected. A gold lottery card. A gentle reminder to the host, don't get too happy, you are currently being intercepted by a large group of people. What? Li Quan's heart skipped a beat, and he looked out the window. Dark clouds filled the sky, and he was driving on a highway where the buildings on both sides were unfinished skeletons. I'm being intercepted. Li Quan's brow furrowed, and after driving forward a bit further, a row of triangular spikes cutting across the road indeed appeared in front. Behind those triangular spikes was a large group of heavily armed white men. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Li Quan immediately made a U-turn. However, the road behind had also been blocked by a large group of people at that moment. These people, are they here for me? Host can consume 100 points, and the system can inform the host of the origin of these people. Deduct it. I still have 7,000 points, just 100 points. I can still afford to splurge. Ding, the host's points remaining are 6,900. Tian didn't delay, and immediately replied to Li Quan. Not long ago, Lin Fan, who managed to enter the treasury alone, said that whichever country brings him the heads of the host and Black Rose will be granted 2 spots to enter the treasury. So that's how it is. A murderous intent appeared in Li Quan's eyes. After getting the treasury, he's still thinking of how to get rid of me. And wanting to kill Black Rose, it seems what Black Rose did today also touched his bottom line. These American soldiers are even willing to take such a big risk to act as someone else's tools. Looking roughly, there were over 500 people. Every single one of them was fully armed. This made Li Quan fall into deep thought. What methods did he have to escape? Facing so many guns, I'm afraid even Man Niu would be useless. The host seems to have forgotten. You still have a gold lottery card. Right, there's still the gold lottery card. Li Quan felt a glimmer of hope. System, use the lottery card. Li Quan felt nervous inside, hoping for some good luck to help him get through this current crisis. Ding! Use successful. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a summoned character. Summoned character, Tian. Introduction. This is a powerful existence invincible in this world. Combat power? Lai Quan uses a golden card to summon an invincible entity just when he is cornered. This narrative shift from romance to high-stakes survival highlights how power dynamics in this world are entirely dictated by system-provided shortcuts rather than individual growth. Summoned character, Tian. Description. A powerful existence, invincible in this world. Combat power. Note. The host can summon him once a day. Whether he appears depends on his mood. The host and he are on equal footing. A character panel appeared before Li Quan's eyes. Seeing what was in front of him, Li Quan gasped. He seemed to have had incredible luck and pulled a legendary golden tier character. A desolate, abandoned building complex. Over 500 fully armed American soldiers watched the McLaren, which had driven into their encirclement like a sheep, with mockery in their eyes. A black officer approached an elderly white general wearing military medals. General, we need to move faster. It will be troublesome if the Shia military discovers us. The Shia military. The old white-bearded general gave a disdainful smile. The Cheng army is providing cover for us, so what is there to rush about? I just don't understand. They are two young people with no background. Why would Lin Fan be willing to give up 2 spots for them? At this point, the old white general frowned slightly. It was at this very moment. The door of the car parked in the middle of the road opened. Click. A young man stepped out. The man was wearing a tailored suit that accentuated his tall, powerful build. On his peerlessly handsome face, a pair of dark red pupils seemed to hide a bloodthirsty demon. The corners of his charming mouth always wore a playful, wicked smirk. Who is he? When they saw Tian get out of the car, the general and the officer in the distance looked at each other in confusion. This man was not their target. He is with the target general. How should we deal with him? The officer looked to the old general for instructions. The general frowned, and after a moment, he waved his hand dismissively. Kill him. Since he's not the target, no need to leave the body intact. Yes, sir. The old general's order was passed down the line. In just a moment, dozens of soldiers behind the tripod roadblock aimed their AKs at Tian. In this situation, most people would surely stop, or even run away in a panicked frenzy. But that man acted as if he didn't even see the guns in front of him, walking with a leisurely pace, as if he were strolling through his own back garden. And for some reason, the 30 or so soldiers facing Tian felt their hearts pounding violently. As Tian drew closer, they all had the illusion that this man was a grim reaper draped in human skin. Brother Li Quan, who is he? Can he really deal with those soldiers? Inside the McLaren, Black Rose looked at Tian's back with a nervous expression. Tian had suddenly appeared in the car, which she found unbelievable. Tian had only told Li Quan, "Leave it to me," before getting out of the car. Even now, Black Rose was full of questions. I think he should be able to. Li Quan swallowed hard, his eyes fixed tightly on Tian's figure. Fire. The commander's voice jolted the 30 soldiers back to their senses. In that brief moment, they suddenly realized they were drenched in cold sweat. Steadying their nerves, the soldiers did not hesitate and pulled their triggers at Tian. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets wove into a web, tearing through the air. In an instant, they struck Tian. At this moment, Lai Quan and Black Rose, who were watching from behind, both thought that it was all over. The surrounding American soldiers shook their heads in disdain, wondering how he could have been considered a threat. Wait, the bullets didn't hit him. A sharp-eyed soldier suddenly shouted in alarm. All the American soldiers looked over in shock. To their horror, they saw every single bullet suspended just a few centimeters in front of the man, unable to strike his body. God, is this a superpower? The ordinary soldiers cried out. The old white general's pupils shrank. He is an ancient martial artist, one no weaker than Lin Fan. a yellow tier martial artist can use spiritual energy to strengthen their physical body. A profound tier martial artist can cover their body surface with spiritual energy. And an earth tier martial artist can project spiritual energy away from their body. Just like how this young man easily held the bullets, he must be at least an earth tier martial artist. Why didn't Lin Fan mention that these two ordinary people were protected by an earth tier martial artist? A sense of foreboding surged rapidly in the old general's heart. Looking at the nearly 1,000 AK bullets in front of him, Tian narrowed his dark red eyes. Let me see how it feels to collect souls. Zheng. A sound like a breaking harp string echoed. In the next moment, streaks of blood-colored energy appeared in the air. The bullets turned into death warrants, shooting through the heads of the 500 surrounding American soldiers. Puff, puff, puff. On the quiet road, sprays of blood unfolded slowly like an artistic masterpiece under the dark sky. In just a few breaths, all the American soldiers fell dead, and the world was finally quiet. Not everyone died. Tian had spared the old white general. Lin Fan knew I was here and still sent you to die. What a brilliant scheme. Having said that, Tian continued walking without stopping, passing right by the stiff, shocked old white general. He vanished at the end of the road. How could this? Barton's lips trembled. He had brought 500 elite soldiers, and they were wiped out in a single encounter. The only reason he didn't kill me must be because he held me in contempt. A long time passed. On the empty road, the strong smell of blood filled the air, helping Barton regain some clarity. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the words of the Reaper-like man before he left. Lin Fan knew I was here and still sent you to die. What a brilliant scheme. Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Barton's eagle-like eyes burned with murderous rage. Before coming here, he had been suspicious when Lin Fan said they were just two ordinary people. How could two ordinary people be worth 2 spots in the treasure vault? So they had fallen into Lin Fan's trap. Lin Fan had never mentioned the existence of that killing god. His true intent was to use the killing god's hands to send them to their deaths. In an instant, Barton understood everything. The mastermind behind all of this was Lin Fan. Compared to Tian, who had killed his soldiers, Barton now hated the manipulative Lin Fan even more. People really do love to overthink things. Tian chuckled to himself at Barton's situation. The reason he didn't kill him was to let him deal with Lin Fan. The words he said to Barton before leaving were, of course, complete nonsense. But the objective had been achieved. System, where did that senior Tian go? After leaving that road, Li Quan's heart was still racing, and he couldn't calm down even now. He returned to the system, Tian answered nonchalantly. He had indeed returned to the system. The will of this world was filled with malice toward an outsider like him. Every second, it cost a massive amount of points to counteract the world's will. This scene masterfully employs the psychological framing effect. By planting a single seeds of doubt, Tian turns his enemy into an unwitting puppet, proving that in high-stakes power plays, manipulation is always more efficient than brute force. Unless Li Quan, the host, is in a life-or-death situation, Tian doesn't plan to come out again. Back already? Li Quan asked, understanding. System, if that senior were classified by ancient martial arts levels, how strong would he be? Thinking of the slaughter feast Tian had just performed so effortlessly, Li Quan still felt a lingering fear. That level of strength was far beyond the limits of his understanding. The other party previously unlocked a small portion of his power, and used Earth-tier perfection strength when wiping out those US soldiers. Tian continued to make it up. By saying he only unlocked a small part of his strength, the image of this master would only become more deeply rooted. Though, it was true that he had used Earth-tier perfection strength to deal with those soldiers. After obtaining the Black Blood secret technique from the blood-eyed entity, Tian had pushed it directly to the perfection stage, and simultaneously bestowed it upon himself. Correspondingly, some physical features had also changed. Like those blood-red eyes. Earth-tier perfection. although still one major stage away from the highest level of ancient martial arts in this world. But the power it demonstrated was already off the charts. As someone familiar with the original plot, Tian knew that the strongest ancient martial artist in the world right now was Lin Fan, at the Earth Tier initial stage. He can reach Earth Tier perfection just by unlocking a little strength. Is he that strong? Li Quan was filled with admiration. He felt more and more that drawing Tian with that golden lottery card was a sign of incredible luck. Meanwhile, in his villa, Lin Fan swirled his red wine while humming a tune, in a rather good mood. Although Black Rose had betrayed him and Ghost Tooth had gone dark, he had found the treasury left behind by his master. This alone was enough to fill him with joy. However, bad news kept coming one after another, testing his patience. Glancing sideways at the delicate young man before him, Lin Fan parted his thin lips. "You messed up the song I gave to Killy?" A terrifying pressure enveloped Wu Liang. Sweating profusely, Wu Liang desperately defended himself. "Director Lin, it is really Li Quan who is too hateful." He relied on his acquaintance with Miss Killy to force her to accept his song. "Is that so?" Lin Fan set down his glass and slowly rose from his chair. He walked up to Wu Liang and said, "I am a doctor and I can tell you are lying." Wu Liang was speechless after being called out by Lin Fan on the spot. "All right, I am just joking with you. How could you be lying?" Suddenly, Lin Fan smiled and patted the other man's shoulder. "If you messed it up, you messed it up. It is no big deal." The sudden change in attitude made Wu Liang swallow hard. But he let out a sigh of relief in his heart and immediately bowed. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Director Lin." "Thank you, Director Lin. I have a new task for you." Lin Fan's words made Wu Liang stiffen instantly. If he had a choice, he would want to refuse directly. As expected, the new task Lin Fan mentioned next left Wu Liang in total disbelief. "I have a pill. Find a way to get Killy to take it." With that, Lin Fan placed a transparent pill into Wu Liang's hand. "What kind of pill is this?" Wu Liang's voice was filled with fear. "She must take it before 8 o'clock tonight." Lin Fan did not answer, but patted him on the shoulder. "This time, don't mess it up." "Oh, okay." Wu Liang nodded blankly. He could hear the threat hidden in Lin Fan's calm words. Lin Fan never intended to let that matter go. This task was his final chance. As Wu Liang left, Lin Fan looked at the flawless photo of Killy on the wall behind him, his eyes full of doting affection. "During my first trip into the treasury, I found the perfect pill for dual cultivation, the joy pill. Killy, heaven itself is signaling that we are meant to be together." Lost in thought while looking at the photo, Lin Fan thought about Li Quan, whom he had failed to kill before. With those people from the US this time, Li Quan should be dead by now. I just don't know why those guys from Ghost Tooth suddenly lost contact. Otherwise, there would have been no need for those Americans to take action. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone in his pocket started ringing. Seeing it was Cheng Jun calling, Lin Fan answered. "Brother Lin, what is up?" "Junior Brother Lin, did you give me the wrong information?" On the other end of the phone, a burly, slightly chubby man was wiping sweat from his forehead, looking anxious. "Information. Didn't you use 2 slots to enter the treasury to pay for the heads of Li Quan and Dark Rose?" Cheng Jun's voice rose slightly. "Those guys from the US went, 500 of them, and they actually attacked Li Quan right here in our Demon Sea City." "Oh, are the bodies still well preserved?" The corner of Lin Fan's mouth hooked up, surprised by the efficiency of those Americans. It would be best if they delivered Li Quan's body to him intact. He hadn't practiced the puppet-making technique his master passed down in quite a while. Intact. Cheng Jun suppressed his anger. More than intact, 500 corpses, aside from a hole in each of their heads. They looked no different from living people. "That is good." Lin Fan paused. "Wait, what did you say? 500 corpses?" "Yes. Those 500 US soldiers were completely wiped out." Cheng Jun emphasized. "If my men hadn't discovered it first, this would have been exposed on the internet already. These people died while surrounding and suppressing Li Quan. Junior Brother Lin, Did you hide something from us in the information you gave earlier? Impossible. Lin Fan directly denied it. How could Li Quan have the strength to wipe out 500 heavily armed soldiers? But it is the truth. Cheng Jun was filled with worry. Among those 500 soldiers, only their general is still alive. A while ago, that general represented the US military and said that we plotted against him. He even said they would no longer negotiate about the treasury, but would take it by force. And that we must pay the price for plotting against them. Absurd. Lin Fan couldn't describe what he was feeling. He felt he had been played. What should we do now? Cheng Jun clearly centered everything around Lin Fan. It was that way before, and even more so now that Lin Fan had obtained the treasury. Investigate. Lin Fan's tone was icy. Investigate the matter thoroughly and see whether Li Quan really has the ability to wipe out 500 soldiers, or if the Americans are up to something. Until we find out the truth, do not engage with the US side. Alright, Cheng Jun nodded. The call was disconnected. Bang. Lin Fan smashed his phone against the wall. Wiping out 500 soldiers. Li Quan, you hide things so deep. He wasn't stupid. The US didn't actually have a reason to make trouble. Things turning out like this meant, in all likelihood, that something real had happened. But in the current situation, he could neither deny it nor admit it, because that would be equivalent to stating his stance. For now, he could only drag this out until he absorbed the inheritance of the treasury and achieved the heaven tier. Lin Fan is a textbook example of a fragile ego masking itself as a master strategist. By resorting to gaslighting and coercion, he reveals his own insecurity. As the gap between his perceived power and reality widens, his reliance on external validation and illicit shortcuts will likely be his ultimate undoing. When Li Quan brought Hai Mei home, Li Shia's brows were furrowed, her lips were pouting, and her little face was full of indignation. Brother, who is she? The moment she saw Hai Mei, Li Shia showed intense hostility. Li Quan raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, she is the family maid. Hai Mei? Previously, Li Quan had said that, because she had hidden her identity as Dark Rose, he would punish her by making her a maid, his maid for life. Hai Mei had thought that was his way of confessing to her, and her heart had been fluttering the whole way here. But now what was going on? Was she really just a maid? A maid? Li Shia looked full of suspicion. The woman before her was so beautiful that she would have been more than qualified to be a top model. Alright, stop acting like a bitter woman in a deep palace at such a young age. Li Quan flicked Li Shia on the forehead. I am your brother, not your man. What kind of tone is that? Hearing this, Li Shia choked, her cheeks puffed out in anger, unable to find a retort. She took out her phone and threw it onto the sofa in a huff. Keely just sent me a message asking for you. See for yourself. After saying that, Li Shia grabbed a doll nearby and stormed back to her room, still seething with resentment. Keely. A look of surprise appeared in Li Quan's eyes. Picking up Li Shia's phone, Li Quan began scrolling through her chat history with Keely. It was Keely who had initiated the conversation. Li Shia's attitude in the messages was not exactly friendly. And rightfully so. Even though Keely had always been very caring toward Li Shia, ever since the falling out with Lin Fan, Li Shia had classified Keely, who stood on the same side as Lin Fan, as an enemy. The gist of Keely's messages was roughly this. Her concert was starting tonight, and she hoped that both Li Quan and Li Shia would come to watch. A concert. I have been so busy lately that I almost forgot about it. A week ago, before he had obtained the system, he had been running around for Keely's concert, the very definition of a simpering fan. To the him from a week ago, this concert was the sacred platform for Keely, the best actress, to be crowned the diva of the music scene. The past is best left forgotten. Looking back now, Li Quan only felt it was all a dark history. This was the change in mentality that came with the system. Nowadays, Li Quan didn't have much interest in Keely's concert. However, thinking about how Lin Fan had already obtained the treasury and entered a fast growth phase, Li Quan understood that he needed to speed up the process of winning Keely over. Therefore, the concert was an opportunity to get close to her that he still needed to attend. The sky began to darken. After having dinner with Haimei and Li Shaya, Li Quan swapped to a white Pagani and headed to Kili's concert. Since Li Shaya wasn't going, he went alone. The concert was held at the Central Stadium in the heart of Modu City. As the currently recognized national goddess of the entertainment industry, Kili's popularity was terrifyingly huge. Even with 100,000 seats, the stadium had been sold out long ago. And now, as the start time approached, tens of millions of netizens were already waiting in various live stream channels for the show to begin. She is already a best actress. After tonight, her halo will be even more dazzling. At a busy city intersection, Li Quan looked at the red light ahead with a sense of sentimentality. Tian didn't respond. Counting the time, according to the original plot, tonight was when the male lead, Lin Fan, would confess his love to the female lead, Kili, and make their relationship official. But because Li Quan was still alive and Kili couldn't let go of him, it was obvious that nothing would come of Lin Fan and Kili tonight. However, the will of heaven would never allow such a loophole to persist. It would inevitably guide Lin Fan to do something. I'm afraid there's going to be trouble. Tian felt a vague premonition. When Li Quan entered the concert venue, it was already packed with people. It was this lively before it even begun. Kili's popularity was evident. Avoiding the seating area, Li Quan headed straight to the backstage of the concert. Compared to the audience area, it was much quieter here. At the same time, he ran into an acquaintance. Wu Liang, are you here to sing too? Looking at this somewhat sneaky-looking guy, Li Quan stopped him in passing. Li Quan. Seeing him, Wu Liang stiffened. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave a forced smile. Sister Kili needs a backing vocalist for one of the songs, so I came. Is that so? Li Quan looked strange. He didn't expect this guy to explain himself to him. Why are you sweating so much? Well, it is such a big concert, so I'm nervous. The excuse was decent enough, but he made a mistake by trying to explain it to him. Li Quan's sense of smell was very keen. Something was definitely up with this Wu Liang. Just as he wanted to ask more, a woman's gentle voice sounded from behind. You're here. Kili's voice made Li Quan turn his head to look. Tonight, Kili was wearing a light purple long dress, and her upswept hair made her look a little less innocent and a little more dignified. Her eyes, without any excessive embellishment, shone like stars in the sky. Beneath her delicate nose, her lips were coated with a touch of lip glaze, highlighting a bit of sexiness. Under her swan-like fair neck, her exquisite collarbone and the body wrapped in the dress were still perfectly flawless. Didn't Shaya come? Kili's eyes dimmed slightly. It seems she still hates me. After all, you stood on Lin Fan's side, Li Quan said bluntly. This made Kili a bit anxious. My relationship with Lin Fan is not what you think. Almost subconsciously, Kili wanted to make sure Li Quan didn't misunderstand this matter. Perhaps it was because of Q Mei's previous self-exposure, which proved Li Quan's innocence. Or perhaps it was because of the heartfelt rendition of Later that Li Quan sang today. Kili's initial feelings of disgust toward Li Quan had already undergone a certain shift. Is that so? Li Quan said with a touch of self-mockery. You don't need to explain anything to me. The woman opened her mouth, but was left speechless. Sister Kili, it's time. Her manager looked at the time and reminded Kili. Got it. Kili nodded and turned her gaze back to Li Quan. You can go to the resting area in the back. It's quieter there. Li Quan didn't say anything more and nodded. Sister Kili. At this moment, Wu Liang ran out from behind. Have you had any water? This first set will take half an hour. It's very damaging to your throat. Drink water? Kili looked at Wu Liang oddly, but still nodded. I've already had some. That's good. Everything must center on protecting your throat. Even though today's concert is very grand, you absolutely must not hurt your foundation. Wu Liang let out a long breath, a sincere smile appearing on his face. Thank you, Kili nodded politely at Wu Liang. The time reached 7:30. When Kili took the stage, the entire concert erupted. Major streaming platforms captured Kili's figure clearly. On stage, Killy's singing voice emerged slowly, accompanied by the movements of several backup dancers. With an opening song, she calmed the restless atmosphere of the entire concert. Behind the stage, Liquan sat in the resting area and could also see Killy on the screen. Time passed slowly. After 20-some minutes, the atmosphere of the entire concert had been completely ignited. But back in the wings, Liquan frowned slightly as he watched Killy. With his keen observation, he could clearly notice that Killy's condition, for some reason, was rapidly declining. Liquan's instinct is sharp, but the real threat here is the classic trope of the sabotage spotlight. By analyzing Wu Liang's jittery behavior and the artificial concern for the star's voice, it's clear we are witnessing an orchestrated crisis. In high-stakes entertainment, the transition from idol to victim is often a calculated move by those pulling the strings behind the stage. After the song ended, Killy leaned against the piano on stage, her face covered in a fine layer of sweat. The sweat had even smudged her makeup, revealing a face that was exquisite yet unnervingly pale. Alright, my dear audience, that is all for the first act. I have prepared even more new songs for the next one. She said this to the audience with a tone that sounded reasonably steady. A wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. Wasn't the first act supposed to be 30 minutes? It's barely been 20. Killy obviously couldn't provide any explanation for the audience's confusion. She had already forced herself backstage, fighting against the strange sensations in her body. Unseen by the audience, Killy could no longer hold herself up, staggering nearly to the point of falling. "Killy, what's wrong with you?" The female manager beside her caught her face filled with panic. "Take me to the dressing room." Breathing in sweet, ragged gasps, Killy's face was already flushed a deep crimson for some reason. Okay, just hang in there, Killy." The manager suppressed her inner doubts and helped the woman, who was swaying unsteadily, toward the private dressing room. Along the way, many people backstage noticed something was wrong and peered over with curiosity. Inside the dressing room, the manager laid Killy onto the sofa and immediately said, "I'll go get a doctor." On the sofa, Killy clutched her arms and bit her lip, her hair now somewhat disheveled. "No need for a doctor, I'm here." With a gentle voice, a man walked into Killy's private dressing room. Director Lin Fan. Seeing him enter, the manager was overjoyed. "Thank goodness, you came at the perfect time. Please, take a look at what's wrong with Killy." The manager had known Lin Fan for some time through Killy. She also knew that Lin Fan's medical skills were absolutely formidable. This might be a bit tricky. Lin Fan frowned slightly. "You should step outside. I need to perform acupuncture, and having someone else around makes it hard for me to focus." Right. The manager nodded repeatedly, without the slightest suspicion that anything about Lin Fan's request was wrong. Such is the brain-numbing power of the protagonist halo. No matter what sounds you hear from inside in a moment, do not come in, and don't let anyone else intrude. Lin Fan instructed the manager. Understood, the manager nodded. Watching the manager leave, Lin Fan sat down beside Killy with a smirk on his face. He picked up the clear tea from the table and took a sip. "How are you feeling?" "Did you tell Wu Liang to drug me?" Killy was no fool. Having achieved such status in the entertainment industry at her age, she was smarter than most. What Wu Liang said to her before she went on stage made her realize she had been drugged. And Lin Fan appearing at this exact moment was undoubtedly the mastermind behind it all. "I know this isn't right, but we have no time left." Lin Fan didn't deny it, which was as good as a confession. "Killy, do you know? Beyond this world of ours, there is another world, and it is far more spectacular than this one." Lin Fan's eyes revealed a sense of yearning. "The Hehuan pill I gave you can maximize the potential of your cauldron body. After tonight, our strength will grow significantly. Going to the upper realm is just a matter of time. When that time comes, we will go to the upper realm to punish evil and be a pair of immortal lovers. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Lin Fan. Killy gripped the corner of the sofa, her breathing growing increasingly erratic, yet her eyes remained clear. "I am so disappointed in you." Ha, it doesn't matter. Once you can no longer withstand the effects of the drug and throw yourself at me, I will make you satisfied." Lin Fan sipped his bitter tea calmly, confident that with the chamber arts from the medical immortal scripture, he could make Keely completely fall for him. After all, he had used it on many women before, and all of them had become hopelessly love-struck. Backstage lounge area. Lai Quan was gripping Wu Liang by the throat, his face cold. After noticing Keely's strange behavior on stage, he immediately thought of Wu Liang's abnormal conduct earlier and tracked him down. Under the pressure of Li Quan's interrogation and physical force, Wu Liang cowardly confessed everything. Lin Fan. After knowing the full story, Li Quan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to use such underhanded tactics on Keely. Ding! System mission triggered. Save Keely. Mission success. Reward silver draw card. Mission failure. Keely loses her chastity. Description: Keely is in grave danger, and currently, no one can save her but the host. Friendly reminder: Keely is currently in her private dressing room. The dressing room. With a target in mind, Li Quan didn't hesitate for a moment and ran directly toward his destination. Along the way, Li Quan contacted Yi Tian's system. "Can that senior, Yi from today come out again?" Li Quan understood that Lin Fan's strength was at the early Earth realm. This level of power was far beyond what he could compete with, even if Manu were here. Therefore, he needed that senior Yi to show up again. Otherwise, going there himself would likely just be throwing his life away. Yi Tian had foreseen this. There was no choice. With the protagonist as the ceiling of combat power, no one else could save the situation but him. However, he couldn't just come out for nothing. Yi Tian had to set a fee for his appearance, as this was his second time appearing in one day. Ding! Summoned character Yi Tian is willing to assist the host, but requests that the host must kill Lin Fan with his own hands within 1 week. Ask me to kill Lin Fan. Why would Senior Yi make such a request? Ding! Upon the protagonist's death, the other party can obtain the world's fortune. Is that so? Li Quan was still slightly confused. But shouldn't Senior Yi have the power to kill Lin Fan himself? Ding! Being from outside this world, one cannot kill the protagonist of this world. So that's how it is. Li Quan understood and nodded earnestly. In that case, I accept Senior Yi's request. His life and Lin Fan's were destined to clash anyway. 7 days would just be enough to push himself. Ding! Main story mission generated. Mission kill Lin Fan. Deadline 7 days. After their brief exchange, Lai Quan arrived outside Keely's dressing room. In the hallway, Keely's manager was pacing back and forth, clenching her hands from time to time, hoping that Keely would recover as quickly as possible. Keep in mind that there were over 100,000 live audience members outside, plus tens of millions of netizens watching this concert online. If things went sideways, it would deal a devastating blow to Keely's career. Just as the manager's mind was racing with more and more worries, a figure brushed past her and headed straight for Keely's dressing room. Lai Quan. Hey, Director Lin is in the middle of performing acupuncture on Keely. Don't you disturb them. As she spoke, the manager tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Lai Quan's hand was already on the doorknob. It's over. If this interrupts Keely's treatment, I will never forgive myself for as long as I live. The beautiful female manager wore a look of utter regret. It was under her gaze that the door opened, and the scene inside was revealed. What they saw was Keely was lying weakly on the sofa, her long hair spread out in a mess, her elegant gown torn halfway, and a large expanse of her fair, flushed skin exposed to the air. And the other person in the room, Lin Fan. He had taken off his shirt and was currently undoing his belt. When the door opened, the stares of Li Quan and the manager made him freeze in his tracks. This scene perfectly illustrates the trope of the villain's hubris. By isolating his victim and underestimating the protagonist's resolve, Lin Fan creates his own downfall. In power dynamics, the moment of absolute certainty is often when control is most fragile.
What are you doing? Such a shocking scene made the manager's eyes widen as she let out an angry roar. She no longer regretted failing to stop Li Quan. Instead, she felt grateful. If Li Quan hadn't pushed the door open, how would she have known the truth of the situation? If Lin Fan had actually succeeded, she would have lived in guilt for the rest of her life. "Oh, you found me." Lin Fan's expression didn't change much at the manager's interrogation. It has to be said that for a protagonist, Lin Fan's mental fortitude was quite formidable. "You've delivered yourself to my doorstep too." Lin Fan's gaze fixed on Li Quan, his eyes gradually revealing a trace of coldness. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you both to keep this secret forever." In the blink of an eye, Li Quan, whose danger detection instinct was at the max level, could clearly sense the biting murderous aura surging from Lin Fan. In a split second, 2 silver needles magnified in the pupils of him and the manager. Lin Fan, at the early Earth stage, launched an attack filled with killing intent that Li Quan and the manager simply could not dodge. "System, if Senior Yi doesn't act now, I'm done for." In this situation, Li Quan only had time to communicate with the system in his mind. "What's the rush?" Clang. Suddenly, a patch of dark red spiritual energy emerged, freezing the 2 silver needles in mid-air. The unexpected turn of events made Lin Fan's expression shift, his pupils slightly constricting. In his field of vision, behind Li Quan and the manager, a man with a wicked look slowly emerged from the darkness. "So it was you who has been secretly protecting Li Quan all this time." Feeling the immense pressure, Lin Fan wore a grave expression. No wonder Wang Biao fell. Blood Eye went silent, and even those 500 elite soldiers were wiped out. "Senior, whatever Li Quan is paying you, I Lin Fan can offer double. As long as you follow me, I can even grant you a spot to enter the upper realm." Realizing that Tian was a tough nut to crack, Lin Fan tried to recruit him. If it were anyone else, they might have actually been swayed by the natural affinity of a protagonist's halo. But for Tian, the effect of a protagonist's halo was a joke. "I have no interest in being a bodyguard, but I am very interested in beating you up." His dark red eyes shimmered in the shadows. In a blink, Tian appeared right before Lin Fan. "How can you be so fast?" Lin Fan panicked, covering himself in spiritual energy, trying to put some distance between them. However, Tian's hand, already like an iron pincer, clamped tightly around his throat. Crack. With a slight lift of his arm, Tian hoisted Lin Fan up. Ooh. With veins popping on his face, Lin Fan struggled repeatedly, but found no way to break free. He hadn't expected this man to use his full power from the very first move, giving him no room to maneuver or adjust. If Tian knew what Lin Fan was thinking, he would surely sneer in contempt. "Does he take me for those brainless villains who give people chances?" To Tian, as long as the person is a protagonist. Once he decides to kill him, even if he were just an infant, if he had a nuclear bomb in his hand, Tian would use it without hesitation. Tian knew that there was a high probability he couldn't kill Lin Fan. But that doesn't stop him from trying. Crack, crack. The hand gripping Lin Fan's throat tightened, and Lin Fan's face turned from flushed red to bruised purple. "You bastard." Boom. Amidst his strained roar, a muffled sound erupted within Lin Fan's body, an energy twice as strong as before suddenly coursed through him. He had broken through. At the critical moment, he had advanced from the early Earth stage to the middle Earth stage. The surging spiritual energy slowly pried Tian's hand open. Lin Fan looked up, his expression hideous. "You are strong, but you don't know that my true strength is always one stage higher than my cultivation. Now, at the Earth stage, I am invincible." Bang. The ground centered on Lin Fan's feet turned to dust instantly and collapsed layer by layer. He turned himself into a cannonball, wrapped in infinite power, and charged straight at Tian. "I want you dead." With a roar, Lin Fan reached Tian in an instant. To this, Tian raised his hand. Thud. With a single slap from above, the entire concert backstage shook violently. Lin Fan, in his rage, was slammed down, face planting into the ground like a toad. Slowly crouching down, Tian grabbed Lin Fan by the hair and lifted his head like a dead dog. "Haven't you heard of the extreme peak of the Earth stage? overcoming stages. You're quite something, aren't you? While speaking, Tian took a sharp blade from his system inventory. Talked a bit too much. Muttering to himself, Tian drove the blade in his hand straight into Lin Fan's temple with all his might. It was at that moment. A strange ripple instantly enveloped Lin Fan. Clang. Tian's attack was blocked. This was the first time Tian's attack had truly been blocked. Though it was thanks to an external object. A white bead slowly flew out from Lin Fan's body, shielding him completely while rapidly repairing his injuries. Dozen seconds later. I'll remember this. No matter who you are, I will kill you. After his wounds healed, Lin Fan looked at the bead in the air with a pained expression, his hatred for Tian as vast as the sea. Well, see you next time. Tian waved at Lin Fan, whose attitude made the other man want to grind his teeth to dust. But he dared not linger. The defensive time of the life-saving bead was limited, and he had to get away from this man who felt like a demon god. Damn it, everything I planned tonight has been ruined because of this guy. As Lin Fan fled, Tian came to the side of Li Quan, who was still in extreme shock. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, "Kid, remember the terms of my assistance." With that, Tian vanished without applying any further pressure. This trip was the first time he had truly seen the protagonist of the whole book. Tian's system shop had been refreshed completely. Even he hadn't expected it. This protagonist had cultivated as many as 20 different ancient martial arts manuals. Among them, 3 could be upgraded to the heaven stage. And there were several pieces of equipment as well. For instance, the set of silver needles, the divine bead, and the love potion Tian had copied the templates for all of them. As long as he had points, he could mass produce them. System, is there any way to restore her? Inside the lounge, which now looked like a war zone in Syria, Li Quan was at a loss with Kili, who was eyes closed and aimlessly rubbing against him. Ding! 100 points have been deducted from the host. The drug's effects have been cleared from the heroine Kili's body. Tian had simply deducted the points for Li Quan directly. He didn't have the hobby of watching that kind of action live. With a murmur, Kili slightly opened her eyes. Upon realizing her situation, she panicked momentarily, grabbing a nearby pillow to cover her exposed skin, and huddled in the corner of the sofa. "Thank you for saving me." After a moment's hesitation, Kili thanked Li Quan cautiously. Although she was under the influence of the drug, she had a rough idea of what had happened. She understood that it was Li Quan who had saved her from the tiger's den. Not only that, he hadn't taken advantage of her just now. Instead, he had helped her clear the drug from her system. This fact alone raised Li Quan's standing in Kili's mind by several levels. For a moment, there was a bit more goodwill in the way Kili looked at Li Quan. This scene perfectly deconstructs the classic protagonist trope, where the hero usually wins through sheer willpower. Unlike common plot-armored characters who survive on luck, Tian operates with cold, tactical efficiency. By prioritizing overkill over showboating, he exposes the fatal arrogance inherent in most antagonists who cling to their plot-convenient power surges. It is refreshing to see a character treat a protagonist's destiny as a mere resource to be farmed rather than an obstacle to be feared. Ding! The heroine Kili's favorability toward Lin Fan has dropped to 0%. She is completely disillusioned with him. Host has gained 20,000 points. Lin Fan's protagonist luck has decreased 3,000, leaving him with 3,100 points. As expected, Li Quan received 20,000 points from Kili, along with a silver draw card as a reward for completing the system task. He didn't expect Lin Fan to dig his own grave like this. Not only did he lose the heroine, but his protagonist luck was also slashed in half. "No need to thank me. After all, we do know each other." Li Quan's tone wasn't exactly intimate. In fact, it revealed a sense of detachment. This made the grateful smile on Kili's face look a bit strained. "Li Quan, you are a bit different from how you used to be." Tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, Kili revealed her delicate profile. hugging her knees and tilting her head to look at Li Quan. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Li Quan replied flatly, "Perhaps it was the passing of my parents that made me see some people for who they really are." This sentence made Keely fall silent. Indeed, it was only after that man's parents died that he started to change. "I was a bit harsh and neglectful of you in the past. I'm sorry." Keely's voice was soft, yet filled with a glimmer of hope. "If possible, can we be friends again?" "No need to say those things to me." Li Quan shook his head. "The day we broke off our engagement was the day we should have stopped having any contact." Li Quan's reply made Keely feel a lump in her throat. It was also at this moment the female agent hurried over with several medical staff. "Keely, you've recovered." Seeing Keely sitting quietly in the corner of the sofa, no longer in a confused and dazed state, the agent's tone was surprise. "I'm much better." A faint smile appeared on Keely's face. "You still need the doctor to check you over. It would be bad if there were any lingering effects." While saying this, the agent signaled for the medical staff to come forward. A few minutes later, the doctors nodded to each other. "Miss Keely has no physical injuries, but there is still some damage from the drug residue. With a day or two of rest, she will fully recover." "Phew, that's good." The agent felt immense relief. Then, thinking of something, she quickly stopped the doctor. "By the way, about the concert, can Keely still go on stage?" "This, I'm afraid not." A doctor shook his head. "It's not that there will be long-term side effects, but given her current physical condition, there is a high probability she will faint from exhaustion if she goes up to sing." "What?" The agent was stunned. She thought the previous danger had passed, but now this situation had turned into an extremely troublesome predicament. At the concert outside, there were a full 100,000 fans in attendance, and tens of millions of netizens were watching online. Because Keely left the stage early and had been delayed for so long, there were already sounds of dissatisfaction rising one after another from the crowd. If Keely doesn't go on stage at all now, not to mention the ticket money for those 100,000 people, it would likely be a devastating blow to Keely's career. "I'm fine." Keely naturally understood the importance of this concert and stood up by leaning on the sofa, forcing herself to hold on. However, after a sudden sway, she fell back onto the sofa. "Keely, don't hurt yourself." The agent draped a coat over her. "If the concert is gone, so be it. Don't ruin your health." "No." On Keely's beautiful but pale face, there was a rare stubbornness. "I've prepared for this concert for a year, and I promised my fans the best performance possible. I cannot break my promise." "You can barely stand right now. How can you sing?" The agent's face was full of heartbreak and anxiety. Everything inside the lounge. Li Quan saw it all. Ding. Detected a change in the host's emotions. New task issued. Take back the concert. Task success. Reward 1 random movie. Task failure. No penalty. Description. The host previously did everything to help Keely organize this concert, taking on all sorts of menial tasks. This concert was created by the host, so why should it serve others? Please take the stage that belongs to you and crown yourself the god of songs. The system issued task caught Li Quan off guard. Tian secretly shook his head. As a system, he had been dutiful. Tian understood that Li Quan wanted to help Keely save the concert, but his pride wouldn't let him. There was no other way. He had to give Li Quan a way out in the form of a task. In the task description, Tian didn't mention saving the concert for Keely at all, but framed it from a different angle. Li Quan clearly bought it. Inside the lounge, realizing she truly lacked the energy to return to the stage, Keely's eyes turned slightly red. "Tell everyone, this concert is officially cancelled." In the end, it was Keely who gave the order. The agent nodded quickly and ran off to arrange it. As people left the lounge, Keely instinctively looked toward where Li Quan had been. Only then did she realize that the place was empty. In the concert group chat, Keely's agent sent a message. "At all members, the production team, please go notify the audience outside that tonight's concert ends here." As the message went out, The group chat exploded instantly. What's going on? There's still so much time left. Why is it ending suddenly? Exactly. The traffic is surging like crazy right now. How can you cancel the concert at such a critical moment? Did something happen to Sister Keely? One message after another popped up, and Keely finally spoke in the group herself. An emergency situation came up. Cancelling was a last resort. Fine. The artist herself said so. Even if everyone was unwilling, they could only sigh toward the heavens. Camera team. Sister Keely, we caught someone going on stage from the backstage. Did we arrange this? Someone went on stage? Seeing the message in the group, Keely frowned slightly. She looked at the TV hanging on the wall in the lounge. On the TV, there was a 360-degree, no blind spot view of the stage. The audience seats were already in a state of chaos. At this moment, a man walked onto the stage, gradually drawing everyone's attention toward him. The stage lights were dim, but Keely recognized the man at first glance. Lei Quan? On the dark stage, a beam of light illuminated Li Quan. Facing the 100,000 pairs of eyes at the scene, Li Quan, standing in the middle of the stage, picked up the microphone. Welcome, everyone, to my concert. Words as refreshing as a spring breeze echoed throughout the entire concert venue. And everyone who heard this was left with question marks in their heads. Isn't this Keely's concert? Who are you? What do you mean your concert? Yeah, where did he come from? Get off stage, let Keely come out. What kind of stunt is this? Hey buddy, we don't know who you are. As expected, the whole concert descended into chaos, with many people even shouting for refunds directly. Seeing this scene, Keely sighed softly. She knew that without her presence, the audience would never buy it. However, facing all the anger and questioning from the crowd, Lai Quan, standing on stage, gave a calm smile. Next, I'd like to perform a song for you, Blue and White Porcelain. Lai Quan is reclaiming his creative agency here. In the industry, those who build the infrastructure often get eclipsed by the faces on stage, but true power lies in owning the output. This is a masterclass in seizing the narrative when the chaos peaks. As Li Quan's voice drifted out, the stage lighting began to shift and change. Amidst the soft and brilliant lights, an ethereal background melody spread throughout the concert venue. This piece of music brought a sudden, momentary silence to the noisy concert. Many people's eyes lit up at this classic-style musical prelude. It was at this moment that some began to turn their previously indifferent gaze toward Li Quan, standing at the center of the stage. He picked up the microphone, unleashed his master-level singing voice, and parted his lips slightly. The plain white porcelain base is sketched with blue, the brushwork fading from thick to thin. The peony painted on the vase is just like you in your first makeup. The swirling sandalwood smoke passes through the window, and I understand the worries in my heart. The brush on the rice paper pauses here, half finished. His voice seemed to be tinted with an ancient charm, and under the boost of the nobleman's medal, the entire audience had an illusion. They felt as if they were already immersed in the misty world of the Jiangnan rain described in the song. These beautiful lyrics and impeccable vocal skills left everyone absolutely stunned. Quiet, the entire concert had gone quiet. The music continued to play. The glazed beauty on the vase hides its own charm, and your gentle smile is like a flower bud about to bloom. A wisp of your beauty drifts away, to a place I cannot reach. The sky blue waits for the mist and rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke from the cooking fires rises, spanning thousands of miles across the river. Written in clerical script at the base of the vase, imitating the elegance of the former dynasty. Just as if I was foreshadowing the moment I would meet you. The sky blue waits for the mist and rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight is scooped up, blurring the ending. Like a priceless blue and white porcelain, beautiful all on its own. With a smile in your eyes, every word was impeccable. Li Quan's voice, neither old nor young, sounded like a jade-faced scholar from a book, making everyone intoxicated. Everyone at the concert had long since forgotten their initial anger. Major platforms were broadcasting the scenes from the concert. Comment streams filled with amazement scrolled by. This song is actually really something. Incredible. I have a feeling this song is going to be a massive hit. I am so in love with this man's voice. Faced with countless doubts, the best way to make them shut up is with pure talent. Laquan had undoubtedly achieved that now. A few minutes later, as the blue and white porcelain performance concluded, everyone who heard it was left wanting more. Some even started heckling for an encore, yelling to play it 1 billion more times. Next, I will continue by presenting another song for you, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Laquan's voice was gentle and calm, putting people at ease. In the audience, even though some were still puzzled about why Killy didn't perform, they no longer held any hostility toward Laquan. Under the influence of the gentleman's medal, Laquan's first impression was that of someone impossible to dislike. A single performance of blue and white porcelain had already opened many people's hearts. After Laquan finished speaking, Tian, acting as the system, prompted him cooperatively. Ding. The brightest star in the night sky has been redeemed for the host. 500 points deducted. 500 points clearly couldn't buy a classic song. The reason was that just before going on stage, Laquan had crushed a silver lottery card, which granted him a 90% discount on the music store. This meant Laquan no longer had any constraints. As for the background music, lighting, and so on, Tian had deducted another 2,000 points from Laquan to coordinate them. The sound and lighting technicians were not at all intoxicated when they heard the singing. In fact, they were terrified. Backstage, facing equipment that was moving on its own, they were chilled to the bone and almost considered hiring a Taoist priest. Under the spotlight of all, the background music for the second song gradually emerged. It was a completely different type of music. As the music hit its mark, Laquan picked up the microphone and sang the lyrics with an unadorned, raw voice. Brightest star in the night sky, can you hear me? The one who looks up. With loneliness and sighs in their heart. A different style, a different mood. Amidst the soft neon lights, Laquan seemed to become a star, shining brilliantly in the eyes of everyone. In the lounge, Killy watched the man on stage through the TV, looking like stars surrounding the moon, her eyes filled with surprised amazement and a touch of indescribable infatuation. Earlier, when she was about to be violated by Lin Fan, this man appeared and saved her dignity. When she was ready to give up on the concert and face the questioning of the fans, this man stepped up once again and resolved everything for her. So, he is this talented. He is far more suited for that stage than I am. Oh, brightest star in the night sky, can you remember? The one who walked with me. The figure that vanished into the wind. With a low, deep voice paired with high-quality songs, the concert had completely fallen into Laquan's rhythm. One song finished, and then the next. An hour passed, and the concert audience was stunned. The viewers in the various live streaming rooms were stunned. How many years has it been? I've finally seen a new star emerge in our music scene. How many songs has it been now? Every single one is new, and every single one is an absolute masterpiece. Who is this man? From now on, I'm his fan. I mean it. Even Jesus couldn't stop me. This night, countless listeners witnessed the birth of a new music god. Ding! The host has completed the mission. Reward, random movie lottery card. When the final song ended, Laquan let out a long sigh of relief. He opened his arms to the 100,000 people present and bowed slightly. Whoa! Woo! The whole venue cheered, erupted, and applauded. Laquan left the stage until the concert ended. Many people didn't even notice what was missing from the concert. Was it a pity because Killy wasn't there? No. Although Killy is indeed a goddess, compared to Laquan, the latter was even better. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for countless people. Killy was one of those suffering from insomnia. Her pale yellow pajamas couldn't hide Killy's stunning figure. The woman pinned up her long hair and sat on the edge of the bed. Her thoughts were still on the man who had been the center of the stage just moments ago. She sighed and rubbed her temples. Her fair fingers picked up the phone, and after aimlessly scrolling through the screen, Keely opened the calendar. The day after tomorrow is the end of the month. It was the moment when the 5-year promise between her and Li Quan would truly come into effect. In the past, Keely would have laughed off such a promise and wouldn't have taken it seriously. But now she didn't know why, but she felt a sense of wanting to run away. Once there was a result from the promise, would that mean the connection between her and Li Quan would finally come to an end? The day after tomorrow is the end of the month. Time really flies. After the concert, Li Quan went back home quietly. On his system panel, there were 15,000 points remaining, along with a movie lottery card. System, use the movie lottery card and see what I can get. Ding, successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the movie Titanic. Tian's system voice appeared. Li Quan was stunned for a moment, then took a serious look at the movie he had won. To think it's this movie. In the system store, the prices for various movies differ. And this Titanic is among the most expensive ones available. Li Quan proved that in the entertainment industry, pure talent is the only currency that effectively silences critics. While his success feels sudden, it's really a masterclass in leveraging psychological influence and resource management to create a brand overnight. The next day, the entertainment industry was in an uproar as expected. The impact of last night's concert was truly massive. Li Quan's identity was exposed as a result. When they learned that the mysterious singer was a director of the Li Group, the buzzing entertainment network fell into a strange silence. After all, recently, there had been quite a few scandals exposed about the Li Group. Originally, Black Rose's surrender was meant to clear the Li Group's name, but for some reason, it just faded away afterward. So, the Li Group remained a corrupt company in the eyes of many netizens. But Li Quan's performance yesterday was truly worthy of the title of a singing god. Consequently, public opinion online became completely polarized. One side acknowledged Li Quan's talent, while the other questioned his character. While countless netizens argued over his talent and character, Li Quan, the center of all the talk, posted a message on Weibo. The content of the Weibo post, however, had little to do with yesterday's concert. After 5 years of filming abroad, the movie Titanic will be released the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m. Everyone is welcome to watch. If it were before, a post like this from Li Quan would have just attracted a crowd of bystanders or trolls and wouldn't have generated much buzz. But now, Li Quan's post shot straight to the top of the trending topics. Still promoting a movie. Director Li, if it really isn't working out, we could develop your music career instead. Li Quan, where can we listen to your songs? Haven't they been released yet? Titanic filmed over 5 years. Director Li, how old were you 5 years ago? An overwhelming flood of comments poured in. Thanks to the hype from yesterday's concert, Li Quan basically didn't even need a movie trailer. Not long after, Keely's movie trailer was also released. This drew cheers and anticipation from many netizens, creating a sharp contrast with Li Quan's situation. System, since Keely is no longer interested in Lin Fan, does cancelling or keeping my engagement with her even matter anymore? After checking the situation on Weibo, Li Quan voiced the question he'd had since yesterday. The whole reason he went after Keely was to make Lin Fan lose a female lead and thus reduce his protagonist's luck. Now that this goal had been achieved, to put it bluntly, Keely didn't seem to have much value anymore. Tian patiently explained the situation to Li Quan. Host, do not underestimate the protagonist. As a protagonist, he gathers the luck of the entire world, and the closer it gets to the end, the easier it is for him to make a comeback. Unless you make Keely feel the same 100% negative towards Lin Fan as Black Rose and Li Shaya, or make her fall completely in love with you, the uncertain factors will always exist. Is that so? Upon hearing Tian's words, Li Quan regained his serious attitude. Throughout that day, Amidst heated discussions from netizens, the night arrived. The night was quiet, and in the luxurious room, dense spiritual power was continuously emanating. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, the spiritual power fluctuating around him, becoming increasingly dense and intense. Before long, bang! A wave of atomized spiritual power surged from Lin Fan, rolling out in all directions. Slowly opening his eyes, a sharp glint flashed across them. I didn't expect that the divine pill my master left in the treasure vault would allow me to break through 2 realms at once, reaching the peak of the Earth realm. Clenching his fists, the surge in strength lifted some of the gloom in Lin Fan's heart. If I face that guy again now, I will definitely kill him. Recalling being completely crushed by Tian yesterday, Lin Fan felt it was the greatest humiliation of his life. However, it was that very experience that made him much calmer. What he was still lacking was subordinates. If someone from Ghost Fang had told him yesterday that Li Quan was appearing at Qilei's concert, he definitely wouldn't have been so reckless. After all, knowing that the opponent had the trump card of annihilating 500 soldiers, Lin Fan would likely have planned more carefully. Thinking of this, Lin Fan slammed his seat in frustration. Why had those guys from Ghost Fang disappeared for so long? Picking up his phone, Lin Fan thought of Cheng Jun. He was the only one who could help him track down Ghost Fang now. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered the phone. He dialed a few more times, but it was the same result. A bad feeling arose in Lin Fan's heart, as Cheng Jun had never missed a call from him before. Click. Outside the window, a few shadows flashed by. Who's there? Displaying the aura of the peak of the Earth realm, Lin Fan looked coldly into a dark corner of the room. Young master, it is us, your old servants. Amidst a hoarse voice, 5 old men in black robes slowly appeared. Seeing the 5 top assassins of Ghost Fang, Lin Fan's expression softened and he withdrew his aura. Why have you only just appeared? What were you doing while you disappeared? It wasn't hard to hear the anger in Lin Fan's tone. This made the leader, Blood Eye, tremble slightly. Young master, please calm your anger. The time we were away was spent completing the mission you assigned to us. Blood Eye looked miserable. The young master had originally said not to appear in front of him until the mission was finished. Now that they had returned with good news, he didn't expect Lin Fan to demand to know why they hadn't appeared sooner. Mission? Lin Fan frowned. Did I assign any mission to you? Didn't you order us to lead the entire Ghost Fang assassin organization to assassinate Cheng Jun 2 days ago? Blood Eye thought the young master had simply forgotten. Assassinate Cheng Jun. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. When did I give you that order? Cheng Jun is my senior brother and my backing in the official circles. Why would I want to kill him? But Blood Eye found it hard to understand. Young master, you really did give us that order. You even said Cheng Jun was coveting the key in your hand and wanted to take the treasure vault for himself. Absurd. A sudden burst of anger. Lin Fan interrupted Blood Eye and grabbed him by the collar. So you're back now because you finished that so-called mission? Blood Eye was stunned. Following normal procedure, he should have said, with great confidence, mission accomplished, and then waited for the young master's rewards and praise. But now, facing the intimidating Lin Fan, Blood Eye hardened his resolve and took a package from behind him. This is Cheng Jun's head. You are simply courting death. Seeing the package, Lin Fan's heart bled. He struck Blood Eye's head with the force of his peak Earth realm power. Bang! Blood Eye couldn't even manage a plea for mercy before he was dead. Seeing this, the 4 remaining top assassins immediately knelt and said in unison, Young master, please forgive us. More than enough to spoil things, but never enough to succeed. What use are you all? Faced with the furious Lin Fan, the assassins didn't dare say a word. The room fell into a long, deep silence. Lin Fan is caught in a classic psychological trap, the sunk cost fallacy. By killing his own elite subordinates, he has effectively destroyed his only infrastructure in a high-stakes power struggle. This narrative arc masterfully illustrates how a protagonist's ego and lack of information control can sabotage their own path to dominance. A fierce glint flickered repeatedly in Lin Fan's eyes. With Cheng Jun dead, his available manpower was severely depleted. Realizing this, Lin Fan ultimately decided not to take action against the remaining few. You have 2 hours to gather all the Ghost Tooth assassins who are ancient martial artists in Mohai City. Yes. The 4 top-tier assassins looked as if they had just been granted a reprieve from death. Inside the room lit by a desk lamp, Lai Quan lay on the bed, habitually scrolling through his system interface. And Yi Tian, who was the system itself, was frantically absorbing the points generated whenever a loophole appeared in the world. I didn't expect those assassins to be quite so capable. The reason for this loophole was, naturally, Cheng Jun's death. If you look at the protagonist Lin Fan's destiny energy now, there should only be 2,000 left. The protagonist has reached this point. Yi Tian could clearly sense that the world's will itself had begun to panic. In other words, Lin Fan, as the protagonist, is about to receive the core treatment that a child of destiny deserves. Yi Tian vividly imagined a metaphor. Is he about to go into berserk mode? I just don't know if it will be a sudden surge in the protagonist's strength, or if he'll encounter some influential benefactor. If it's a surge in strength, Yi Tian would have to laugh. Yesterday, he copied all of Lin Fan's legendary great ancient martial arts manuals and equipment. In less than a day, Yi Tian had already mastered one of those heaven-tier manuals to perfection. He has reached the heaven-tier perfection, the very pinnacle of this world. If it's an enhancement in other aspects, like meeting a benefactor, that would actually be a bit interesting. Amidst the orange candlelight, the sprawling, intricate giant treasure vault revealed its magnificent face. Lin Fan walked in front. Behind him were 50 Ghost Tooth assassins of varying strength. Though their individual strengths varied, every single one of those 50 assassins was a genuine ancient martial artist. Following Lin Fan deep into the vault, everyone could clearly feel a surge of thick spiritual energy. There are 5 hidden doors in the vault, Lin Fan said, pointing toward one of them. I have already opened 4 of them previously, and the pills and manuals I obtained were barely enough. Tonight, you will all join me in opening the final 5th door. Yes, young master. The 50 assassins bowed. Before long, Lin Fan and the others arrived before a stone door. Everyone channel your spiritual energy. The hidden door will only open once the peak threshold is met. With that, Lin Fan took the lead and placed his hand against the wall. Seeing this, all the Ghost Tooth assassins followed suit. The amount of spiritual energy from 50 ancient martial artists was immense. In no time at all, the 5th hidden door groaned and slowly rose amidst violent tremors. If you had been here 2 days ago, I could have opened all the hidden doors earlier, and I might have even started using the contents to break through to the heaven tier. Watching the hidden door slowly rise, Lin Fan's internal resentment grew rather than diminished. Please, young master, suppress your anger, the 4 top-tier assassins said with their heads bowed. Enough, go and bring out the treasures from inside. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan didn't want to discuss this matter any further. Several yellow-tier assassins, hearing Lin Fan's command, darted into the treasure area within the hidden door. Thump, thump. The next moment, those ancient martial artists who had entered the hidden door were tossed out by a wave of spiritual energy. Who is it? With a sharp gaze directed into the hidden chamber, Lin Fan's Earth tier perfection aura slowly manifested. He hadn't expected anyone to be inside. However, a spiritual pressure, far more vast and majestic than his own, erupted from within the hidden door. This aura, is it heaven tier? Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly. Ha ha ha, is the person outside Lin Tianong's disciple Lin Fan? Amidst a hearty laugh, a fair-faced scholar holding a folding fan appeared before everyone. Who is the senior? Lin Fan could perceive that the person before them bore no malice toward their group. I am an old acquaintance of Lin Tianong. The fair-faced scholar gently waved his fan, You should address me as Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai. Lin Fan was puzzled at first, then his whole body shuddered. Could you be the Bai Yao strategist? Bai Yushi, the second person to reach heaven tier in the age of Dharma decline after my master? Bai Yushi nodded. I didn't expect that after all these years, you would still remember my old title. Uncle Bai, haven't you already reached the heaven tier? Why didn't you go to the upper realm with my master? Hearing Lin Fan's question, Bai Yushi shook his head. I promised your master I would stay behind to guard the vault until it was finally opened. If anyone else opened it, I would have killed them. But since it was you who opened it, I will assist you, help you reach the heaven tier, and we will go to the upper realm together. So that's how it is. Lin Fan felt incredibly excited. This was a heaven tier master, and a genius strategist to boot. After calming down slightly, Lin Fan spoke cautiously. Uncle Bai, I've run into some trouble in the secular world. Can you help me? Oh? Bai Yushi looked surprised. Tell me about your problem. Lin Fan proceeded to confide in Bai Yushi for over 10 minutes. From when he met the big celebrity Kili, to discovering the young heiress Li Shaya, to meeting the beautiful hacker Black Rose. And then everything revolving around Li Quan. Upon hearing that Li Quan was protected by a master at the Earth tier perfection level, Bai Yushi raised an eyebrow. As the recounting ended, Bai Yushi nodded slightly, displaying a look of understanding. Little Fan, I have a plan that can reverse your current passive situation. The night was long, in the women's prison. Having been here for a day, Q Mei felt as though she had arrived in hell. She wanted to leave, she wanted to escape. But that was impossible. She could never return to the days when she was in the spotlight. Every time she thought of this, Q Mei recalled the experience from that night. That cold, mechanical-like assassin, holding a blade to her throat, demanding she publish all the evidence of her crimes to the world. Q Mei would never forget that moment in her life. In a daze, Q Mei saw a dark shadow again. Thump, the stranger delivered a chop to her neck, and Q Mei passed out. When Q Mei slowly awoke, it was already the next day. With streaks of morning light shining through the window, Q Mei discovered she had left the prison and was in an elegantly decorated room. Before her stood two men. A middle-aged man holding a folding fan and a young man in casual clothes. Hello, Q Mei, Lin Fan spoke. You are Lin Fan? Yes. Nodding, Lin Fan continued. First, congratulations, Miss Q Mei. Due to insufficient evidence to confirm your criminal involvement, you have been released. I am innocent. I don't have to go to prison. Q Mei covered her mouth, her face full of surprise and disbelief. It felt as if, upon waking up, the whole world had changed. Yes, you are innocent. Lin Fan nodded, then shifted his tone. The one who is guilty is Li Quan. Li Quan. Q Mei didn't quite understand what's wrong with Li Quan. He threatened you into publishing posts to clear his debauched private life. He threatened you into writing about things that never existed, just to clean up his reputation. Huh? That didn't happen, did it? Q Mei replied instinctively. To this, Lin Fan's voice deepened slightly. It did. If you cannot expose the ugly face of Li Quan, you might find yourself back in that cold prison. With things spelled out to this degree. Even if Q Mei was slow on the uptake, she realized what was happening now. He wants her to slander him. Lin Fan wants her to completely smear Li Quan's reputation. Lin Fan is essentially weaponizing cognitive bias here. By forcing Q Mei to frame Li Quan, he is demonstrating a classic smear campaign strategy often seen in high-stakes reputation warfare. It is a desperate move that highlights how fragile his protagonist status has truly become.
Today is the day the movie is released. The 5-year promise must be honored today, but Kili's heart is filled with complicated feelings. Kili, look, Q Mei has been released, and she just posted something new. Her agent placed the phone in front of Kili. Q Mei. Hearing this familiar name, Kili took the phone and looked at the post. Li Quan, you scumbag. The title of the post made Kili frown slightly. She continued reading. On the night of April 27th, I went to room number so-and-so, building A, Haiheng apartment at the Bund. This is where Li Quan and I have been meeting in secret for a year. I thought this hard-won tryst would be a perfect beginning and a lingering end. I just didn't expect that as soon as I entered the room, I would be greeted by not only Li Quan, but also his friends, who subjected me to inhuman torture. At the same time, Li Quan forced me to use my social media account to admit to everything, so that I could help him wash away his dirty secrets. I know his goal. He has always liked Kili, and this is his method. By using me to clear his name, he can reappear in front of Kili with the image of a gentleman. Li Quan also promised that as long as this post was published, he would ensure my bright future. I didn't dare to resist, and I couldn't resist anyway. By the next day, I was in prison. It was then that I realized I was too naive. Li Quan had already abandoned me. If it weren't for the police's keen insight, how could I have gotten out? I misjudged the man. When I first discovered he was trading favors for roles with the Fuyov girl group, I should have seen his true nature as a scumbag. It was a long and rambling essay. When she reached the last character, Kili's hands were trembling slightly. How is this possible? Qmei's post caused the internet to almost crash. Li Quan's popularity had been soaring these past 2 days because of his legendary concert. Now that such a shocking scandal had broken, netizens could only say that Li Quan's story is truly endless. Of course, there were also quite a few people questioning Qmei's words. Most of these people were fans of Li Quan's songs. Do you have any proof for what you're saying? If Li Quan is really the scumbag you describe, how could he write so many deeply emotional songs and sing them so well? Qmei, his songs were all written by gold standard composers. Do you think it's possible for one person to write so many songs? Then how do you explain him singing them so beautifully? Qmei singing? Haven't you ever heard of lip-syncing? One by one, the questioning netizens were shot down by Qmei. This serious demeanor made many people feel that Qmei might actually be telling the truth. Kili browsed through Qmei's replies under the post, her delicate brows knitted tightly together. She'd no longer hold back. Kili sent a direct message to Qmei. Why are you lying? What lie? Qmei replied immediately, as if she had been waiting. Li Quan didn't lip-sync at that time. I saw it clearly. Oh, that. Qmei responded indifferently. That was my mistake. I suppose his musical talent is all right. Looking at this message in the chat box, Kili was surprised. She didn't expect Qmei to admit her mistake so directly. However, that was clearly not what Kili was most concerned about. After hesitating for a moment, Kili typed, "Do you really know Li Quan? Is his character as bad as you say?" Himph, it seems you have been deceived by Li Quan. A picture popped up in Qmei's chat box. In the picture, Li Quan and Qmei were lying on a bed, covered by a quilt. The second picture, Li Quan was embracing 2 beauties. The third picture, there were even more disgusting videos of Li Quan. Seeing all this, Kili's heart turned cold. With trembling hands, she pressed the power button, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. Even if she had doubted it moments ago, under the weight of such hard evidence, her doubts seemed completely pale and powerless. Had Li Quan been pretending all along? Is this his true face? Uncle Bai, what a brilliant scheme. You truly live up to your name as a mastermind. I'll have a drink to you. In the massive manner, Lin Fan raised his glass at the dinner table, his smile full of satisfaction. He finally felt that he had stepped on Li Quan, the guy who was supposed to be under his feet, once again. Schemes are just that, it's all about timing. Bai Yushi waved his hand modestly, signaling it wasn't worth mentioning. That just shows your ability, Uncle Bai. Li Quan drained his glass. But I have to say, your face-swapping skill is truly divine. The photos and videos you made are simply impeccable. Just a small trick. Bai Yushi shook his head. Fan, since you still haven't let go of that girl named Kili, you can reach out to her tomorrow. Don't worry about what happened before. We'll arrange for you to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Then you can just explain it away. Bai Yushi had a deep understanding of human nature. Regarding the situation online, Li Quan himself only understood what had happened because of a reminder from Black Rose. Qmei's words were nothing but blatant slander. System, do I need to clarify this, or should I just hack Qmei's account? This kind of trivial slander caused almost zero damage to Li Quan. However, that didn't mean he was happy to see such things. Host, you should focus your attention on the movie tonight. Tian's reply was concise, yet it provided the answer to breaking the deadlock. After pointing Li Quan in the right direction, Tian's figure appeared on a certain street. As a system, he had previously applied a simulation function to track the changes surrounding Qmei. Therefore, he already knew. A character who was supposed to appear in the second book had arrived in the world of the first. Bai Yushi, a guy with a genius-level intellect, whose schemes were described in the original work as being even more terrifying than his actual strength. So this is the treatment the protagonist Lin Fan gets. Tisketatsking and shaking his head, Tian grinned. It's a shame he calculated everything except me. Showing his face so early, isn't that just handing it to me? Since he knew the opponent was cunning, Tian didn't intend to let him live past a single chapter. Now is the best time to eliminate this major threat. Of course. The opponent was, after all, at the peak of the heaven stage. Although his combat power wasn't high, Tian didn't think he could just be handled easily. Therefore, taking a glance at the system space, Tian had a thought. The remaining 1.5 million points began to be consumed rapidly. In no time, the million points were gone, and 5 people appeared in front of Li Quan. All 5 were at the great perfection stage of the heaven realm, the extreme level. Adding myself, 6 against 1, that should be a bit safer. This setup perfectly illustrates the Dunning-Kruger effect in action. Bai Yushi prides himself on his calculated manipulation, yet he fails to recognize that by introducing advanced technology like AI deepfakes, he has actually triggered a fatal escalation. When villains rely on artificial scandals instead of genuine leverage, they stop playing a game of social status and start a war of attrition. Li Quan's decision to burn his resources on peak-tier reinforcements isn't just a power move, it's a strategic pivot from defense to total annihilation. When you lose the battle for narrative control, you stop arguing and start upgrading your firepower. Bai Yushi must be with Lin Fan. And for Tian, finding Lin Fan is not difficult at all. The place where the luck of the whole world gathers, it is too obvious. With 5 Heaven Realm perfection experts behind him, Tian headed in a certain direction. Bai Yushi and Lin Fan, who were still in the manor, clearly did not realize the danger was approaching. At this moment, Bai Yushi was earnestly teaching Lin Fan. To speak of the realm above the heaven realm, it is called transcendence and sainthood, which is a symbol of an earthly immortal. Transcendence and sainthood. A longing look flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Uncle Bai, your cultivation technique should be able to reach that realm, right? Speaking of this, a touch of pride appeared on Bai Yushi's face. If the laws of heaven and earth in this lower realm allowed the existence of people who have transcended and become saints, I would certainly be one of them. Uncle Bai is worthy of being Uncle Bai, with unmatched intelligence and strength. Ever since he met this senior yesterday, Lin Fan realized that everything started to go smoothly. Once he deals with Li Quan, takes back Kili, Haimai, and Li Shia, and then breaks through the heaven realm, he will be able to go to the upper realm and live freely. Haha, you are too kind, you are too kind. Waving his fan, Bai Yushi seemed to enjoy Lin Fan's flattery very much. And just as he was feeling a bit carried away, he keenly sensed a hint of danger. In an instant, a silver needle appeared in his eyes. Clang! Bai Yushi's eyes turned sharp, and he opened the folding fan in his hand. With a thunderous clash, a terrifying shockwave swept out. Lin Fan, who was next to him, was directly blown away. Then the silver needle flew back, and Bai Yushi was forced back several steps. Who is it? Scanning the surroundings, a hint of gravity was revealed in Bai Yushi's eyes. With this kind of attack, the opponent's strength is definitely not lower than his. Many doubts also arose in his heart. Is there another person in the lower realm with the same realm as him? After Bai Yushi's voice fell, Yi Tian, who was fiddling with the silver needle, appeared. "It is you." Seeing the person who appeared, Lin Fan behind him immediately screamed. "Do you know him?" Bai Yushi glanced at Lin Fan behind him. "He is that Earth Realm Perfection Protector of Lai Quan." Lin Fan's tone was full of hatred. Earth Realm Perfection. Bai Yushi's eyes narrowed into a slit. He is not at the Earth Realm Perfection, but at the Heaven Realm Perfection. Heaven Realm Perfection. How is that possible? Just the day before yesterday, he was only at the Earth Realm Perfection. Hearing Bai Yushi's words, Lin Fan almost broke down. Having taken the miraculous medicine left by his master and breaking through 2 small realms in a row, he had already caught up with this guy. But never did he expect that the other party had left him far behind instead. "I did not expect you to have a Heaven Realm Perfection expert protecting you." After attacking, Yi Tian glanced at Lin Fan with a very ugly expression. Seeing Yi Tian's appearance, Lin Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. He was also fortunate that Bai Yushi was by his side. "Since you understand that I am here, do not waste any more effort." Bai Yushi opened his fan, his demeanor becoming a bit more casual. From the other party's short sentence, he understood that he had come to kill Lin Fan, but he just did not expect that he, a Heaven Realm Perfection expert, was present. "What a pity, the previous moment was the best chance to kill you." Yi Tian looked gloomy, and after saying this, he turned and left with a helpless look. Pew. Lin Fan exhaled a breath of frustration. And after staring intently as Yi Tian completely left, Bai Yushi's expression also relaxed slightly. But just at the moment he let his guard down, 5 terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, like 5 erupting volcanoes, suddenly burst out from behind Bai Yushi. At this moment, Bai Yushi's scalp tingled, wanting to launch a counterattack, but there was simply no time. Boom! The surrounding ground was torn open. In an instant, the power of 5 Heaven Realm Perfection experts sent Bai Yushi flying like a rag doll. "Uncle Bai!" Lin Fan roared. With a bang, Yi Tian appeared behind Lin Fan and knocked him unconscious, lying on the ground covered in blood. Bai Yushi felt his mind go blank. In a trance, he saw the 5 people who had ambushed him, as well as Li Quan's protector, staring dead at these 6 Heaven Realm Perfection experts. Bai Yushi spat out blood in great agitation. He understood. It turns out, Yi Tian was just distracting him earlier. The real goal was to have the other 5 people move around to his rear. 6 Heaven Realm Perfection experts. Bai Yushi had never imagined such a situation. Damn it, you already have 6 Heaven Realm Perfection experts. And you still resort to an ambush to deal with me. However, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. The leader, Yi Tian, casually flicked a silver needle into Bai Yushi's fatal point. With a casual wave of his hand, he disposed of the corpse. Having done all this, Yi Tian looked at the unconscious Lin Fan, withdrew the 5 Heaven Realm Perfection experts, and left. If he could, Yi Tian would definitely have eliminated Lin Fan. But looking at the changing sky, Yi Tian understood that if he made a move, a bolt of lightning would surely come pouring down. Bai Yushi had been dealt with, but Yi Tian did not return to the system immediately. He had another matter. The military district. Because of Cheng Jun's death, the Mohai City military district was already in some chaos. Fortunately, not long ago, a general was transferred from the capital and suppressed the riots. In an office within the military district, an old man with graying temples was frowning and looking at the information on the table. These were all materials investigating the murderer who killed Cheng Jun. After a day and a night of thorough investigation, the old man had been able to pin the target on Gia. Cheng Jun was also a martial artist, a profound-level martial artist at that. To kill him, even if those 5 Gia killers were mobilized, it would be impossible not to leave any traces. Gia, the old general, was confused. Why would this neutral international killer organization assassinate Cheng Jun? Because someone ordered it. A man's voice appeared abruptly. The old man looked up. A young man appeared on the chair in front of him out of nowhere. "Who are you?" With a serious gaze, the old general's vigilance against this suddenly appearing man soared high. Who am I? That answer is not important. Tian leaned back and said, what is important is that I can tell you who the real murderer of Cheng Jun is. Who is it? Lin Fan. Lin Fan? The old man heard this not so unfamiliar name and shook his head without thinking. He and Cheng Jun were like brothers. How could he possibly make a move against Cheng Jun? You have already determined that the killers were top-level assassins from the Gia organization. Do you not know that Gia is under Lin Fan's command? Tian poured himself a cup of tea and said casually, the Gia organization is under Lin Fan's command. Ridiculous. The old man was furious. Lin Fan, who was so upright that he was willing to share the martial arts treasury with the country, how could he possibly collude with killers? When faced with skepticism, the best way is to provide evidence. So, Tian placed a stack of photos on the old man's desk. These photos are the evidence I am providing. You can take your time to look at them. This tactical deception highlights a classic principle of psychological warfare. Never underestimate a villain who understands the power of asymmetry. By utilizing 6 elite warriors to dismantle a single target, Tian proves that efficiency always triumphs over fair play in a high-stakes power struggle. The photos are real, of course. For Tian, fabricating evidence is one of the skills he excels at most in his capacity as a system. The old general was slightly stunned before their meeting. Tian also stood up and dusted off his clothes. I still have things to do, so I will be going now. I trust you will not let any murderer go free, right? With a faint smile, Tian did not waste any more time. Watching the man leave, the old man frowned and picked up the stack of photos left on the table. As the photos were flipped open, seeing the images within, the old general was shocked to his core. In the photos, Lin Fan looked completely calm, with 5 ghost tooth assassins kneeling before him. In the second photo, there was a strange corpse lying at Lin Fan's feet. The third one. The photos Tian provided were not just about Cheng Jun, but also proof of Lin Fan's past murders. After a long while, when the last photo was finished, the old man trembled all over, his eyes burning with intense rage. So Lin Fan had been deceiving them all this time. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed. Hello, this is the Modu military region. I am the commander-in-chief. Issue a national level 1 wanted warrant immediately for the murderer, Lin Fan. A light drizzle was falling from the sky. Tian observed the fortunes of heaven, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Although he could not kill Lin Fan directly, that did not stop Tian from employing other methods. Returning to Li Quan, he was still busy preparing for the movie. Within a single day, he had completely released the news about the movie Titanic through all major media outlets. Included was a short teaser trailer. Although netizens continued to mock and curse Li Quan, many expressed surprise at the released teaser. A movie with this style, it is very rare. Just a few clips were enough to thrill me. How did the ship sink? What kind of disaster movie is this? The Li Group already announced it is a romance movie. I love the look of the lead actor and actress. This is something else. I heard the Li Group invested over $1 billion in this movie. Although many people believed Li Quan had a terrible character, a portion of the public still went ahead and booked tickets for Titanic. As for what Li Quan's character was truly like, there was no clear evidence released yet. Some rational people, relatively speaking, would not condemn Li Quan entirely without cause. Even though countless people on the internet were shouting for not a single ticket of Li Quan's movie to be sold, the tickets were still selling regardless. At 8 o'clock in the evening sharp, Titanic officially began screening in major cinemas. In a certain small cinema, a man wrapped up tightly held his phone, speaking flatteringly to his live stream camera. Hey guys, you all know about the Li Group's Titanic, right? I am currently at the cinema playing this movie, the man said, turning his phone camera to face the screen. The streamer bought a ticket for this movie? The streamer is actually supporting Li Quan. Sorry, unsubscribed. There were not many people in the stream to begin with. Because of those two remarks, the viewers were planning to leave entirely. In response to this, the streamer hurriedly tried to keep them. Don't rush off yet, guys. I am doing this stream specifically to let you all see just how bad this movie is. To avoid being caught, I even went out of my way to find this small cinema with no standards. Don't you guys want to see what Lee Kwan's hyped-up movie actually looks like? After hearing that, the viewers in the chat calmed down. Taking a look is not bad. I want to see how much toxicity I can endure. There were also some who remained dismissive, not interested. I haven't even watched my goddess Keely's directed and starred film Separation of Violets. Why waste time watching this? Indeed, it wasn't just Lee Kwan's movie premiering tonight, but Keely's movie as well. Compared to Separation of Violets, Titanic seemed deserted. Many theaters weren't even half full. Guys, just watch comfortably. I'll set the camera up. There's no security here anyway, and hardly anyone is watching. The streamer was excited to see the growing number of viewers on his phone. Sure enough, riding the hype surrounding Lee Kwan was way faster than his previous stream popularity. Once the phone was positioned, the movie officially began. The yellowish footage opened on a large ship docked at the pier. The mournful and sorrowful background music pulled people into the experience unconsciously. Haha, what is this? A black and white movie? Haters in the chat spoke up immediately. Then the scene kept panning across, accompanied by the sorrowful music. The ocean, submarines, the sunken ship. The story of the movie slowly unfolded. As the movie progressed, the insults in the chat gradually subsided. Without realizing it, people began to be drawn into the movie. At the same time as the screening, the number of viewers in the stream slowly climbed. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. The streamer didn't notice, because he himself had become completely immersed in the movie before his eyes. When the audience saw Lucy and Jack standing at the bow with their arms wide open in the wind, they couldn't help but smile. When they saw the ship hit the iceberg, many sat up tensely. And finally, seeing Jack's ending, countless people shed tears. What movie is this? I'm crying. Is this what love looks like? A masterpiece. Absolutely a masterpiece. Starting from a small live stream. The exposure of Titanic blew up among countless veteran film buffs. Various film content creators and video bloggers all used their own platforms to upload the latest clips. If it is true that an excellent work can be buried by poor promotion, then a masterpiece, no matter how low-key you are, will eventually be championed by countless people onto the pedestal it belongs to. Such a huge sensation brought in many curious onlookers. Like Kwan's movie? Is this a paid promotion? I'm laughing. Does anyone actually go watch his movie? The bloggers who highly recommended the film naturally drew fire and insults. Regarding this, many bloggers retorted directly, "You can question Lee Kwan's character, but you cannot insult the Titanic in my heart." Those talking about Lee Kwan's character have only ever listened to Q May's one-sided story. You just believe what you want to believe, without ever understanding the truth, blinded and barking at everything. Dogs like that will be beaten wherever they go. Open your eyes and go watch the movie. All across the internet, the tide was no longer one-sided. With the appearance of Titanic, a large number of Lee Kwan fans sprouted up like bamboo shoots after rain. Although it was a bit unexpected, the ultimate goal was achieved. In his room, Lee Kwan took his hands off the keyboard. Why did that streamer of Titanic have 1 million viewers? And why wasn't the stream taken down? This was because Lee Kwan was pulling strings behind the scenes. This fire was bound to catch. Lee Kwan just accelerated the time it took for the flames to rise. This isn't just a classic underdog story. It's a masterclass in narrative manipulation. By weaponizing audience curiosity and leveraging the guilty pleasure phenomenon of watching a train wreck, Lee Kwan successfully hijacked the public's bias. It's a sobering reminder of how easily the internet's cancel culture can be subverted by pure, undeniable artistic quality. The real question remains, when the content is this good, does the creator's reputation actually matter? on the bed. Her beautiful long and shapely legs were crossed. Looking at the continuously rising box office numbers for her movie on her phone, she knew its huge success was inevitable. Yet she didn't feel much joy. Li Kuan's movie has also been released. Glancing at the box office ranking for Titanic, Keely frowned. It is still ranked outside the top 100. He clearly said he would beat me. Could it be that he has been faking it all this time? After seeing the evidence today that proved Li Kuan was a scumbag, Keely simply couldn't let it go. Now that she discovered his movie's box office was so dismal, Keely felt even more disappointed. Li Kuan didn't take their 5-year promise seriously at all. His movie was just a sloppy attempt. Yeah, it has been 5 years, people change. Thinking of this, Keely felt suddenly much more exhausted. She refreshed the box office rankings casually, preparing to rest. But after refreshing, she saw an incredible sight. Titanic, which had been outside the top 100, appeared in the top 50 in an instant. It jumped dozens of places, leaving so many movies behind. With a look of surprise, Keely refreshed it again, and the movie's box office ranking had risen another 2 spots. It was like a rocket shooting up. In less than half an hour, Titanic had already broken into the top 10 of this month's box office rankings. It was only 3 spots away from her movie, The Separation of Violet, ranked 7th. Judging by this upward trend, it wouldn't take long to surpass her. How is that possible? To go from outside the top 100 to the top 10, this progress took less than half an hour. And looking at the growth rate, the 10th spot was far from its destination. Sensing something, she opened the box office forum. I booked tickets for Titanic, so excited, can't wait. It's a masterpiece. I swear, this is the best movie I've ever seen, bar none. Regardless of Li Kuan's character, this work is truly beyond reproach. The entire forum was flooded with comments related to Titanic. This made Keely feel unbelievable. Even the top 3 movies in the national annual box office chart probably didn't have this many people discussing them. Browsing through the comments on the forum, everyone who had seen the movie was captivated. Their emotions were deeply drawn in. Coming to her senses, Keely checked the box office rankings once more. She was shocked to find that Titanic had already become number 1 for the month. How long has it been? In just one night, it surpassed the previous leader. And it was a landslide victory. His movie has surpassed the one I spent 5 years meticulously creating. Looking at the dazzling number 1 spot, Keely didn't know how to describe her inner feelings. Appreciate Li Kuan's talent, or be disappointed by his character. The night passed by in a flash. The next day, Li Kuan was woken up by a phone call. He picked it up. It was Keely on the other end. Let's meet at the coffee shop downstairs from your company. The woman's somewhat cold voice came through the phone. Li Kuan yawned, sure. An hour later, in the coffee shop, at a table by the window, Keely and Li Kuan sat across from each other. Looking at the traffic outside the window, Keely sighed. I lost that challenge we agreed upon. So you can annul our engagement now. Listening to Keely, Li Kuan stretched and said, aside from annulling the engagement, the agreement also stated that the winner could choose to keep it permanently, right? Hearing Li Kuan's words, Keely's heart skipped a beat. As expected, after winning, he's finally going to show his true colors? Thinking this, Keely felt even more disappointed in Li Kuan. I'm sorry. I cannot allow my partner to be someone like you. Huh. Li Kuan chuckled non-committally. You're overthinking it. I said I'd annul the engagement, and I won't go back on my word. From now on, I, Li Kuan, am no longer your fiancé, and you, Keely, are no longer my fiancé. Straightening his clothes, Li Kuan stood up. If that's all, I'll be going. His decisive manner surprised Keely. Wait, don't you have anything else to say to me? Say what? Do you want me to explain that article by Q Mei? Li Kuan's question left Keely speechless. You don't trust me, so what's the point of saying more? With that, Li Kuan left directly. Watching the man's back as he walked away at that moment, Keely felt an emptiness in her heart. She felt as if something extremely important had been lost. He is a scumbag, not worth your feelings, she muttered to herself, as if trying to spite him. Kili took a deep breath and then left the coffee shop. However, just as she reached the door, a man wearing a mask knocked Kili unconscious with a strike to the neck and dragged her into a car. Quan returned to his company. Looking at the key in his hand, he frowned slightly. It seems I need to deal with Q Mei, the rumor monger, before I can give her the key to the castle. Tian watched this scene and shook his head secretly. This foolish host, since he's already set Kili's castle as the key to winning her over, he shouldn't be hesitating. No matter the situation, if he just brought it out, her favorability would definitely go up to over 60%. And now look. She has been kidnapped by Lin Fan. I'll have to use the plan I made for the host to pursue the female lead, he muttered, and Tian waved his hand. Ding! System mission issued. Mission: Hero saves damsel. Mission success. Reward golden lottery card. Mission failure. Kili dies. Description: Lin Fan has become a Class 1 wanted criminal and, pushed to the edge, has abducted Kili. He needs her furnace body to break through to the heaven tier to solve his problems. Please, host, rescue Kili. Tian's mission was released. And after reading the entire mission, Li Quan's eyes turned cold. Lin Fan is back. And he's even gone so far as to abduct Kili. System: how many points do I have left? In an unfinished building, Lin Fan woke Kili up. Slowly opening her beautiful eyes and looking around, Kili's gaze fixed on Lin Fan beside her. Lin Fan. Kili's face turned angry. What do you think you're doing, grabbing me? This is kidnapping. Kili. Lin Fan sighed. I didn't want to do this originally, but the soldiers were pushing me too hard, and this was my only option. I did save you before, didn't I? Lin Fan said, and Kili quieted down, though the coldness in her eyes remained undiminished. If you hand over your furnace body to me, we can call it even. How about that? In your dreams, Kili rarely got angry, but she admitted she had misjudged this person before. Lin Fan sneered. The union would be of great benefit to both of us. However, since you are unwilling, I won't force it. Saying that, Lin Fan took out a dagger. After all, the blood of a furnace body contains even more immense spiritual energy. Relatively speaking, your blood is far more attractive to me than your body. Kili is caught in a classic cognitive dissonance trap. She dismisses Li Quan as morally bankrupt despite his objective success, while failing to realize the systemic manipulation by her inner circle. Her tragedy isn't just the kidnapping, but the inability to discern true value from public perception, leaving her vulnerable to the very predators she ignores. The vehicle sped down the highway. Li Quan, driving the car, had no idea how long he had been flooring the gas pedal. System: where's Lin Fan? Li Quan wore a calm expression, yet Tian could sense his inner urgency. As for Kili, he might not say it out loud, but he cared for her deeply. Ding, the target has been located for the host. As Tian spoke, a map appeared before Li Quan's eyes. It was a drive of over 40 minutes. Vroom. The vehicle's speed increased significantly. Seeing Li Quan like this, Tian couldn't help but sigh. The map was correct, but he had taken him through several detours. Li Quan was destined to arrive too late. Tian did this to finally bring Li Quan and Kili together. This time, he had even calculated his own host into the scheme. By the time Li Quan arrived at the unfinished building, Lin Fan had long since left. On the cold floor lay a woman lying still. The woman was deathly pale, beautiful as crystal jade, but without a hint of blood in her. She had been drained of all her blood. At the sight of this, Li Quan's brain felt as if it had been struck by a bronze bell. He approached Kili in disbelief, his eyes rimmed with red. Memories of this woman flooded his mind, childhood sweethearts, innocence, the first stirrings of love. Everything had just begun, so why had she left so suddenly? System: save her. You can save her, right? This was the second time Li Quan had lost his composure like this. The last time was when he watched his parents die before his eyes. Ding, the system can help the host sustain Kili's final spark of life. Please take her to the hospital as soon as possible. The system's mechanical voice echoed. To the hospital, go to the hospital. Hearing there was still hope, Li Quan felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. He picked up the cold, motionless Kili and acted with lightning speed. Screech. With the car screeching to a halt, Li Quan carried Kili out. He had already contacted the hospital director on the way, and as soon as he exited the car, a team of medical staff rushed forward. "You must save her." Li Quan grabbed the director by the collar, his emotions on the verge of collapsing. "Rest assured, we will do our absolute best," the director reassured him. Li Quan took a deep breath, yet he couldn't fully trust these doctors with their limited abilities. "System, can they really save Kili?" "No," Tian answered honestly. Li Quan was stunned by the system's reply. "No?" Li Quan's blood pressure spiked. "Then why did you tell me to bring her to the hospital?" "The female lead Kili is in this condition due to excessive blood loss. She needs a transfusion to survive, but this hospital does not have a matching blood type." "Then where is it available?" Li Quan's tone softened slightly. If it was just a matter of finding a blood type, it shouldn't be too hard. However, the system's next words shattered his hope. "No hospital in the entire world has a blood type that matches Kili." "How can that be?" Li Quan grabbed his head in disbelief. Tian stopped beating around the bush. "The host's blood type matches Kili's." "Mine?" "Yes. Host, are you willing to give all your blood to save Kili?" The rain in the night grew heavier. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Morning. The woman's long lashes trembled slightly. Faint morning light bathed her side profile, as if a princess from a fairy tale had awakened from slumber. Looking around, Kili noticed that the hospital room was empty. A bouquet of violets by the bedside swayed in the light breeze, releasing a floral scent. Taking in her surroundings, Kili almost thought this was a dream. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Click. The door opened, and a young man with an easygoing temperament walked in. "Looks like you're recovering well." Tian pulled up a chair casually. "Are you that senior?" Kili had met Tian when Lin Fan had drugged her. "Call me Tian, I'm a friend of Li Quan." Oh, Kili was full of confusion. "Did you and Li Quan save me?" "Yes." "Then where is Li Quan?" At the mention of his name, her feelings became complex. She hadn't expected that after such a bitter parting yesterday, he would be the one to save her. Li Quan. Tian didn't answer immediately, instead asking, "In your eyes, Ms. Kili, what kind of person is Li Quan?" "Him?" Kili shifted slightly, thinking of Li Quan at the concert. A faint smile she didn't even notice appeared on her lips. "He is a man of great talent." At this, she thought of the things Q Mei had sent her, and her expression turned bitter. "It's just that I cannot accept his character. If he was the one who saved me, I am grateful. But as for being friends..." "Character, you say?" Tian casually switched on the wall-mounted television. He opened Weibo on his phone and cast it to the screen. At the top of the trending list was Q Mei's apology. "I'm sorry, I slandered Li Quan's character." The rest of the content was entirely a clarification. The netizens in the comments were all hurling insults at Q Mei. Sometimes what you see isn't necessarily the truth. Tian stood up to spray water on the violets. Cleared. Seeing this, Kili was stunned, then frowned. "What a coincidence. I just woke up, and I see Q Mei's statement. I'm not a child. You can tell Li Quan he doesn't need to force Q Mei. That will only make me despise her more." "You think Li Quan forced Q Mei to post this?" Tian paused his movements and took a deep breath. His voice deepened abruptly. "A man who willingly died for you. Does he need to resort to such things to prove his true feelings for you?" Tian's words were like a sword piercing deep into Kili's heart. "What did you say?" Kili's voice trembled. "What happened to Li Quan?" "He is dead. Because you were lacking blood, he let the doctors drain him dry so you could live. Everything flowing in your body right now is Li Quan's blood." Every word Tian spoke was etched clearly into Kili's mind. "Li Quan is dead?" Kili looked at Tian, her heart feeling as if it had been slashed by a knife. "Dead? He died to save me?" Kili's tears flowed like a broken dam. "No, that's not true." "You're lying to me, aren't you? Li Quan isn't dead, he's still alive. How could he be dead?" Kili shook her head with difficulty, her emotions completely spiraling out of control. Li Quan gave his life for you, and when you woke up, you questioned his integrity. I feel it was not worth it for him. No, that's not it. Killy shook her head frantically, already a mess of tears. Yes, why did she question Li Quan? He was willing to give up his own life for her. Could there be any more sincere emotion in this world? In a daze, scenes of Li Quan flashed through her mind. The girl said, "When I grow up, can I marry you?" The boy replied indignantly, "You're a girl. I'm the one who should marry you. Isn't it the same? Anyway, we can be together for a long, long time," the girl said, holding a bouquet of flowers. How long is a long, long time? The boy asked. As long as the violets. Idiot, those are flowers, they wither in a month. This tragedy highlights the cognitive bias of survivor's guilt. By manipulating the truth, the protagonist forces Ki Li to confront her own prejudice, turning her skepticism into crushing remorse, a classic, albeit brutal, lesson in the cost of blind judgment.
He walked over to the side of the hospital bed. Tian placed 3 items on the nightstand. These things were entrusted to me by Li Quan to give to you. Glancing at Killy, who was submerged in extreme grief, Tian did not disturb her further and left the room. Though he felt a bit guilty, his goal had been achieved. As of now, Lin Fan has lost all of his protagonist's fortune. It is time to finish him off. Inside the ward. After Tian left, nothing remained but waves of sobbing. A long, long time passed. When Killy finally cried until her voice was hoarse in the cold room, her gaze fixed upon the items on the nightstand. They were a letter, a key, and a ring box. These were the last things Li Quan left for her, supporting her weak body. Killy reached out and picked up the letter. Killy, meeting you was the luckiest thing that has ever happened in my life. Do you know, when I won our bet, the first thing I thought about was how to go back on my word, so that our engagement could continue. But you didn't give me the chance. I'll have to wait until later to put that confession ring on your finger. There must be a later. Drip. As she read this, Killy's tears fell onto the paper. Who could have imagined that the meeting yesterday would be our last? Do you remember when we were kids? Back then, you said you wanted a castle filled with violets, and you wanted to be the owner. I thought it was too much trouble and refused to go along with you, which made you angry enough to build your castle all on your own. Later, we slowly grew apart and you grew up, no longer dreaming of castles. You didn't know, did you? I've secretly built that castle for you. If you have time, go take a look. In this season, the violets are in full bloom. It must be beautiful. Woo woo woo. With her eyes already dry from crying, the remorse in Killy's heart was indescribable. At the airport, Lin Fan held an ID card in his hand. It wasn't his, but his current face bore a striking resemblance to the person on the card. The disguise technique by Yushi passed to him before dying had come in handy. Lin Fan thought that as long as he boarded the plane and went abroad, the world is vast and he'd go anywhere. He did not believe that someone as powerful as that heaven-tier great perfection guard of Li Quan's could be found everywhere abroad. Just as Lin Fan was indulging in this thought, a man sat down beside him casually. This was none other than Li Quan's protector. Seeing Tian sitting next to him, Lin Fan almost bolted. Although he had reached the heaven tier through the blood of Killy's cauldron body, the early stage of heaven tier and the great perfection were worlds apart. But on second thought, he was currently in disguise, right? Even if this guy next to him was powerful, he couldn't see through his disguise, could he? Want a smoke? Tian glanced at the person beside him with a cigarette in his mouth and offered one to Lin Fan. Thinking only about how to move away from Tian without being obvious, Lin Fan subconsciously took the cigarette. Click. After lighting it, Tian gestured to Lin Fan. Thanks. Lin Fan gave a stiff smile and let Tian light it for him. Out of politeness, Lin Fan took a puff. You've been poisoned, Tian said casually, exhaling a cloud of smoke. What? Lin Fan couldn't react for a moment. Tian didn't explain. Cough. Suddenly, Lin Fan grabbed his throat, his eyes bulging like a dead fish. You, despicable. Lin Fan's words to Yi Tian were full of terror. He wanted to say more, but his body had already gone limp and slumped to the ground. Several kind-hearted people rushed over. Huff, exhaling a cloud of white smoke, Yi Tian walked in the opposite direction of everyone else and left the airport. Calling up the system panel, the protagonist is dead. The points he has now are 10 million. In a vast white void. Lai Quan had been there for a long time. At one point, the space rippled slightly, and an entity shrouded in black mist, its face and form indiscernible, appeared before Li Quan. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Save Killy. Reward golden lottery card. Are you my system? Li Quan looked at the entity in front of him in amazement. This was his first time seeing the system's true form. Yes. So, am I dead now? Looking at the endless void around him, Li Quan asked Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded. The host's spiritual body is currently being preserved by the system and the system space. Then can I go back? Li Quan's voice lacked confidence, but it was filled with hope. In the human world, he still had family and a lover. He didn't want to lose them. Yi Tian was silent for a moment before answering Li Quan's question. You can, but you will lose something. Lose what? Li Quan hung on every word of the system. You will lose me. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The movie Titanic, released by Li Quan, had by now defined an entire generation. The songs Li Quan sang at the concert had become phenomenal hits. On this day, white clouds like cotton, a gentle breeze in the air. Number 1, Xianglin suburbs, Mohai City. A car pulled up to this location. The door opened. A flawless jade leg stepped out. Sister Killy, do you want me to come with you? Inside the car, the agent asked again, feeling uneasy. No need, I want to take a look by myself. Clutching a key in her hand, Killy wore a strained smile on her haggard face. She began to walk forward. A familiar floral scent filled the air. She walked for only a short while. Large fields of violets, like tiny purple elves, came into Killy's view. Looking up, the castle amidst the sea of flowers seemed so dreamy. Killy's castle. Looking at the 5 characters on the castle, tears welled up in Killy's eyes again. He did all of this alone. Why? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Why did you have to carry so much for me? She walked through the flower field in front of the castle. The gentle breeze stirred Killy's hair. This sea of flowers was so beautiful. However, the person who was supposed to be here with her to see the flowers was gone. Killy. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind her. This familiar voice. The woman turned around sharply. It's him. He's not dead, he's still alive. In the sea of flowers beneath the white clouds, the woman threw herself into the man's arms. Under the starry sky, Lai Quan stood alone on the balcony of the castle. We've already confirmed our relationship, and yet you're still running home out of shyness. Haven't I won you over completely yet? Lai Quan swirled the red wine in his hand with a helpless expression. By the way, system, is Lin Fan still watching me in the shadows? System? Sighs. A cold wind blew, and Li Quan fell silent. He took out the golden lottery card and looked up at the stars in the sky. Thank you for helping me grow from that night. I tried to jump to my death to who I am today. Perhaps your future is the most brilliant one of all. 理性要系とレシュ重性、客や撤去良作生み取る者的系、や不自極所へ、公設者出生年人的本流、所有種私的作用されん中高領大や、側弁税庁完備的逆や、や中低洋学開国へ、以来へ後期新的是サイスマナイウ After returning from the novel world of the almighty urban expert, the national goddess is truly delicious. Yi Tian tallied his gains. Points, 10 million. Ancient martial arts manuals, 47. Military weapon blueprints, several. Compared to before he entered the novel world, the items in the system shop were now much more abundant. On one of the system's panels, a passage to that world was recorded. As long as Yi Tian wanted to, he could return to the world where Li Quan was at any time. Over the next 3 days, Tian visited the heavy military bases of various countries in the real world. Without leaving a trace behind, he copied all the blueprints for those forbidden nuclear weapons into the system shop. Although the points required to create nuclear weapons using these blueprints were massive, Tian was the system himself. The only ones who could buy nuclear weapons were the hosts. It is about time. Second world, here I come. Forcible abduction of a woman generally refers to powerful or wealthy individuals taking a fancy to a common girl and forcibly taking her away to marry or make her a concubine without her family's consent. Lin Feng never expected that just 2 days after transmigrating, he would encounter something like this. It wasn't that he was kidnapping a woman, but rather that a woman was kidnapping him in broad daylight. Little man, wouldn't it be better to just submit to Big Sister? A graceful woman with a curvy figure, dressed in a red dress. She tilted Lin Feng's chin up, her warm red lips breathing fragrance onto him. Right now, Lin Feng was standing in the hall of a massive mansion. His hands and feet were tied with hemp rope, his clothes in disarray. The women around him, seeing this display of male allure, were all filled with lustful expressions. Regarding his own situation, Lin Feng felt it was simply absurd. Sure enough, as a man, you cannot wander around blindly without any strength. This was a fantasy world where men were subservient and women were superior. In this world, the primary social productivity and labor force were female. Military recruits were women, generals were women, ministers were women, and the imperial ruler also had to be a woman. Among immortal cultivators, female cultivators accounted for more than 80%. Walking the world, wielding a sword, and settling grudges freely were all things women were meant to do. Meanwhile, the men of this world were supposed to stay home doing embroidery, getting dressed up, and playing the zither. The rare man who ventured out into the world had to be extremely careful. One moment of carelessness could lead to being drugged by some woman, resulting in the loss of both his dignity and his wealth. Lin Feng was now deeply experiencing how treacherous the world could be. Sighing, Lin Feng knew he couldn't escape. In this fantasy world, women basically all possessed martial strength. How could he possibly resist? He closed his eyes, intending to quietly endure this suffering. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the courtyard. The mansion's gate was smashed to pieces. Who is it? Who dares to trespass in my Q residence? The moment the beautiful matron heard the loud noise, her gaze snapped toward the outside of the courtyard. Amidst the thick dust, beautiful figure clad in white robes and holding a cherry spear appeared before everyone's eyes. She was a woman, with long slender legs carved like fine jade, a balanced figure that made others feel inferior, and on her fair neck sat a cold, beautiful face filled with anger. Q residence, how dare you? You even dare to touch a man being selected for the capital. As the woman's cold voice fell, the face of the matron, Q Rong, turned deathly pale. A man selected for the capital? Looking in shock at the bound Lin Feng on the ground, Q Rong hurriedly knelt before the white-clad woman. My lord, I deserve to die 10,000 times over. I was blind. It was her who brought him here. This matter has nothing to do with me. The pointed-out housekeeper was covered in sweat, not knowing what to say. Humphy, a bunch of scum, forcibly abducting a common man is already a capital offense. Without listening to their excuses, the white-clad woman swept her spear, and a silver dragon emerged with a roar. Rumble. In an instant, the mansion collapsed, and everyone was buried beneath it. As for Lin Feng, he was being carried in the woman's hand. Looking at the innocent-looking Lin Feng, the woman arched her eyebrows. As a man, you have no sense of the world's dangers. If it weren't for me today, you would definitely have lost your purity and fallen into an irrecoverable state. While speaking, the woman flicked her spear and cut the ropes binding Lin Feng. From now on, until we reach the capital, you are not allowed to leave my side. Understood. Many thanks to General White Dragon for saving me. Lin Feng felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to go to the capital to participate in that so-called selection, he wouldn't have left the troop alone. In this world, just because the original host was the recognized most handsome man in Qingyun City, he was given the title of Beauty Man. Beauty Man. For Lin Feng, this was not a good title at all. The Beauty Man selection in this world was essentially a disgraceful husband-choosing contest. They branded handsome men from all over the empire as beauty men and gathered them in the capital in the name of selection. Afterward, they decided who would advance through various assessments. Those who passed one round but stopped at the second would gain the favor of some officials, leading to being kept or taken as a concubine by them. Those who passed the second round but stopped at the third were the pick of high-ranking female ministers. Those who passed the third round but stopped at the fourth were the turn of noblewomen and marquises. The subsequent fourth round corresponded to imperial princesses. The fifth round was the turn of the empress. In the entire country, every unmarried man hoped to become a beauty man and go to the capital for the examination, so as to rely on a powerful woman he could entrust his life to. After a night of careful thought, Lin Feng finally deciphered the deep malice this world held toward men. That was why he had tried to escape alone. If you had truly succeeded in escaping, your family would not have been able to avoid the death penalty. On the way out of the Q residence with Lin Feng, a single sentence from White Dragon made Lin Feng completely dispel the idea of trying to leave again. It seems going to the capital is unavoidable. Following White Dragon, Lin Feng returned to the inn where all the beauty men of the southern Keong continent were staying. Outside the inn were female guards wearing armor. Inside the inn were men applying makeup in front of mirrors. These men were either wearing pink clothes or veils, giggling coyly. At the first glance, Lin Feng almost gagged. The feeling of being surrounded by sissies is only truly terrible once you experience it. The moment Lin Feng appeared, several men with heavy makeup in the inn immediately walked up to him with swaying steps and concerned expressions. "Little brother Lin, are you okay? I don't know what you're thinking. So many men want to become beauty men, yet you are so resistant. With your looks, you could at least rely on a high-ranking female minister." The men around him chimed in with their own advice. To this, Lin Feng could only offer a forced smile to these sissies before finding an excuse to return to his room. He closed the door. Relying on my looks to rely on a female minister. Chewing on this thought, Lin Feng looked at the pink bedsheets and took a deep breath. In this world, must a man really live off of women? Ding. The host has complained about the injustice of the world. The Tian brand handsome man system has been activated. System father. Finally, you have finally arrived. Lin Feng was almost moved to tears. Facing a world surrounded by women and swarms of sissies all on his own, he had been under so much pressure. Fortunately, the essential golden finger for any transmigrator, the system, had appeared. Host Lin Feng. Realm, ordinary person. Beauty looks 96. Temperament 70. Skilting. Points. This world flips traditional power structures on their head, effectively turning male beauty into a commodity. While the system arrival is a classic trope, the real tension lies in whether Lin Feng can escape the systemic objectification, or if he will be forced to play the game he so despises. On the system interface, there was only a personal profile panel. There was no system shop, no exchange mode. It looked as rudimentary as could be. It wasn't that Tian had intentionally simplified or hidden those system functions. But this time, Tian had capsized in the gutter. Traveling across worlds usually invites resistance from the world's will, and Tian had prepared for that aspect. However, he underestimated this world, and upon entering, the world's will nearly crushed him to pieces. He barely managed to keep a few 100,000 points, but a massive amount of data was lost. Fortunately, he correctly found this host for his travel. Now that he had successfully bound with him, it wouldn't take long for Yi Tian to earn back his losses in this fantasy world. System, what functions do you have? As a transmigrator, Lin Feng's ability to adapt to the system was clearly stronger than Li Quan's. Regarding this question, Yi Tian spoke up immediately based on the current state of the system. This system specializes in lucky draws. As long as you have enough points, a level 9 draw can even get you a nuclear bomb. Hiss, Lin Feng gasped. It could actually draw a nuclear bomb. Hearing that, he immediately felt this system was absolutely powerful. How do I get points? Lin Feng asked a rookie question. Yi Tian explained it tirelessly. The most direct way to get points is to devour items and convert them into points. Don't think this method is outdated. In this world, there are plenty of treasures worth millions or even tens of millions of points. Devour items? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. System, how many points is this thing worth? As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a piece of jade as black as ink from his body. Seeing this jade, a profiteer's smile appeared on Yi Tian's mouth. The black jade is worth 1,500 points, and there is a remnant soul inside, worth 500 points. There's really a remnant soul inside, and it's only worth this much. Hearing the system's quote, Lin Feng looked at the jade in his hand in surprise. For the past 2 days, an elusive voice had constantly been appearing in this jade. It said he was some Black Spring ancient emperor who had been betrayed by enemies and fallen to this state. He wanted him to take him as a master and take revenge for him in the future, and things like that. Originally, Lin Feng was very excited, thinking he had become the protagonist who encountered a mysterious mentor, and it was because of this confidence that he dared to run away alone. But today, after activating the system, Lin Feng finally understood. His cheat wasn't this ridiculous old man. It was only worth 500 points, not even as valuable as the Black Jade. Such a remnant soul, when alive, might not even have been as strong as that foundation establishment stage Bai Long in the inn. Just this, and he dares to call himself the Black Spring Ancient Emperor, and wants to take me as a disciple. System, exchange it for points. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all, and after his words fell, a devouring force gradually wrapped around the Black Jade. Under the shroud of a lethal threat, the Black Jade shook violently. An illusory figure faintly appeared in the air, looking around with a face full of shock and anger. I am the Black Spring Ancient Emperor. Who is it? Who is trying to destroy me? The old voice was filled with confusion and resentment. However, the devouring force did not stop because of the shadow's words. Ah! Struggling in vain, the shadow was devoured by Yi Tian in just a breath. What a good host. He gave me a big gift as soon as we met. The Black Spring Ancient Emperor in that jade was naturally not a fake. In the book a lone man, in a fantasy world where men are lowly and women are noble, the Black Spring Ancient Emperor was the old mentor to Lin Feng. He taught Lin Feng at the beginning, guiding him step by step to the peak. Until finally, because he wanted to possess his disciple's body, he was killed in return. What Yi Tian just did was called nipping a threat in the bud. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 points. The system prompt sounded. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Now he could perform 2 level 3 lucky draws. Let's try 1 level 3 draw first. Ling couldn't wait. He hoped to gain power. In this world, power was too important for a man. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 points of attractiveness in the level 3 draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical hit. Obtained an additional 10 points of attractiveness. Host Lin Feng. Realm, ordinary person. Attractiveness, 96 plus 4 plus 10. Charisma. Skill, eat. What the hell? Looking at the personal panel that added 14 points of attractiveness, Lin Feng was stunned. He really wanted to remind the system that this was a fantasy world. Do you understand what a fantasy world is? It's a world where a monster can slaughter a city, and a demonic cultivator can slaughter 2 cities. Shouldn't a lucky draw give him something to save his life? Like the Eastern Emperor Bel or Xuanyuan's sword, even a basic cultivation method would do. He wouldn't be picky. Too naive, Tian chuckled and shook his head. Although he devoured the Black Spring Ancient Emperor and the system space had thousands of super powerful cultivation methods. But the rules of this world were just like that. If he took a cultivation technique from the Black Spring Ancient Emperor to boost a man's strength, the cost would be much higher than in other worlds. So, before Yi Tian came to this world, he thought about letting the host develop in another way. And that was attractiveness. Just make all the powerful women in the world turn into simps. Then, when he wants something, he just has to crook his finger. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lin the handsome man, Deputy General Mu Yun, is summoning all the handsome men to go down. There is an urgent matter. Understood. In the room, Lin Feng looked at his indescribably handsome face in the mirror, sighed, put on a mask, and silently accepted this fact. Downstairs, it was a bit chaotic. The handsome men stood together, glaring at a corner of the hall. There was a chair sitting there with a man with a feminine face. Jing Wenxuan, in order to check things, you actually want to search us. You are going too far. Going too far? The feminine man's gaze was cold. Do you know how high the value of my barrier-breaking pill is? That was something my family paid a huge price for from the Feathering Immortal Gate, but today I found it missing. The barrier-breaking pill can only be taken by men, so there must be a thief among you. Regarding Jing Wenxuan's words, the men opposite weren't intimidated. Last time it was the 5 spirits dress. This time it's the barrier-breaking pill. Why is it that something of yours is stolen every time? That question should be asked of yourselves. With so many thieves, you don't deserve to be called handsome men. Jing Wenxuan's words were cold, and then he turned to look at a woman beside him, squeezing 2 tears of grievance from his eyes. General Yian, you must investigate this for me. That medicinal pill was something my family obtained after overcoming great hardships. The woman the man was crying to was wearing a light green dress, with a full chest and hips that outlined seductive curves. Under her tied-up hair, a pair of willow eyebrows highlighted the spiritual energy in her eyes, and beneath a delicate nose, her small mouth was soft and tender. Such a goddess-level beauty with a baby face and a voluptuous figure should have been the object of pursuit for countless people. But in this world, clearly she wasn't. Seeing the handsome man in front of her sobbing like that, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with heartache. This is the most beautiful one among this batch of handsome men. He is also the heartthrob she, as an attractiveness-obsessed person, has always wanted to pursue. Causing her heartthrob such sorrow, Mu Yun's eyes revealed a sharp chill. Don't worry, Jing, I will definitely drag out the person who stole your things. This trope of the old master-mentor is classic, but here it gets brutally deconstructed. By treating a legendary soul as mere currency, the story pivots from a typical cultivation path to a cold, calculation-driven survival strategy. It suggests that in a world structured by systemic inequality, the ultimate power isn't martial arts, but the manipulation of aesthetics. The beauty as weapon arc forces us to reconsider if character growth matters when society is already preconditioned to prioritize appearance over ability. Someone bring a few men here to search everyone. Mu Yun waved her hand and spoke to the female guards behind her. Before long, a curtain was set up in the hall on the first floor, and behind it were men enduring the humiliation of being forcibly searched. As these men were cleared of suspicion one by one, Jing Wenxuan, sitting in his chair, did not show much anxiety. General, nothing found. The guard shook her head at Mu Yun. Any news from those searching the rooms upstairs? Report, General, we found it. Amidst the chaos on the first floor, a team of searchers came running down, shouting. The scene fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned toward them. The leading female guard was seen holding a spirit pill in her hand. Behind the guard team, they were also escorting a masked man, which left many below feeling confused. Seeing that his extremely important spirit pill had been found, Jing Wenxuan walked over with a smile and took the pill. How did you find it? Mu Yun walked up with Jing Wenxuan and asked the lead female guard. Reporting to the general, we found the pill in the boudoir of this male performer, Lin Xiu. Upon hearing this reply, Mu Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened. As a man of the troupe, your conduct is truly despicable. I did not steal the pill. Someone is framing me. Lin Feng felt a headache but had to explain himself. He didn't expect that even before reaching the capital, someone would secretly trip him up, hoping to get him eliminated early. Framed. Why would they frame you specifically? Mu Yiyun's youthful face was full of anger as she glanced at Jing Wenxuan, looking eager to show off. Perhaps because I'm quite handsome? That was Lin Feng's reply, and it was indeed what he believed. Such a narcissistic answer made everyone around go silent. In this era, where men are supposed to be shy and delicate as flowers, such a shameless man is basically an extinct species. Hey, ridiculous. Mu Yiyun shook her head with a cold laugh. Every man here is of top-tier beauty. What kind of mystery are you trying to sell by wearing a mask? She swiped her hand toward Lin Feng's cheek, a gust of wind brushing past his ear. The mask on his face slid off. As Lin Feng's face was revealed, Mu Yiyun and all the female guards froze. Staring at that face, they were momentarily stunned. What level of appearance is this? Handsome, dashing, as if he were a figure out of an ancient painting. Lin Feng struggled slightly, and the two female guards holding him subconsciously loosened their grip. Why are you letting him go? He stole my spirit pill. You must punish him and kick him out of our male troupe. Jing Wenxuan let out a shrill, screeching voice. Mu Yiyun glanced at Jing Wenxuan, then looked at Lin Feng for comparison. Lin Xiu, are you saying you were framed? Mu Yiyun's voice was extremely soft, a complete opposite from just a moment ago. This superficial woman. Yes, Lin Feng had a helpless expression. The system added so many points to his looks that he knew showing his face would lead to this, which was exactly why he wore the mask. Now seeing Mu Yiyun's attitude, Lin Feng felt he had become someone who relied on his face to get by. So it was a frame-up. Please don't worry, Lin Xiu. I will definitely find out the truth of the matter for you. I'll see that justice is served. Patting her proud chest, Mu Yiyun had a silly smile on her face. Lin Feng was shocked. This attitude. Aren't you going to ask me for any key information? I want to explain clearly how I was framed. I want to prove I am innocent. But yet, as soon as I spoke, you believed me without even needing evidence? The host knows nothing of the power of looks. Tian chuckled secretly. At the same time, the first system mission was released. Ding! System mission released. Mission. Prove the host was framed by Jing Wenxuan, and simultaneously prove that the opponent is a disciple of the demon sect. Mission success, 1 level 5 draw. Mission failure, no penalty. Description: the host is the third target in the eyes of this demon sect disciple. The opponent's scheme didn't succeed, so there will surely be endless trouble later. You are hereby advised to fight back. Mission time limit, 1 incense stick duration. Hiss, the amount of information this mission provides is quite large. Muttering to himself, Lin Feng glanced at the gloomy-looking Jing Wenxuan and turned to Mu Yiyun. General Mu, I already know who framed me. Oh? Lin Feng's words caused Mu Yiyun's eyes to fill with surprise. Originally, she had assumed that Lin Feng had indeed stolen the item. But since he fit her most perfect criteria for a romantic partner, Mu Yiyun hadn't planned to look deeply into it anyway. Such a perfect man making a tiny mistake was completely forgivable. But since Lin Feng claimed there was actually a culprit who framed him, that was another matter entirely. Who is the culprit? Him. Lin Feng reached out and pointed at Jing Wenxuan. In an instant, the eyes of everyone on the first floor shifted and focused directly on Jing Wenxuan. This reversal made Jing himself startle. Mu Yiyun clearly had not expected this. Lin Xiu, do you have any evidence? Yes, evidence. Everything must be based on evidence. Actually, my room security has been very tight. For the past 2 days, only Jing Wenxuan has entered my room under the pretense of consulting on music composition, so the culprit must be him. Lin Feng spoke with conviction. Tian, as the system, was stunned. This new host's ability to weave a story is no less than his own. Lin Feng's words were completely made up. Some were skeptical, some believed him. In this situation, the goal had already been achieved. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Feng continued, "General Mu Yiyun, could you trouble yourself to search Jing Wenxuan's storage bag? I believe he has the music I wrote for him in his storage bag, which would prove he was indeed in my room. Is that really so?" Mu Yiyun rested her chin on her hand and looked at Jing Wenxuan. "Jing Xiu, can we see your storage bag?" "Why should I?" Jing Wenxuan was reaching his breaking point. He didn't know what kind of nonsense Lin Feng was spouting. What music consultation, entering his room? None of that ever happened. They want to search his storage bag just because of this. Wouldn't those demon sect weapons and corpses inside the storage bag be exposed immediately? By then, nobody would care if he had framed Lin Feng or not. "If you refuse, it's because you're afraid," Lin Feng added a final blow from the side. This made Jing Wenxuan's face sink. How can the belongings of a lowly man like me be searched at will? This violates my privacy. If it turns out you didn't frame me, I will compensate you with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng said generously. Spirit stones. Lin Feng didn't have a single one, but saying the words didn't cost anything. Wow. The people around were clearly stunned by Lin Feng's magnanimous gesture. I refuse, Jing Wenxuan said through gritted teeth. Jing Wenxuan, hand over your storage bag. We need to take a look. Mu Yun's voice had also grown cold. Lin Feng had offered a sky-high compensation, yet Jing Wenxuan had refused again and again, which was enough to make her suspicious. This scene brilliantly illustrates the halo effect, where beauty acts as a cognitive bias that blinds authority figures to logic. While Lin Feng uses his looks to manipulate the crowd, the real tension lies in his bold, bluffing tactic and effective psychological maneuver that forces an opponent into a defensive trap by exploiting their fear of exposure. Jing Wenxuan never expected that things would turn out like this. Do you really need to check my storage bag? Leave it to me, Mu Yiyun said bluntly. Realizing there was no way to avoid it, Jing Wenxuan shot a cold glare at Lin Feng. I admit it, I framed Lin Feng. He had confessed. To stop Mu Yiyun from searching his storage bag, Jing Wenxuan had to swallow his pride and admit to the crime. The room erupted. In an instant, the whole place was in an uproar. How could such a devious and vicious man exist in this world? The nearby female guards clicked their tongues and shook their heads, saying, "The schemes and infighting between men are truly terrifying." What a classic move of sacrificing a pawn to save the general, Lin Feng remarked with admiration. However, this also put him in a passive position. General Mu, how is this kind of framing punished? Well, Yiyun thought for a moment before saying, if you forgive him, there is no need to take any action. If you do not forgive him, you can ask for compensation or have his qualification as a candidate revoked. I see. Lin Feng and Mu Yiyun did not lower their voices. Jing Wenxuan heard everything clearly. He looked at Lin Feng with a trace of wariness. How about this? Let me see your storage bag, and I will forgive you, Lin Feng said casually. Check my storage bag. Jing Wenxuan's reflex was to refuse. But then he realized Lin Feng is just an ordinary person without even a hint of true energy, so he could not possibly open the storage bag anyway. For how long? Just for a second, I just think your storage bag looks quite nice on the outside. You cannot let anyone else see it, Jing Wenxuan emphasized. All right. Lin Feng nodded with a serious expression. Shortly after, Jing Wenxuan handed the storage bag from his waist to Lin Feng. Looking at the palm-sized bag in his hand, Lin Feng shouted internally, System, system, devour it, Devour everything inside and convert it into points? Hurry up. That was slick. Tian was stunned by Lin Feng's methods, but he was not slow to act either. In an instant, everything in the storage bag was devoured. Tian gained 100,000 points and returned 1/10 to the host. Ding, all items devoured. Host has gained 10,000 points. Current balance is 11,000. Everything happened within the span of a single breath. The moment everything inside the storage bag vanished, Jing Wenxuan's face flushed red and he spat out peft. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the slightly noisy first floor went completely quiet. Seeing this, Mu Yiyun rested her hand on the hilt of her sword and furrowed her brows slightly. Lin Feng, what did you do? My weapons, which were all imprinted with my spiritual marks, why did I suddenly lose connection to them? Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and wisps of black energy began to faintly emerge around Jing Wenxuan's body. Without the suppression of certain special weapons, the demonic aura in him could no longer be hidden. A disciple of the demonic sect? Jing Wenxuan did not get an answer from Lin Feng. What he got was the guards surrounding him in a pincer movement. A disciple of the demonic sect. He is actually from the demonic sect. Oh my God, there's been a demon among us all this time. I am so scared. The effeminate men nearby gestured with their fingers and cowered behind the female guards. Mu Yiyun shielded Lin Feng firmly behind her and looked at Jing Wenxuan. As a disciple of the demonic sect, infiltrating our Tianwu Empire among the candidates, what is your objective? Objective? Do the infiltration methods of my heavenly demon sect require an explanation of objectives? Jing Wenxuan's fists cracked as he clenched them. It is just hateful, after hiding so painstakingly for so long, to be exposed like this. Black light began to surface in his eyes as Jing Wenxuan glared at everyone present, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. It was you. I will remember you. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. After dropping that standard threat, Jing Wenxuan leapt up and fled outside the inn. He is a Foundation establishment middle stage demonic cultivator. Looking at the departing Jing Wenxuan, Mu Yiyun frowned, knowing she could not stop him. Roar. Suddenly, a silver dragon formed from true energy caught Jing Wenxuan, who had just left, and swept him back to the front of the inn. Boom! A large section of the floor shattered, creating a massive crater. Jing Wenxuan lay in the pit, covered in blood, his eyes void of life. As the dust outside the inn cleared, the iconic long, beautiful legs of the white dragon gradually appeared. It is General White Dragon. Seeing who it was, the people inside the inn finally felt their hearts ease. How could a demonic cultivator appear here? White Dragon asked, her cold and beautiful face showing confusion. To this, Deputy General Mu Yiyun went to White Dragon's side and recounted the cause and course of events. Is that so? Looking at the lifeless Jing Wenxuan, White Dragon cast her gaze towards Lin Feng. A hint of appreciation appeared in her eyes. Tell everyone to get ready. We will set off again in a quarter of an hour. Leaving so soon? Mu Yiyun was a bit surprised, not staying the night. White Dragon shook her head, her eyes grave. When I arrived, I surveyed the situation outside. Young men have been frequently disappearing in this area recently. The villagers blame it on a flower-stealing thief, but based on various signs, I suspect it is the work of demonic cultivators. To avoid further trouble, we must leave as soon as possible. Is that so? Mu Yiyun's expression also turned serious. In the evening, the caravan escorting the candidates set off on the long road to the capital. Not long after the caravan left, the inn welcomed two elderly figures. Seeing the corpse of Jing Wenxuan in the pit, the two figures trembled violently. My dear grandson, my dear grandson. Demonic energy surged from the old woman, her heart filled with agony. It was that caravan. I want them all to be buried with my grandson. The old man next to her nearly crushed his skull-topped cane. Looking at the inn still in operation, a 10-meter-tall skull slowly emerged behind the old man. With a deafening boom, the entire inn, including everyone inside, was instantly turned into ashes. On the quiet forest road, more than 20 carriages moved steadily along. Inside the last carriage, Lin Feng silently tore apart the pink decorations inside the carriage. He opened the system interface. Host Lin Feng. Realm ordinary person. Attractiveness 110. Charisma points 11,000. Ding task completed. Expose the true face of Jing Wenxuan. The host has received a level 5 lucky draw worth 10,000 points. A level 5 draw. I hope to have the luck of a champion and get something that boosts my strength. Folding his hands, Lin Feng prayed silently. Tian, watching this, would not let things go as the host wished. It is called the Handsome Man system, not the Invincible system. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have drawn the Masculinity Medal. Item Masculinity Medal. Description: after wearing, the host gains a boost in masculine aura, attractiveness increased by 10%, and charisma increased by 30%. This chapter perfectly illustrates the fragility of power in a high-stakes environment. By baiting a villain into exposing his own demonic aura, Lin Feng demonstrates a masterclass in psychological manipulation rather than brute force. He turned a simple storage bag into a Trojan horse, effectively weaponizing the enemy's own arrogance against them. With the arrival of high-level threats seeking revenge, we see the narrative shifting from internal competition to a survival-based conflict. It is fascinating how the system forces a trade-off, gain survival utility, yet remain physically vulnerable. Will this new charm boost finally compensate for his lack of combat power, or is he just becoming a more attractive target for the encroaching darkness?